A few numbers just coming through as we get back into positive territory here. Retail sales data, first off, for October coming in higher than expected, 1.3% versus a 1% increase that was expected on the month-over-month number. This number as well, import prices, a little bit better than expected. They're down 0.2% versus negative 0.4% expected on import prices. But nice jump there for retail sales on a month-over-month basis going back to October. So we are talking retail this morning. More earnings in the group coming out. Target, not good. Forecast for the holiday season, a bit of a problem here for TGT, dragging basically everything else to the downside. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the retailers. Macy's I saw under pressure as well. That is where the volume is going to be, it would appear, this morning. So decent look anyways for the overall market. We'll touch on Digital World Acquisition Corporation. Not a lot of volume here in the pre-market, surprisingly in some case, but we'll have a look anyways at DWAC coming up this morning. Chips back in play as well. Credit Suisse with not one, but two upgrades today on both AMD and NVIDIA. So a little bit of positive momentum coming through for the chip makers this morning. It is Wednesday, November 16th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Just waiting for some data to refresh here. We can show you a negative move here for the overall market. Again, if you missed that, 1.3% versus a 1% move on the month-over-month number for October retail sales data. There we go. We also got some Canadian inflation numbers that just came across as well. 0.7 on a month-over-month basis versus an increase of 0.8 on the CPI on this side of the border. Yeah, back to the red here off that number, off that import prices number as well, coming in a little bit light. But there you go, 0.3 for the S&P leading right now, 0.35 for the NASDAQ. NASDAQ was leading to the upside initially, but here we go, back into negative territory, 2+% now negative for both Bitcoin and Ethereum, guys, as we get into what could be an interesting day here. I mean, we came off of a pretty wild ride yesterday. Back and forth we went to the upside initially. We come all the way back down. It was a nearly 200-point swing for the S&P 500 yesterday in a very headline-driven market.
Yeah, it was wild, obviously. I mean, you don't really see that terribly often, so welcome, everybody. I don't know if we'll see headlines like that. I'm glad to see things have calmed down a bit, but that retail number there, you know, you go down, you go back up, we're back to 4,000, we're coming back down again. I think we're just going to stick to, you know, some of the names that have been in play and moving. I kind of came in here thinking that there'd be one of those kind of really big moves potentially in DWAC, and it'll be a little more tradable pre-market. Oh yeah, it could be making breakouts from yesterday's highs. That's not there, so it's kind of on the back burner for me for now. But that 4,000 on the ES is going to be a bit of a linchpin. It has been for the last couple of sessions. I think we're going back to thinking about that. And then Target, yeah, Target, rough day for them. Obviously, last time they did this, these are the lows we got to. So essentially, you know, it had a worse move the last time they reported poorly. And it's not to say that, you know, holiday sales reports being bad isn't horrible, but there's at least some bottoms here that I think can get pretty interesting. You know, the 150 that we're sitting at right now, if it breaks any lower. So that's going to be in play. We'll look at some Macy's because they report later on. And guess what we get after the bell? We get some NVIDIA chips back into play. So it should be pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to today. Lots to look at. And a lot that was successful yesterday that I want to go back to in the afternoon. Traded some PayPal. And that's on my list for the first time in a while.
All right, what's up, everybody? Yeah, I think you're right, Dan McIsaac. We are going to switch this guy over to a bear today. I just feel a little bearish today. The market's been such a good run. You can't. Oh, I was going to say you can't see our positions, but thank you to True Trading Group for sponsoring again. But now you can see the position. We just took a little bit of profit there on Amazon. It's the #1 name here. Well, CCL is, but it's the second name on our sticky note there. Looking at 98. Just trying to watch out for retail sales. Retail sales are actually better than expected, 1.3% versus 1.2%. How dumb is Target to actually guide? I've talked about that over and over again. These companies should not be guiding, but they did it. You didn't see Walmart do that, and now you're seeing them get hit to the downside. So, I mean, it's good. As an investor, you want to know, like, you know, where the stocks are coming from and where they're going. So that's good. And I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. I'm not with them. But it's just like, I mean, boom goes the dynamite. I just feel like it's such murky waters out there, especially for retail. But if they have a good picture on what their holiday sales are going to look like, then, you know, and they're going to be down. That's why a lot of traders are into, and investors are into retail is for holiday season. And if you're going to guide lower, this is what's going to happen to you. So today, Target down again, well, not down again, but down 14%. Had a nice little bump yesterday, of course, right there on Walmart. But, you know, again, today, Target looks like they're going in the opposite direction. So we're short Amazon, not Target. Like I said, right now we're more comfortable trading this name, but we just took out 20% of the trade right there for about 50s, 40s, sorry, at 50s for 30 cents. So let's wait to see what happens right here. It's going to be a big day. I am turning that guy around. And then, of course, we have DWAC. We talked about that. I tweeted that out yesterday. I think it was like on every major news source there when Trump announced it. It's going to be a fun little, I mean, it's going to be a fun big 2 years, I think, ahead of what's going to come. So whether or not he actually gets the Republican nomination, that's going to be a completely different story. So let's see what happens here. And I'm surprised at DWAC. I mean, we talked about that. Yeah. Even Lucas was like, man, today's the DWAC day. And I woke up this morning instantly. The very first stock I looked at, and I'm not in this name, was DWAC. I wanted to see, hey, are there going to be some trading opportunities today in this name? I thought there would be. I was actually hoping the market was open last night at 9 o'clock because I thought, okay, here we go. And it's kind of just muted. I mean, I think you're surprised at that, Neil.
I'm shocked.
I know Brendan. I mean.
Above 29 or below 25 is what I kind of thought. Like, I didn't think we'd be in the middle on DWAG. It's a little bit surprising. So maybe that's telling us that there's not as much interest in it. That would lead me to think short on the stock today. But I paid for locates. I'm open-minded to the idea that you could get a bit of a break. But as we say that, like, it's still sliding into the downside. So it's hard to, yeah, I mean, it's hard to get excited that there's going to be a bit of rally. Even the afternoon yesterday, I was like, oh, you know, set a bracket long because if people start getting out in front of the announcement and maybe they'll try to buy it, and there was no excitement for that to happen in the afternoon. It just sort of sold off. So I guess I'll be looking at 25. That kind of stands out there pretty obviously. If there is a pop, I'm going to want to fade things that are up at that 29 level because to me, that's the excitement for this is when it does something a little more parabolic, breaks and goes into the halt stages. That's what you're looking for moves in this. So that's where we're trying to capture what was there in the past. So not really seeing it there today. Probably going to end up having to fade it either at that 29 or even through that bottom. I guess 25 did get breached before the close. I actually didn't even notice that. So beneath that 25, looks like 24.80 is the actual low. Yeah, a bit of a disappointment that it's a nothing burger, but you got to trade what's in front of you. And there are some runners in there. We'll talk about some Grab, which is having a good day.
The market trying to bounce here back to just 0.25% for the NASDAQ. Just looking through some of this data once again. I mean, is it going to be a sell the news kind of event for DWAC? We shall see. The import prices number here better than expected as well. They were expecting down 0.4, comes in down 0.2. I also noticed this. They revised last month's, so not so bad. It was 1.2. They revised it to 1.1. So, I mean, the retail number better than expected, 1.3 versus 1. Flat on the prior month. So, yeah, I mean, the initial move in the market here, guys, to the downside. But as I said, we are trying to bounce here a little bit. Wanted to mention Airbnb. I saw a note this morning suggesting they now have more than 4 million hosts on their platform. That was from TechCrunch. It wasn't much of a reaction on this, but Airbnb, worth a note this morning. There's also this Peloton move that's come all the way back, or basically all the way back after they said their equipment, bikes, everything, going to be available on Amazon UK and to come in Germany in the next couple of months.
All right. So Rob put in our chat here, what is everyone's favorite power ballad for music-wise? He came up with something I've never heard of. Me and Neil have never heard of this song. Silent Lucidity by Queensryche. Neil and I have never heard of that song. Heard of that. I came out with Purple Rain because I Googled it. Brendan came out with Stone Temple Pilots' Interstate Love Song. Neil put on. I also was putting on Meatloaf.
I liked Ordinary World by Duran Duran.
Yeah, we had to Google these.
No, I have a thing. I have a thing for Duran Duran. I actually really like them. So, but I don't know if that qualifies as a power ballad. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I don't know what the definition is.
I'm asking all of you guys out there.
I'm guessing the Guns N' Roses probably.
I'm going with Prince 10 times out of 10 if it qualifies.
Yeah, I mean Prince has to qualify.
That's what it is. So, Angel of Death by Slayer.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Power ballad, so it wouldn't be like Enter Sandman or anything like that. I could get some Metallica up in here as well. Holy Diver. Okay, what were we talking about again?
Whitesnake.
Retail sales. So look, so there you go. Thanks, Rob. See, there we go. We got some.
There's Meatloaf.
Food for fodder right there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Meatloaf. Yeah, of course. All right. So, look, retail sales came out. I mean, they were sort of as expected, a tick a little bit higher there. I just see right now some news came out 9 minutes ago. Amazon Web Services will launch an infrastructure region in Spain. Okay, no real big. What's up to Spain? What's up to Luis Barbados from our Barcelona office there at Day Trade the World? All right, so I've just been saying to myself, like, I want to be shorting Amazon. Amazon had a pretty epic rise from that bottom again, $86 all the way up to 103. Failed it yesterday, but failed it. It was a huge move up there to 103.50, came back in, and then now I just feel like, you're through here. We're under $100 now. I like the short, under 100, so I think it's worth holding it until we get up to there to make a decision. I just wanted to start now, so I'm in the game. We've already taken out 30 or 40 cents. Look at this break right here of 97. Realistically, I think that's the next shoe to drop, 97, and when it does, I think we go to 94, 95. And I don't even think that's a crazy thing to say about Amazon. So I don't have my daily chart here, so I'll have to call it up. But hold on a second. Let me just get you Amazon quickly here just to show you. It's been a pretty big move to the downside, right? Just like a lot of names. And then their earnings disappointed. So it already started. Then you get the earnings drop to the downside here, hitting this $84.90. 84 was crazy low. That's 85 actually. We were short pretty much all day, every day in Amazon when this was happening. And then I just want to think that it could happen again right now, back down to the downside. I don't think we're going to follow that much. But again, a name that continues to be pretty weak here. If they're going to guide again on holiday sales, and I'm talking about Target, there's 97 right here. If Target's going to sort of throw some cold water on this retail rally a little bit here, I think Amazon is one of those names that gets hit. But again, Amazon is just a completely different beast altogether. They're going to continue to work. They have Prime. They have their stake in Rivian, obviously. They have the cheapest prices. They sell everything. And they have, what I was looking for was AWS. So they also have AWS there, which Target, of course, doesn't have. But as a pure retail play, I don't like the retail business right now, especially with less and less money in people's pockets. So I'm going to be fading Amazon rips today. And it's already started right there, short at 85, out at 58 or whatever that was for a little bit. We're in the 30s here. I think 97 breaks. This is my play for retail weakness today.
Yeah, I like 97 on Amazon. On Pops, I wanted to give it close to that 99 from the afternoon, well, from yesterday's trade, but I like Macy's in here today. We do get Macy's reporting later this week. I think they are before tomorrow. We'll see if I would think they're before market, but either way, $21 here on any kind of a pop. You just sort of establish support in the afternoon, yesterday's trade, and then turn that into some resistance. I don't know if I want like a 20 break. It's kind of in the middle here, so I want to be short in front of 21. Not a ton of volume on Macy's just yet, so it's not really a pre-market trader for me, so I might just stay away from this one until we actually get the open. But I'll be watching some Macy's. Obviously, we'll be trading it after their earnings as well, but it's going to be all about, to a certain extent, it's going to be all about picking your spots in the retail space. To be sure, there is one from yesterday. If you might remember, Walmart did have a good report. So if we were to head to of course, Walmart's up now, I'm saying this. If we did head to the downside, I was looking to catch bids. Like yesterday in Walmart, I did miss the dip buy when it got to 145. These wicks are bad. And then recovered to 148. I'm looking 43 to 44. That's the channel I'm looking for in Walmart to buy some dips. Good report. So the market gets dragged down. This is the one I'd want to be long on the way down.
Through a few other inflation reports that were out this morning. There was one in Italy. There was one in the UK. The UK back to the upside, it's worth noting. 6.5 versus 6.4 in the UK. Canadian numbers down. Again, 5.8, guys, versus 6 for CPI in Canada. So Yay, Canada. Tesla downside here, I just noticed 1.15%, just took out session lows there. There's so much going on, obviously, with Elon and Twitter. Elon and his compensation trial this week underway. But I saw this note this morning, Mercedes cutting some China electric car prices, shaking their shares over in Germany today. It was down the most it's been down in months on an individual basis. So some pressure here possibly for EV stocks today.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Tesla. Well, the interesting thing about Tesla is I actually saw that make what seemed like a bit of an outsized move to the downside, like early on, and I wasn't sure because it kind of out of nowhere, and it was at the same time you had some comments coming out of the ECB, and I kind of wrote it off as that. I did have 192 marked off. That's just the double bottom that we got after in the afternoon. Let me zoom in a bit. That's just the double bottom that we got in the afternoon after the news dropped out of Europe. So I kind of, anytime there's liquidity vacuums, I've said this before, I tend to respect those types of levels for support. But in the aftermath, I had one thing that did work well over and over again in the afternoon, which was simply shorting the 95. Didn't quite get the 96, but the 95 level here on Tesla. And if we get back up to that price, I'm going to like it. When I slap the higher time frame up here, the 15-minute, you'll see we did have the break yesterday, but it was a failed break through 20 even, and then it broke down, right here on the news through 97, and then could not get back through 96. So I like that for a resistance spot for me in Tesla today. I'm going to be shorting in front of the 96 level, which will mean 95-ish, 95 half, like that kind of a range. You get past that 96, I'm not holding it to 200 or anything like that. Give it a few pennies above that 96, so you don't have an even stop. But yeah, I'll just go right back to what was working in the afternoon pretty well, which is Tesla fading that 96 level.
Mr. McIsaac, Dan, I don't know if we are going to have a bearish day here today. I thought maybe, but it looks like we're going to try to get back up to zeros right now. Okay, so I just paid for shorts here. We have to do that for Rivian, so make sure if you have to, you may have to as well. I don't... you want to talk about like sort of an epic rise up here. You're going to talk about a week. This was from $28 all the way to 36 right now. So that's like a big move for Rivian. I know that there was some good talk about them hitting some of their targets, but then they had enough cash, I believe, to survive till 2024. So that's good. And as the rates keep going up, though, remember, we still have another 50-point hike coming, right? So I still feel like putting money into stocks that do not make money themselves is not going to work. So if I'm thinking that, then I got to start to fade out. I mean, other than Tesla, none of these companies are making money on their EVs, right? I mean, if I'm wrong, let me know. I feel like I haven't seen one company that's actually making money on a car yet, unless it's NIO, possibly some of those Chinese names. But for
right now, like NIO, BYD probably.
Yeah, exactly. So there, I guess there's a couple names. But as far as Rivian, Lucid, Fisker, those type of big EV names, I'm looking to fade them. So I want to do that same thing for Rivian right now. It's not moving at all. So let's just look at yesterday. Here's the move up where we sort of stopped there. Again, that's at 35.70. I just don't know if there's enough good news in the market to take this out. So if we're not taking these levels out in the last 5-6 days, when the NASDAQ is literally on one of the best runs it's ever had, then I'm going to short Rivian. So I'm looking to short it right here, just like yesterday. I actually got away from this. My offer was here at 35.70 yesterday. I got away from it, shouldn't have. Let's put it right there right now, 35.70 short on Rivian. As long as we're not making money, and then Brendan comes with some stories like that, I'm going to be short on Rivian here into 36 bucks. If it takes it out, it takes it out. But I like that play. We've paid for the shares now, so we're going to do that right now. Is Polestar? Someone just said Polestar is making money.
I mean,
maybe
they are.
I don't know. We'll look if Polestar is making. I'm talking about like, they produce a car, they sell the car, they make money on that car. So I don't know if Polestar has any other businesses.
DWAC broke already?
Down?
Yeah.
So the thing, so that's 36 short on Rivian.
Already.
So the thing about DWAC short is, and I saw someone say this, I think it was you, Daryl, in the chat, and again, this is nothing about our political affiliation or anything, because we simply don't have one, and we're also in, so take our opinion for what it's worth, I guess, as far as this is concerned. But I look at it, and Daryl said that maybe, and I watched it. I think he kind of looked like old Trump. I don't know, but people said that maybe he didn't have as much energy as people thought. I'm just trying to say, where will this stock go and why? So he announced that he's running. That should be a bull case for it. But maybe the speech wasn't what everybody thought. I don't know.
Maybe the deal never closes. It's still, they haven't, there's no conversion.
I was going to ask you that.
It's not even a closed deal.
Why is it still called DWAC?
Because it's not, they haven't been able to close the deal. That's the other side of the coin too, right?
Yeah, that is the other side of the coin. Will people bail on their investments now? Because the only thing that you're guaranteed in DWAC is $10.
But it's not tanking, by the way. Like,
yeah, is that a tank? So here's DWAC here. Come over to the screen here. I mean,
it's a clean buck.
This is a tank in the last 10 minutes, in the last 5 minutes, for sure. But are we?
No, not yet. It's
are we breaking levels here on DWAC? And here's the daily chart. Are we breaking anything yet? No. I'm going to say that 20 at this point. I wrote down here 25 on the sticky note was key. Obviously it was, because that's what broke, and now we're going to the downside. So I would say you want to look at 20 today. That's it. So that's what's happening. Amazon did go up, now coming back down a little bit for me. So Amazon did touch that again. We're right back here. I'm going to take another piece out on AMZN, guys. But Brendan, that's DWAC and that's Rivian.
We were just talking about it last week, guys. They delayed the vote again on whether or not they were going to actually go through with the deal. So, yeah, no sign yet on when that could close. So I want to talk about some ADRs here once again. Not on the watch list today, but it's worth noting Alibaba is stronger than the rest on this report. The U.S. watchdog gaining what they're calling good access to audits from Alibaba specifically. The rest of these kind of mixed today, but here's Baba again today, up another 2.75.
Yeah, so the thing with, like, Alibaba, actually, look, these don't do a lot of volume in the afternoon, so it was, I noted it was relatively strong, but that could have been because nothing was really happening. It just kind of went sideways at 79.5, and I like this for support on Baba, no question today, that I want to be buying dips. I mean, that's a pretty big positive piece of information. Everyone's all afraid of the delisting, so anything on the audit side that's going to, I guess, buoy this group to say that there's not going to be that risk is going to be a positive thing. But since it broke the 50 period, we've been looking for the dip buy anyway. So it's at 81 now. I want to be patient with it because it did dip at the open yesterday. So I think you have a chance of getting that 79.5 into 80 even on Alibaba. We'll pop back to the 15-minute here. So that's where I want to be set up. You got a lot of dark pool wicks down here, but I'm ignoring a lot of that. I don't know if I favor the breakout trade because, quite frankly, this is what happened at 9:30 when it broke the pre-market high. It got right to $80. I think it broke 80 by a few pennies. I'm pretty sure. I think we had a couple traders here that got triggered into that 80 break when it broke by a couple of cents. Flashed down to the bottom, held at 78, and then came back to the upside. So I'm kind of looking for a similar move, which would mean somewhere in this 79.5 to 80 area. I want to be on that bid of Alibaba. That's the one I'm watching. I know there's other ones out there, but Baba's the one I was looking to trade in the afternoon. It didn't really do much, as I thought it could get going when the market recovered and it hadn't gone down in the first place. But yeah, I mean, there was a couple of scalps and then a break-even trade down there. I'm looking to buy the dip on Baba today.
And Gmail or something changed the way their mail looks, and now I don't even have the chat thing open.
Oh, it's a pain in the
I
butt
have to go to
now.
mail over here. I have to fix all this chat, or I'll do this afterwards.
And you can't revert back. You know, usually if there's a change, you can go back to the old one. I couldn't even figure it out.
No, it's nothing. You see, it's like I used to have the chat here.
Oh, yeah.
On the side.
It's
now I have to go to here and highlight it, but I'm sure I can figure it out. Don't worry about it. There's a settings right here. Yeah, Rob, don't worry about it. Right now we got to do this. Yeah, we'll figure this out. I shouldn't have even brought it up. But thanks, Rob. That's the kind of support we have.
It is.
You know, it's like, boom, there's one problem. Bang. These guys are on us. So thank you so much.
Zane was complaining about that yesterday.
For that, Rob? Was he?
Yeah, that's why I need it.
Oh, now I've screwed this up completely. Okay, I'll figure this out afterwards. All right, so what were we talking about? Oh, Alibaba. Yeah, that's very...
Chinese ADRs.
Yeah, big surprise there for Alibaba. We were looking at $70 yesterday, or $80, sorry. Now you're above there. NIO was a name that I've been trying to get into this every single day. And it's just like I haven't been able to do that, man. I mean, it's $12 right there. It is getting hot in here again.
It is good.
$12 for the top, and then $11 for the bottom here for NIO. So we talked about EV names. I'm already trying to get that Rivian short. By the way, we did cash out some more of Amazon there. It's approaching to 97 right now. I'm still looking at an 11 break for NIO. It's down 2%. Alibaba's up 2%. Watch out for that. Watch out for a 12 top there. So I'll look at NIO. A big one obviously is JD if you're going to go into the commerce section or the web, the internet. something like that, whatever it's called. We're going to get that for JD right there. This is a big stock. This has been a big one, and it's failed a couple times at 56 as well. So that could be a play if these names start to run. Look to fade 56 on these guys. And I just don't know if even an Alibaba here, it's been on such a big run. Now we're above 80 like we talked about it. Very similar. Okay, there we go. Very similar to some of these other names here. And I was saying to Brankos earlier, actually, it's like, I don't want to get out of, I'm in Alibaba from a ways. But like, if you've bought it down here, then maybe you get out. But it's that hodl. It's that whole Bitcoin feeling, again, is that, hey, do you want to sell after this huge run up? Or do you want to hold it because you know where it's come from? You know what I mean? So I just feel like there's going to be a valuation question at some point here, and China names continue to have risk on because of the fact that there's uncertainty there on the geopolitical side. So that's what I'm talking about for Alibaba. I don't really want to go long. I just want to go short. So if we're going to do that, I think we got to wait for 85 to go short on Alibaba. And by the way, there's Amazon right here, still going lower. My next bid, I took another piece out at 50 right there. My next bid's going to be, is at O's. So 97 flat, somewhere around there for Amazon. Right now, that's the only name that we have on board this morning.
Got some analyst moves for you this morning. Notable names on here, some in the retail group. Once again, one correction is in the retail group downside. There are obviously moves on some of the ones that reported this morning, including Target, so we'll talk about that coming up. But there's Home Depot. We didn't really look at it yesterday. Didn't do much volume off their report, but HD worth a note. Advanced Auto Parts, one that can make a big move if it wants to. Medtronic, we've looked at before. There's Krispy Kreme, Citigroup liking D-Nut today.
Yeah, well, the other thing too is you saw Silvergate in the downgrade there by Morgan Stanley. They got, they're getting looked into. Obviously, crypto has had some pressure on it recently, so the crypto bank is under pressure today. I am looking for, it's not hard to figure it out. This is the bottom that we just had last week on Friday. It's like 2670 or so on Silvergate. If that breaks, it's going to be hard not to want to short. And the issue, I said this before with Silvergate, doesn't do a ton of volume, so simply just getting in at a price when it breaks all in is never going to make a ton of sense. But I do want to get a starter if it takes that low, and then be willing to trade it all the way back up to yesterday's bottom. So that would mean, ideally, I'm just shorting pops, and I can catch like 28.5. I'll zoom in so you can see a bit better. Catching like 28 halves into this 30 area and just say, okay, fine. If you want to break 30, fair enough. That would be the way I'd rather play it, but I don't want to have nothing on board if this thing takes out that bottom from Friday. So I plan on having something on board. Where this could go, nobody knows. At this point, like you're at lows. I don't know, it's going to take a while for this to get back to like pre-pandemic bottoms, but that's the last time you were down here. So Silvergate under a tremendous amount of pressure like the entire space. Only down 5% on the session. When it has a bad day, it basically sniffs at 5%, it like lasts at 5%. So I'll be shorting pops into this. If it's through 30, then, you know, I'm not, maybe give it 20 or 30 cents but above that 30 level, so I don't even stop. But there's no way that I'm holding through a level like this. That's too big of a recovery. That would be cleanly positive because it closed at 29 and change. But yeah, this one was on my radar, downgrade or not.
All right, so actually a pretty cool thing today. Today is National Coffee Day. Neil, so
every day is National
every day
Coffee.
I would think would be National Coffee Day, but let's
day.
have a quick look here at McDonald's real quick. This is a name that's already gone up to its 52-week high and touched it at 280, and it's been dropping down since we've had a little bit of a switch up in growth versus value names. Obviously, this is a value name. I still think they have a little bit of a growth aspect to it as well there, and as China rebuilds itself and with the zero COVID policy kind of coming to a change here. I think McDonald's has a chance to work here. You are pulled back into 265 right now. So again, maybe a time to take opportunity to take advantage of this dip in McDonald's. We still have the 50 period down here to 255. I think that's a decent spot. A little bit of a dividend paying out as well. So I don't mind McDonald's here coming back into this 265. You might want to wait for 260, close to 255. But this has been a name that we've talked about. We've put a video out on sort of some of the safer names to be involved with. I don't mind McDonald's here as well as Starbucks. But on National Coffee Day, McDonald's worth a look down here at 265, guys.
I was just seeing Micron, guys. There's a note, a bit of a downtick there. They're further reducing DRAM and NAND wafer starts by 20% versus their last quarter. That's from Business Insider. So heads up on MU. We'll talk about some of the chips coming up here, but let's get a check on what's happening over in Europe to kick things off. Back to session lows here in North America. So these all red, following suit outside of Turkey down there, 1.7 to the upside, but pretty negative start. Same story on this board, growing, in fact, both DWAC and Mullen leading the way as far as negative sentiment is concerned. That's that Funware, PHUN, downside as well. SPY still holding green. Same story for the Qs. Target, not a good report for them. Still green on here. AMC as well, very green. Tesla, NVIDIA, Amazon, and Apple, the four big ones up here today, all positive. Hopefully that will help the market out. We shall see as we head towards the open. Let's get Arun in here, get a check of the overall market off of this retail number this morning. As I said, back to session lows here. Arun, what are you looking at?
Well, I mean, nothing's really changed. It seems like this market did that quick move up to 4,000 and then now is digesting what it wants to do next. Do we want to extend past 4,000 or do we want to fall off a little bit? Clearly, this market's struggling. We've seen it for the last few days now. We're getting above and then we're getting some sell waves coming through. And that's what you saw late in the session yesterday. And now we're starting to see some sell side pressure coming in after this retail sales. I mean, the thing with retail sales is numbers like this, is a good thing, or a good number a good thing, or is a good number a bad thing? And I think they're still trying to process this, and that's why you're seeing this back and forth action above 15 points or so. I think we'll get some more clarity at the open, but for now, wide ranges. You're gonna have to play the ranges until we get some sort of traction on either side. So 39.55 on the top end, and then 40.55 on the top end, and then 39.45 on the lower end. So almost 90 points there in terms of range bound activity. You're seeing it. So let's just be patient with it. Let's see if we can work the bottom end of the range for a long, top end of the range for a short. And then, of course, if either side breaks, you have some space to the downside or to the upside. You have some space on a breakout. So for now, I think we're going to have to respect what the market wants to do, which is play a wide range. So we're going to have to kind of change our game a little bit and start looking for some wide range setups and see if we can play inside of this until we get some clarity and we get some movement outside of those two bands that I mentioned.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Yeah, some uncertainty, it would appear, coming back into play a little bit the past couple of days. Here we go. That's the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day and then come join us at 8:30 as we head towards the open. Here's what you need to know to get prepared for the open today. Target, top of the list this morning after their holiday forecast. Not good if you're a retailer. Comes in lighter than expected in a big way. It was down, 13% when this was written anyways. But the forecast itself basically cut in half almost from what people were expecting. So now 15% for TGT, back into some key levels over here though.
Yeah, still messing around with that in my inbox here. Okay, so TGT, yeah, I mean, we talked about that, man. I didn't like their report. I don't like when they sort of start to guide there. And whenever you're going to guide, I picked Amazon because I just didn't want to mess with Target based on their earnings report. We saw yesterday with Walmart was a little bit choppy there until the end of the day where we finally got a little bit of direction with Walmart. And even then we didn't. So look at this. Here's a big move up for Target from 150 all the way to 180 in 4 or 5 days. What a monster move. And look where we stopped at, right there, the same high that we made back in August. It's been an unbelievable move for Target, to be honest with you, in those days. But if you're going to look at something like these, sometimes things just look so obvious. Like, why not take that short there, hope that they miss, maybe you get a little retracement back down. But you've already touched the top, and now you're touching the bottom again. So I think that 145 probably holds. Worst case scenario, you get down here to 141. You know, their report was bad. I mean, I did read over it. As soon as I saw the fact that they guided lower, I was like, this stock is obviously done for. You're seeing the 1 minute chart here just keeps on going to the downside despite a better retail number than we thought there. Everything from toys to home furnishings. Inflation was a problem. Third quarter profit halved as well. Target stock gained 4%. Yeah, right, following Walmart. We talked about that. Now they have a cost-cutting plan in there. That's good, right? I mean, some of the things in there, if you're not performing well, then yeah, you got to start cutting costs. We've seen some of the major tech players fire, layoffs, stop hiring, freeze hiring freezes. Now Target's looks like they're going to be doing kind of the same thing here. So that at least could be the tailwind back up to the upside. But now, last quarter, it was bad inventory. This quarter, it's guide lower based on forecasted demand for sales during this peak opportunity in the fourth quarter for Christmas and Black Friday holiday sales, they call it. I'm not, you can't be happy with it, but the silver lining in all of this is as a day trade. By the way, my kid yesterday goes, "What's silver lining?" Because I used it somewhere else. And I told him it's like when things are bad, but there's still some good things there. So I forget the example I gave. I think I gave him like the example of the Packers. Well, the silver lining is we might be really bad, but our quarterback's getting really old, so maybe we'll eventually be able to change over to something else. That might not be a good example. But right there, 150, I think could hold. So let's see. As this market comes in, you're going to see 150 there. Let me just check, and this is the first time I've checked this here. We do have CCL. We'll talk about that on that debt offering. But even now, Target right here, I don't really see them on here unless I'm missing something. But we'll see what happens with Target. They're not on the imbalance locator. I wonder if 15% is a little bit too much there. Remember, they were up 4 yesterday, so then down 15 today. Really is down 10. So let's wait to see. Ooh, my retail name, though, is getting real spicy right now. Check out Amazon. We tweeted this out. Again, it's the #1 name here on the sticky note for retail side of things. There it is to the downside, just now touching 97. I'm not bidding out at 97. I want lower on this one. So we're going to start the day off real good here in retail sector. And I think we just look at Target at 150, see if there's a bounce or not. That would be my trade for a day trade.
If it doesn't break the lows, only one place it can go. That's just, I love that line, and every time I see a gap down, I'm going to be deploying that. And it has support on it anyways. That's beneath this 150 level. If it were to get to 145, cross that bridge when it gets there. But that's all I'm looking for at the open initially is going to be that 150. If there was a chance to have shorted it off this 158 at a reasonable time in front of 160, I probably would have done it. But that was at 7 a.m., way too early and not enough liquidity, not going to happen. And you had the retail number at 830. That's another reason why you didn't necessarily want to be into this one. So it's just going to be, can it bounce off 150 for me? If I see that hold the open, I'm going to go long. I did grab... I did get into grab here. We'll get to them. They did have a positive earnings report. Bit of a breakout consolidation here. I wanted to give it back to that 345, but I'll show you the higher time frame. Bit of a break, obviously. You have this check back into about 345, which I want to give this move to. And then I think there's room into the upside. I want to take half out into this break. And then if you can get through 370, which is pre-market highs, I think there's room to $4 on the stock. Now, obviously, if you don't break the high of the day, that's usually a short setup on a gap for me. So if we don't get that break at the open, let's say it does rebound, doesn't break 45s, does rebound, gets up to this high and cannot break through at the open, I'd be taking some off on the way down and then looking for a better re-entry point. First things first, it actually has to hold said 45 level.
All right, let's go on to DWAC. There was a note on NVIDIA teaming up with Microsoft. I was just reading through that, but NVIDIA following the market to the downside. We'll get to this coming up a little bit, but I mean, Credit Suisse, as we said, out with positive notes on both NVIDIA and AMD this morning. If you missed it last night, this happened. Former President Trump confirming he will run for the White House once again coming up in 2024. So I put on the board there, is DWAC along? Just because Lucas asked us that question before we came on this morning. So let's help Lucas, guys.
No. If anything, my regret is going to be not just taking the short. We had just finished talking about, okay, well, I'm going to short pops in this thing if it tries to go up, but also look at that break. If it breaks 25, and then I kind of noted the bottom was really more like a 24.75. It had gone. It's a clean move to the downside. It's already giving you more than $1 worth of a trade. I don't favor chasing it. There's not a heck of a lot until you get down to 20, as Sean said. So I think there's going to be room. If this is just a sell the news event all day long, there is some room to get in. Chasing it at 9:08, 20 minutes before the open, chasing it down here to short doesn't make a ton of sense to me because I don't know that I want to be out of it unless it was back above 25. So I'll be back to shorting the pops. The first one will just likely be that 25 level. Always be wary of, or not wary of, be ready for potential halts on a name like this one because of liquidity. I never want to be short going into an up halt, but I don't mind taking a short coming out of an up halt if it sets up pretty well. So keep your eye on the ground. You have to watch level 2 to see see if it's going into a halt state. It's pretty obvious when that's the case. And then you see a big move like 10% too quickly, and you know it could happen. So I want to be on the short side of this. I don't have any long ideas after the way it's been trading here, unless it were to bounce off a level like 20 or give a down halt or two. Can give a reason to get into a long once it starts bouncing off of a down halt, but that's getting way ahead of myself.
Yeah, pretty clear. It's showing its hand at this point this morning as well. Just saw a move in the futures. No, back to the upside. Okay. Peloton here. Let's go on. Partnering with Amazon going back a month or so ago. They're expanding into the UK. So that's the story today. You can now buy buy Peloton products, I should say, on Amazon in the UK. In here, they also say this: in the coming weeks, it'll be available in Germany as well. Is this a big deal? We're back to flat here for Peloton.
It doesn't feel like that big of a deal. Like, I just sort of wrote down Peloton double topped at $12 yesterday, so I kind of just wrote that down and said, if it's not going to break this level, I mean, isn't it sort of an obvious fade? You have 1150 down here, pre-market lows, yesterday's bottom. If it doesn't break 12 at the open, that seems almost like too good to be true. And there's no volume behind this either. It's not as if there's people buying it in the pre-market. So yeah, if it can't get above 12, I don't see why you're not shorting it for that 50-cent move. So Peloton's definitely on my radar for the short. Someone asked me if I'm still looking at Lyft and Uber, by the way. I said if it's a down day, I like Lyft. If it's an up day, I like Uber. Well, so far it looks like it's a bit of a down day, but I would be in this 13 break if there was a break to be had. There's less than 100,000 shares traded, but Lyft is beneath that 13. It's relatively weak. This is it rejecting the 50 period and starting to roll over on the daily chart. This is that said 13 level. Back here, it's like a 1290, and then you have a bit of a gap filled to the downside. So yes, I am still looking at Lyft. I'm just not triggering into this until it really starts taking this down, or we get to the open and I can actually play off the 13. I'd probably give it back to like 13 and a quarter or so. But yeah, it was just Uber was super strong yesterday, and Lyft kind of wasn't having any of it in the afternoon. So that led me to thinking that I wanted to be on the south side of this one if we had any weakness today.
I just saw a note here about, and it's not moving any stock, so it's not that big of a deal, but NVIDIA announcing a multi-year partnership with Microsoft. So I apologize if we've already gone over that. And it's not really doing anything. It's a few minutes old now at this point. I just want to talk about a name that was, again, on the sticky note today. Microsoft. Peloton. We'll have to watch Peloton. I mean, that's going to be a tricky name to trade. It's kind of just one of those things, like we traded DraftKings when it pops, hits key levels, things like that. So we'll look at Peloton. But I just had Microsoft right on. So first of all, we have CCL, Amazon, DWAC, Microsoft. Bounce off 250, and then now we could be heading down lower, right? So look at that 240 levels. So again, Microsoft right here with a new deal coming with NVIDIA doesn't seem to be doing anything. So we'll pass on looking at it from that standpoint. But right there, here's 250. It's been up here. Forget about all these wicks. I apologize. All these wicks don't even happen. But right into here, 250. So we've come into 250 a couple times now, hit it and dropped. So like I said, this is what I was talking about with Brancos. Like, we just bought Microsoft at 216. When it goes to 250, shouldn't we be getting out? That's a decent call. But we're trying to hold dollar cost average, baby. Get in and stay in. But right now, the last 3 or 4 days, Microsoft has been sort of down to the downside right now. And I'm thinking that we could possibly break that 240 area now on Microsoft. That would be the last sort of shoe there to drop before we probably get back into 230. So if this NASDAQ continues to be weak, we saw Microsoft yesterday in the afternoon. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because we were trying to go long, I believe, at some of these levels. And then all of a sudden, once it gave up that 243, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more here. It just seemed like it was so weak compared to everything else. And maybe I'm just wrong because I was looking at it, but there's 244. Look what happened when we broke it. It went all the way down there to 240. That's $4 in the middle of the day there. Obviously, it was on that Ukraine bombing into Poland, so on and so forth there. Russia bombing, but into Ukraine. I just feel like it tried to bounce, couldn't get going. So I'm looking at a 243 kind of fade or a smash through 240 to the downside. So that's what it looks like yesterday. And we're still holding up pretty good. So yesterday in the afternoon, we stopped at 240. I don't think we do that today. So for me, looking short Microsoft if this market keeps on falling down. So looks like it was a good call, Dan, changing this bull over to a bear. But it did look sketchy there. We did get positive again, and before that little collapse right in. Check on quick quickly on DWAC. I'm surprised. It's still 9:14. I feel like it's a buzz behind us. I don't know. People are in a little early today.
I think a lot of people came in thinking DWAC was going to do something.
Yeah.
Maybe it's, I don't know.
And I wonder if that is, I actually wonder if that's going to be the reason for it to fall down. Too many people offside the wrong way.
I think people probably were making that bet. Like I can see a reason. I didn't check the chain, but I'm assuming people were making some serious bets that you could have a bit of a breakout.
This, what Justin
people were trying to
Verlander
go long. Verlander's going to get paid, bro.
So the 40-year-old wants 3 years, 130.
130 million
for 3. That's what he's at. That's the ask. He says he wants Scherzer money. How old is Scherzer?
38, 39.
Right. Okay.
I mean, Verlander was just basically the Cy Young at age 40
coming off Tommy John. That's what I'm saying. Pay the piper and winning a World Series.
So he's basically a robot at this point.
So I guess he's not coming to the Jays at that price tag. 45 per?
It's
what?
Cute. That's cute. You said the Jays. We're not kidding.
But no, only because he was choosing between us and Houston apparently 2 years ago.
If anyone knows anything about baseball, basically any major free agent out there that the Jays are rumored to, it's like we're just there to drive up the price for whoever else is going to actually get that free agent. Because we don't get anybody.
So do you know, based on current payrolls, do you know where we rank?
No, we're not that bad. We're probably in the...
No, we're really bad.
No, it's probably like 17.
We're third.
What?
We're third.
We're third in... Oh, well, okay, I see. Yeah, because... But so many things are off the books. You got to look at the actual projections that people
because we have Ryu there for $20 million. We have Barrios there.
But like those are coming off the books in a year or two.
No. It's like, for the upcoming year. It's,
we have a lot of contracts that aren't off the books yet. But anyway,
we ain't the third best team. All right. Brendan, over to you, my guy.
It was just, guys, I was just trying to find, there it is. $300 million they're going to spend, Rogers, obviously. $300 million they're going to spend on updating the stadium. So, not like they don't have the money. NVIDIA, more on this NVIDIA Microsoft thing. It's AI-based, so they're going to use the AI platform, I guess, for Azure to further develop AI development for Microsoft. So that was the press release for NVIDIA and Softy. Carnival, downside on this, $1 billion in convertible debt being priced aftermarket yesterday. 20% premium over yesterday's close.
So I think the last raise they did was like 2, not 1 billion, and it did. Obviously, you can look at the daily chart. It was like a month or something ago, but they did recover after that. There was a pullback initially. I'm going to play. If it's beneath $10, it's hard not to be looking at the sell side of this. But when you get an offering and the stock decides they want to recover from this, and it's been priced enough. Fair enough. I'll get out of Dodge if it's above $10. I think there's room. The 50 is going to be that obvious line downside at $9. So if we do get a breakdown, I'm kind of feeling like $9 is as far as I'm expecting this one to go, if it does, in fact, even fall any further. And then if it's through $10, there's just a huge run into the upside that it could pull. That's why I don't want to be fighting it too hard. I'm on the offer to try to grab some. I have some mid-80s for the first leg here, and then I want to be short in front of that $10 on CCL. If you're looking at the other names, it's probably a little more likely that they could find a little bit of a bounce, like NCLH, RCL will probably be in play for a few people here. And if you get too big of a move to the downside, I would kind of look over at Norwegian and say, if it follows suit and this were to get down to like $17, then that gets a little bit interesting for a dip buy. Just a stronger name and a stronger looking chart that if it gets too much of a sympathy push down, there's a 17, which looks pretty solid, and there's a 16 level, which I don't think we're getting there. That's like 10% down from here. But if you see that 16, I'd be all over it on NCLH. First look would probably be that 17 if it can hold that open. So I'm looking to fade in front of 10 on CCL. That's kind of like that obvious level. Round numbers are pretty good there. And then NCLH for a little bit of relative strength. And there's a lot of chop around that 17, so if it were to break down below that by like 10, 15 pennies or so, I'll be backing off this till about $16. But yeah, it's a much nicer looking chart here in NCLH even after this offering.
Yeah, never a good sign when you're doing that $1 billion at 5.75. Convertible bonds, that seems a lot right there. But hey, you got to pay the piper if you're going to raise capital right now. So, I mean, it's bouncing. So maybe, I'll just shout out to Daryl. Daryl, is there anything you're looking at on this one? Because I have it on the sticky note here to fade it until 10. Looks like we're getting up there. There is some size right there now. And you can see a lot of printing going on at 78 as ARK is sitting there with 50,000 shares. So a lot of shorts being put on right now. There's a lot of trades going through at 78 right now, and it's been bouncing off that level as well. So right there, this could be a short coming through. I'd rather just wait for 10. It looks like the momentum's to the upside. So, you know, we've gotten involved. I mean, first of all, right now, Amazon is right now through 97. So that stock is continuing to hit the downside. And again, we're already having we had a big morning yesterday. Looks like we're going to do it again here in the pre-market. On a shout out to my man Alan from SneakerCon, who was telling me like, yo, you should trade more in the pre-market. You tend to make money. I don't know if that's true, but it did give me some confidence back in that. All right, so the 200 period's down here at $10. I like that level. I think there's a good potential for it to even break that bottom at 960. So yeah, let's trade this. But my first trade's hopefully going to be a short here around $10. So yep, okay. So Daryl confirms it as well. There, we're looking at the same thing, my guy. 995 there. My guy, that's all. I'm only saying that because of Zane. Remember, we just talked about Zane, and it was in our chat. He's like, does anyone else hate that? That was a couple weeks ago there, and I was like, I said, my man after that.
If you say that in a group chat with a bunch of like your old high school buddies, all they're gonna do is troll you with that comment.
Exactly. That's why
it
was funny.
It's like, what are you doing, man?
So I was just. No, but I was the one that said it, my guy. I said something like that.
You have to keep going with that.
And it was just kept going with it, so that was pretty fun. But there it is. So I like CCL fading it at that $10 mark. Let's see what happens if and when it gets there. We'll check out the imbalance locator when we get back. We still have the chip story to go.
A note on Square first. Looks like they're teaming up with Amex to launch a credit card. So no reaction whatsoever on that, but that just came across. So Square and Amex, AXP. On a team up. Let's go to, the chips. There's a ton of individual news stories in this group today. Just looking at Intel here, down 1% at this point, guys. So there was a patent case that they lost in Texas yesterday. That's going to cost them about $1 billion on a patent infringement case. So Intel down. And then there's these two, NVIDIA, Credit Suisse resuming coverage at Outperform. Same story for AMD, Outperform, 90 PT. 210 on the price target for NVIDIA.
Just one thing about Intel, because Micron, of course, as you mentioned, Brendan, that reducing the DRAM and NAND wafer starts by 20% versus last year's fourth quarter, like that actually brought Intel down. Like Intel was slightly to the upside, holding basically flat or even slightly green in the midst of that lawsuit, I guess, pending. So, look, at the end of the day, or settled, I should say. I'm now at that 30 level. I've been bidding down there. I like the 30. It was a bottom in yesterday's trade. It's been a good level since it broke out. So I will be on the bid in front of Intel at 30. But after that news that we just got from Micron, I'm now also going to shift to shorting in front of 31, any kind of a pop. Not going to play it in the middle. And this is what happened to Micron when Brendan dropped that news. So you see Micron just got absolutely smashed, 10% to the downside from where it was, and has now recovered all the way back to 61. So this kind of comes in a little bit late. Like, didn't know that this news was going to hit when I sat down, so Micron wouldn't have been my favorite first pick, but it is on the radar now. You got a fail break at 63.5. You had this rejection at 63. I want to be on the south side of Micron here today, and I'll be looking at everything from 62 to 63 for a bit of a fade. NVIDIA was definitely on the radar. I don't think we're going to get that chance at the push up into 170 to test those highs. It feels like now 165, 166 is going to be the level on NVIDIA. Just had to adjust all of these after that Micron news came in. And I still like the same area for a bit of support on NVIDIA. That's down at 157. So a bit of a change for me in that I want to get a little bit more active when it comes to Micron in here at that 62 level at the open. Give it up if it breaks 63.5, but it's kind of tipped its hand as to where it might go. If I catch a bid on Intel at 30, well, I'm not giving it too far past that 30 even if I do get long in front of it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Micron the same way there, that I want to short this 63. I mean, it's a pretty easy call right there. Downside move, down 3%. We're going to sit there around 62.80, something like that. Actually, I just put it out at 62.70, so let's see if that can come in. Maybe 62.80 is better. We'll figure that out after. Okay, so we won't. We only have 5 minutes now, basically. All right, so AMD right now. Oh, wow, yeah. Downside pressure here on Advanced Micro. And it's just funny that, and I keep saying the same story that I was talking with Brandon here and saying that, hey, you know, have we gone a little too far too fast? And part of that would be the semis, right? I mean, it's a big move to the upside. We've just touched 80 now a couple times here, 3 days in a row, unable to hold it. Sorry, not 3 days in a row, but hit it yesterday down there. But the 78, 75 area, you know, we've hit that 3 days now. into that. Now we're starting to fade back. So I look for a break, of course. We're already getting below 70. We already are below 75. So that little level right there is 73. Oh man, AMD, this caught me off guard as well. I didn't think we'd be down $3 here on AMD. You could see yesterday we were playing the short, so long yesterday, short. So we had this for one of our better ones there. But where did we stop yesterday? That's 73.50. So if you're gonna, we trade this name. Sorry, that's 2 days ago. Down here, 73.50 looked like it wanted to hold. There's the 73 bottom as well. So yeah, I mean, let's see what happens to this name. I would think this would be a fade, but I'm going to give this a minute. I'm not going to jump into AMD here because I still like the long, but the market don't lie. So the market's to the downside there. We're going to see if we can find some support on AMD. We just did a little bit of work there for you, not a lot, looking back a couple days there. So let's drop this down to a 3 minute just to give a better look at that. And here it is right here. So, into these levels that we sort of supported, that's 73.30. So it's right here, right now. So if you want to take a shot on AMD long, maybe it's 73. I'm not going to do that though to start the day. I'm going to wait to see if it is a bouncing spot. So AMD right now to start the day should be interesting, but I do like the short on Micron. Seems a little safer because we do have that news. So all right, just quickly here, because we said we'd look at the imbalance locator. It is CCL sell side time right now. NASDAQ just came out. Apple with a downside push here because of this. You can see it's just, I'm on a 3 minute now, so let me put this back to a 1. And that crashed the chart there, Neil. So I'm going to have to open up another one.
Just quickly here.
Yep.
I have my black chart up for this because I don't want to switch too fast. I want to talk about PayPal really quickly. Broke that 345. That was going to be my out. I took 11 cents. I think maybe even 12 cents or 11 and a half on slippage there. But it is now headed to the downside. I said if it broke this, I wouldn't touch it until it tested 325. So I'm going to wait it out. I still like the long bounce idea off this name, and I wanted to be in the first consolidation. Second one, I'm anticipating down at 325. We traded PayPal in the afternoon because it broke 90 even, and it was it's hard to see on the 15 minute, but it was a pretty solid trade. It was able to get down there to the low 89s. But if you look at the week, at least the last week going into last Friday, this is 88.80. So 88.80, multi-day floor. It's been 3 sessions in a row, now 4 if you include the pre-market. This has been the bottom on PayPal. I know Square had that news, didn't really move off of this. But if we're headed south side, I like to break down on this as well. Lots of room for it to come back in, fill a gap, 85, 86, 87 on PayPal. So this is literally an idea from the afternoon and then just coming right back over to it for potential breakdown in PayPal. But if it does not break the bottom, I'm not getting into the short on PayPal. And just we talked about Micron and some of these other names. Tesla made an early move to the downside. It did break 192. Barely, it got like 40 or 50 cents lower than that. I'm still waiting for the 195, 196 area for the pop. I'm not taking this breakdown in Tesla. I always let Tesla come to me.
Just looking at the chat here. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to get into first here so I can look at it. Okay. I saw 31 there. That was an NYB. I was like, what? CCL really tanked. But it did not. What? So, no, it didn't do anything. It's still at 75. We're still waiting to get that short. I'm just trying to think about what I'm going to get into first. A quick little look here on DWAC is, of course, is a NASDAQ name. Okay, so it's bouncing. It's low. I'm just checking this out because I feel like we are going to be in this at some point today. What was that low there? 23.50. Okay, nice little bounce back. So there's a flush a little bit on DWAC. Now a little bit of a bounce back. I still think there's an opportunity for this name to get going as well today.
These chips are dying.
We'll look at it. Yeah, AMD is still 73.80, but still.
AMAT just broke big support here at one. Well, not just broke.
I'm a little bit worried.
It broke it 10 minutes ago, and someone said in the chat, have a look at AMAT. But yeah,
that's why I don't want to short right now. I don't know where
you have to be short here. That's the thing. On AMAT, you got to be short at 107. Now that it's down at 105, it's too far. 5% already here in the pre-market. If anything, I'd be asking myself, I just grabbed Lyft, by the way, but I'd be grabbing something. If it does a panic flush into 100, I'd be looking for something like that. Even as I say this, look what happened to Micron. It's back down to 60.5. So that pop, I just moved to 62.5. I might be inclined to take a 62 short. A little bit higher up just to get into one of these names, and that Intel could come in pretty quickly. But yeah, Lyft did break down that 1285, so I did grab some 80s as that one continues to the downside. I mentioned that it was relatively weak. The other side of that coin is Uber, which is still a New York stock, last I checked. There we go. Uber was relatively strong, so if there was any strength in the market, I was looking 32 break in Uber. So if you're looking at this name, resistance at 32, be nice if it could hold the bid here and still be in play for a breakout, because Uber, one of the stronger names this week. I would have loved for an opportunity to take a long there, but the market's telling you otherwise.
Yeah, so right now I'm doing kind of the same thing right now.
Target broke 152.
Yeah, exactly. And just looking here, look at Amazon. Amazon, nice little move to the downside as well. We are now $1 in the money on Amazon here into the open. So this name just continues to crack lower. This is another name. Hit the siren alert, man. It's the number one thing here on our sticky note. Short Amazon 98. We have it. It's $1 in the money right now. Amazon continues to flush. I am bidding 96.50. So I feel like we'll get that off the open to ring the register on about $1.30, and then we'll see if we go lower than that. I'm also waiting for Microsoft to break lower, but Microsoft's on a nice move up, so I'm actually going to cancel that. It looks like that NVIDIA deal. I don't know. Microsoft's bucking the trend right now to the upside right now, pretty heavily. Microsoft, look at this, man. Microsoft's up 0.5% right now, which does not make any sense considering Apple and the whatnot are. Well, Apple's doing okay too, but Apple's still down. All right, here we go, man.
Time.
Apple at 150. It's go time. Let's go. With only 10 seconds left, we've got Justin, it looks like.
J-Man
yes,
on the bell.
On the bell with a sharp little sweater there. So we're getting ready to ring it right now at 3, 2, 1.
A healthy ring. And
Yes, sir.
Life comes at you fast, and Intel 30 comes at you even faster. That's my favorite line. Like, are you kidding
That's your
me?
favorite line?
No, it's not my favorite
Intel
line at all.
comes fast.
No, it's ridiculous. So like, I came this morning and I sat down and I'm like, yeah, Intel 30 is an outside shot you get down there. And then at 9:30, I'm getting filled in front of it. I did get some out immediately of lift. So that one's going down. That's great. But Intel testing that 30 pretty much right away. And I should have just shorted Micron wherever the heck it was. I did not do so. And Micron is now down at $60 even. I feel like that's just, you know, these names are getting absolutely beaten up. I know. I'll probably look back at AMAT and said I should have just done that too. Still at 980 on CCL, so that's not really high enough to start entering that one. Okay, Intel's trying to level off a little bit here, so I can get away from that. I'm not going to get the short in front of 31, obviously. But Lyft definitely giving you that opportunity off the open, and that's LYFT, last I checked.
Good one.
So it is heading to the downside, but it bounced off of 1250 just now, or 1260, I should say, and I was able to get some out in front of that. I want to be reloading this in front of 13 even. We'll take every shot we can to the south side of this name. Tesla, kind of not really doing anything at this point, and I said Target, like at the last second there, Target had broken 150. It's right back at 150, so it's got a bit of a wick bottom on it here. So I'm not going to short this level unless we get solidly beneath this. If we can claim 150, the long could come in. But if we start really breaking down and holding below, then I want to get into that short side of the trade. No CCL just yet.
Yeah, okay, so we are short Microsoft and Amazon. So right now, so far so good on most of these, on both of these positions. We'll take a little piece out here at 242 if we can get that for softy. So right there, we just put on a new trade, so we'll go like that for that short at 242.40. Our trade here is working. I mean, who knows where this market's going to go? It's downside right now, so we'll try to hold on to some of these shorts. Look what the hell's happening to Amazon right now. We talked about it going down to 96, so let's just take that bid. Yes, sir, bang. We're happy about it today. The sticky note is in the building with a nice little short on that one. All right, Microsoft, Shopify, new trade alert as well, that we have this one on board. We're going to give this one a little bit of room. Shopify, new trade as well. Microsoft and Shopify, both on board right now.
Yeah, I just got one leg out there on Intel. It just got to 30.20. If it gets to 25, I'm taking another one. But I wanted to catch a bit of NCLH, and I barely missed. CCL got to like 82 or something like that,
did it?
And I barely missed it. I was sitting at 85. NCLH, obviously the entire space is going to be under pressure, but I liked it in front of that 17. Oh, give me a break. Now you're not going to load. NCLH. You type it too fast and hit enter, you know what happens. So we just bounced off 17 even, pretty much exactly off 17 even. I got 11s here because I was out in front of it. If this can hold, I like this back to the quarters and then maybe a little bit higher than that. BABA just came in. Silvergate also just came in. That came to the upside, so I'm glad it didn't hit the bottom and was patient with that one. Brendo?
Another FDA review panel halt for you this morning. ARDX, guys, just halted because of this. The FDA Advisory Committee, going to discuss one of their drugs today. So anyone looking at this, ARDX just halted there at the open on this. Remember last week, Veru, VERU, was halted all day for the same reason. So we'll keep an eye on ARDX.
Yeah, and it's That's sort of the thing. That's the key part. Was halted all day when it was Veru, so you don't have an idea when it's going to reopen. Like I said, I got Alibaba very quickly. Didn't really have time to go over it too fast when Brendan had the news there. But yesterday's close, this is at 79.30. That was your resistance. That's where I'm long in front of. If it can't hold 30, I want to be out of Alibaba. I know some people were just talking about NEO going to the downside. That wasn't the one I was looking at. I decided Baba was the one I liked on a dip, and it was going to beat yesterday's close. I've already taken some out in front of 80. That was resistance yesterday's trade. I got Silvergate. That was one we talked about. I want to short it to 30s. I would have taken it if it broke down at this 27 bottom, but it didn't. It's heading to the upside, so I want to fade this at the 30 level. This is one of those, when this is a short, I want to be all over it, but the longs are starting to pay off. NCLH just came up. Baba's starting to come up there. I'm being very patient with you, Tesla. 195, 196. That's my area, and I'm going to wait for it to get up there. Not going to force anything on those shorts.
Wow. I mean, Microsoft, we took a little bit of profit, but it was fine. It's basically a net flat trade, but that just started to go up to the upside there. We actually wind up punching out at 15s. Like, that's how excitable it got there to the upside on that 243 break. So Microsoft's actually bucking the trend going long today. So we was not thinking that. We were thinking short through 240. So let's stop. We're positive today. It's been a big trade there. Shopify, again, in and out of the way again, another flat trade. So like we said, man, we're trying to make the right calls here, but at the same time, leave a little bit of meat on the bone so we can, find some levels here so I don't get too afraid about having bad positions early. So let's just keep on looking right now as I'm doing it. Google, maybe another name. We're always looking at that. We'll have to go back over to CCL as well, see what that's doing. Google bouncing around 98.
There goes PayPal.
There goes PayPal downside, or?
Yeah, PayPal broke that shelf from yesterday, so arrows to the downside for PayPal. Got the break. It just got to 88.50. So instantly it gives you, it's not an 89 break. It was 88.90. So we got 85 short in front of that 88.90. Already goes to 50. Bounces one time. I'm looking 88, then I'm looking 87, maybe even lower than that on said PayPal. Unfortunately, Alibaba and it's probably a good thing too, because the way I got that fill initially, when you get a dip buy and it's that violent, sometimes you do want to be out of it. I scalped some to 80, and then it broke down. You know what? It wicked me out. So this wick, it looks like it didn't happen, because if I get filled there on a 30 stop, that means it's a wick bottom, and I basically got break even. But the momentum's telling me I would have been out anyways. So basically, I just got very, very fortunate on that name. So PayPal headed down. Lyft is bouncing a little bit here. So I'm looking for that reload, but it's got to be a little closer, tighter to 1280, 1285. I'm not going to chase it too far to the downside. I do have exposure on those shorts. Intel had a temp bounce there. It got up to 20s. Now it's retesting that 30 level. This is it. Either holds it or it doesn't at this particular point. The bounce play might have come and gone. And here's Micron for you. I guess you could have just shorted that more or less anywhere. Now if it goes to 62.5, that's a much different story than if it did it at the open.
What is Micron? Oh, yeah, still all the way down to $60. I don't have to worry about that. We did take a Google short at 98. It did go down about 15 pennies or so for us. Went to 86 there, now making a move back to the upside. So again, Google seems to be a little bit stronger. I do want to hold this until we get to 98.50 or so. So we will be averaging into this trade in case it does go sour for us a little bit here. Just trying to find different names to trade. It looks like NEO is at that 11 mark. That was the level that we looked at right now coming into play. So NIO near that 11 mark now could be something to look at. Just made the move down. It just actually touched 11. And now it's making a move back upside. So again, this is what sort of NEO does, right? In the morning, it makes these little runs and then bounces and so on and so forth. So we have to stick with, sort of what we're thinking. A break of 11. So that only went to 1090. Wondering if that's going to be something again. Okay, sorry, I got to go over to Google now because now we have a serious position on this one. We've averaged into this now at 22. So let's see what happens here with Google.
Just got second leg here, and we'll go arrows up for NCLH, right? CCL, obviously with the debt offering, but relative strength and a better looking chart on NCLH for the longs. It's back up to 1740. If it can clear this area here, which is the, the pre-market lows, higher low, I guess, at 1755, this could really be off to the races. So I want to give it some room to work. PayPal, giving it room to work means more downside. It just took out a fresh low. I'm looking in front of that 88 even for the next leg out. Going to slap a bid down there now. Silvergate, I'm not averaging into it yet. I want a little closer to 30. This stock, this can move dollars at a time. For a $30 stock, it's not really a scalping 50 cents here, 60 cents there, or whatever it is. This is one that you're looking for bigger moves. Brendo.
Just watching Meta and Snap here, guys. Headline here from the information. On TikTok, as Meta and Twitter laying off thousands over the past couple of weeks, yeah, TikTok plans to double their staff going forward. So there was a downtick there for Meta on that.
I forgot to mention this one. You guys remember $12 in Snapchat yesterday? Well, the market started coming down, so I neglected to mention I did like a 12 break in Snap yesterday, and I was favoring it again today. If the market gets stronger, I'll probably put it in there, but we are headed to the south side. So I'm going to pretty much ignore that one, at least for the time being. Have enough positions on, enough to work with that I think we got it good. But here's one that we should have. Peloton immediately fades off that 12 level. It just didn't give you a pop to get in. This is kind of like Micron. It just didn't give you that chance to get on any kind of a pop. PayPal still bouncing. Intel actually bouncing again off that 30 level. So I got another leg out at 20s. It can't seem to get too much past this quarters, and sometimes Intel does that, quarters and 50s. So it does bounce off that 30 area. Can't seem to get too far past that 30, 25. We are taking those out. And then remember Target. Yesterday it was Walmart.
Target.
Today it was Target. If it holds 150, you got to go long. I did try to get the break back above 150. I don't think I was aggressive enough when it reclaimed the level. It's now back up at 152. I don't know. It has to come back in and give me the long off the bottom. I'm not chasing a long and a stock down 15%. That was your opportunity when it reclaimed that 150. But that's the opportunity cost of trading multiple things, right? I had to leave that to a stop order to get me in, and it didn't get me in.
Yeah, so I just got taken out of Google, but it might have been the high print there for me. So we're back into it right now, but we did get stopped out at 50. We should have waited till 65. It did make a nice little move to the upside there. I'm wondering if this name's a little stronger, so we'll try it. We'll try more. Actually, got to cancel my Microsoft trade here. And again, we're not, I don't want to get like, where you're looking one way only, tunnel vision on one name here. So I don't want to be stuck, good one. I don't want to be stuck on Google here forever. So we'll wait, and I'm just going to give it to that 98.70 high. If it takes that out, then we're going to be gone, and we're not going to keep digging into this name. So we'll hold that, maybe a short coming in. Let's wait to see what another name that we haven't really looked at yet today, Rivian. We talked about that earlier. Again, it is making a move downside, maybe a 34.50 if we do come back in on that. There goes NIO right now, breaking 11 to the downside. So I assume Alibaba probably following with that name right now. AMC downside as well.
DWAC fell.
We haven't looked at DWAC. That was my next question. What do you got on that one?
It popped to 24.70 and then flushed back to the low. So, I mean, that's kind of close enough to 25, but like you said, there's an opportunity cost to getting into multiple names. Something has to get deprioritized, and when it wasn't that active in the pre-market, that's what happened into DWAC for me. I just went to the list and went to the names that I kind of liked a little bit better. PayPal did hit 88, so we'll ring the register. That one continues to flush to the downside, as it doesn't seem like there's a bottom in sight for it. I know there was a positive news on Square. This was a simple technical breakdown that I like. Block also falling to the downside. So there goes Block. I'm going to get another leg out on Lyft. I wasn't able to get a reload because I was trying to be patient with Lyft. But if it can't take 12.50 now, then I'm going to get it some out in front of that 12.50 level. Even if it bounces a bit, just make sure I pay off. It could head to 12 even. If there's the only thing that's not working right now, and I got to be patient with it. I've been down this road before with Silvergate. Silvergate now almost positive, but there it goes. It actually just made a bit of a check up there. Right, so it got to 29.20, still below that 30 level, so I'm going to try and get some short around that 29 to add back into this. So to be really patient. The last time I traded Silvergate, this is exactly what it did to the short side. It held the range for a bit, and if the market kept flushing, and crypto was relatively weak, eventually it gave you the monster move. So got to give it some more room here, be patient with my entry points on Silvergate. But PayPal working nicely, Lyft now working really nicely. The longs, Intel, still above 30, so that one's okay for now. If it breaks 30, this could get ugly. I've been unable to get anything better than 25s on this bounce play. So yes, it's working, but it's not like the home runs are to the long side.
Just editing this script order. We do have, just gonna make sure I have the right amount of shares. So good, man. We were able to bang it out there on Google, man. Google just went right back out. We got a couple fills down there at 13s. So the reload on that short, we did get stopped out. So we're negative on Google for now. But there's a couple reloads back down there, and it did keep on going. And we were able to get some 13s. We were able to get some 20s a couple times. And then again, a 35, which you saw me take, which it's at right now. So that's a level of concern a little bit for me. Checking out, and that's the 50 level, of course. Checking out Micron. This is going to be a name that we're going to want to get into the short here. Coinbase maybe as well. What's that doing right now? Got to watch out for crypto. Coinbase is making a move to the downside pretty aggressively right now for coin. So that could be something to look at as well. What's up, Brando?
Look at Walmart here, guys. Mentioned there was a number of analyst moves in the retail space this morning. Here's a few for WMT. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all on the positive side for Walmart. Remember the big one yesterday to the upside, testing that high right now for Walmart.
Of course you are, Walmart. Walmart's just doing it all. Like
Damn you, Walmart.
It's been the relative strength one. I know I've missed out on it, but like I said, prioritize. Lyft just broke down again, so it broke 1250. You're now down into, it's Monday support levels, right? So the bottom at 1230. Any further, and we're getting down into that $12 range where I think we could definitely head. So this one's going to be a solid short, but at some point I want to get out of it. Down 5% already into a flat market. Right, so relatively weak is the name of the game here. NCLH continues to hold up, and just wanted to get back over to Tesla quickly. Tesla is now at 190, so it also continues to glide to the south side. Gonna have missed the train possibly if this one just sells all day long.
Like Clyde, the Glide, Drexler. Right there.
Dream Team.
Yeah, we've had discussions about that. Redeem versus Dream. I still have not seen.
Dream Team.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty easy. I still have not seen that Netflix special, so maybe we'll have a look at that one. Okay, so it's funny because now they look at where Shopify is, we'd be huge in the money on this name, but we're not because we got out of it when it broke the 200 period right there at 39.50. So I'm kind of back into that for that again. We're in a little bit too early here as I got excited breaking the bottom. Just thought this market wanted to keep on going. You know, 1%'s not that big of a move. We can get a lot more than that today. So that's kind of what I'm looking for right now in this space. So let's see if Shopify does come in. I want to really average back into this name at around this 39.30, 39.20 area there. Weak name. It can go. So don't think that you'd have to be in this name forever. And the liquidity is not great on this. You can see like we are just at 97 and then all of a sudden you're at 07. So this is a name that, you can get pretty violent moves on. So we are going to average that back in at 39.20 right here. It's fine. That's just what we're going to do. See if, look at the market pop right now. So yeah, big movement to the upside right now. It's not popping that hard, but it is popping off the bottom 11.8. So yeah, definitely watch out for some of those shorts. We're still trying to get more short into Google right now as well. And our Amazon is bouncing back up now. So Amazon just did bounce off 96 flat. That was our best out. We're almost out of, well, we still have 20% of this name, and we just bounced off the 50 period again. So let's watch out for Amazon. But right now, Shopify sort of got my mind going here.
Well, I'll tell you what's not bouncing. The chips aren't bouncing. Micron is still holding down around 60 bucks. And I know that, I knew that was going to be true because I just got a reload, better price in front of that 30 level. So I'm at 5s now. But if this doesn't go here a little bit better than last time, then this is probably breaking 30 and it's going to get ugly for Intel. So that's the last reload. As a matter of fact, I didn't even take as many as I had the first time, just because this thing it's probably going to go. I'm looking at a couple of names in here. Micron was one of them. NVIDIA, the entire chip group just looking weak. This is NVIDIA down at 160, and look at the flush that could happen if it gets through this. So at some point, I just got to bite the bullet, and it's really Micron that I wanted to the downside.
Is everything good here, by the way?
What's that?
Is everything good here, Brendo? Like the market?
The market is.
I don't know if you're noticing this.
It's kind of rangeable, but the chips are stupid weak right now. Okay. Like I was about to pull up AMAT for you, and that was. And shout out to whoever brought up AMAT. That did hit 104, broke that 105 briefly. It's holding the bottom of the channel, just not participating in the bounce to the upside. I'm actually looking at this move and saying to myself, why am I not just taking out? Why am I not getting out of this NCLH? It doesn't seem to want to break this 50 level. It's kind of checking up here. It was the right bounce level. This market feels weak. I'm going to slap a trail on it instead. If this can't hold 1730, I'm just going to get out. These longs don't seem like they want to hold Intel. I gave it a couple of shekels. Now it's really testing that 95. So I might have to get out of Dodge on Intel. As a matter of fact, I just got out of it, but I'm going to slap a trail on the one long that I got left, and that's NCLH, Brendo.
Note right now, guys, Bank of England Governor Bailey making some comments. Remember, we got that inflation data this morning from the UK and a few countries in Europe that was not great. So Bank of England Governor making some comments right now that are a little bit hawkish, so a heads up there. Also saw this one, NCLH. There was a volume spike there back to 1750, down anyways on the CCL note, but some buying coming into Norwegian.
Well, it's good there's buying coming in somewhere right there. Let's go bang on that. Yeah, you're already in Norwegian as well. We'll slap a fail on the market. We'll see how long it lasts, yeah. Look at Google, man. We're almost out of this one. This name fell. That's why I was like, Brendo, market. Like, this name is falling to the downside right there. Nice capture on that one. We'll go like that for the trade there. Shopify, again, man. More money in on Shopify right now. I guess I had a short. I didn't mean to take that short right there, so my average price is going to look a little bit worse, but hey, we do have it. We were taking the short there on the break lower. We already had it, so I should have canceled that trade, but that's okay. Let's just get some pieces out here. 70, 71, downside for Shopify. It's a positive name for us here, or a positive day for me today, despite messing up early on Softy. Like we said, look where Softy is right now, and Google as well, taken out early, but right back in it late. So some nice moves to the downside right now. We're net positive, of course, on Shopify. I'm just trying to get some of these out now as we start to fall down in. I was waiting for a bump up in some of these names. Here we go. Downside, man. Just hold. Hold what you can, man. Shut them down. Open up shop because we are dropping down. There's that 11,800. Did not hold. Downside pressure coming in the market. We didn't talk about DWAC yet there, Neil. Let's have a quick look at it. 23.50. So not the movement I think that both of us thought today. I thought we'd be sub 20 or greater than 30, to be honest with you. And so I kind of feel like we're kind of in the middle now, although that's hard to say, down 7%. But DWAC right now doing its own damn thing. And right there now as well, Shopify downside more. And when I hear that and we're short, I think about putting out some bids. So let's capture some more bids here on Shopify.
Yeah, a couple of things here. One, I got trailed out of NCLH, by the way, so you're not going to see any longs on the board anymore for me. It was Intel trying to hold up. It gave a bit of a bounce. NCLH gave a nice one, but we're out of Dodge on that. ICU. Texas Instruments is not like they had a good earnings report and they broke 80 and have just continued to flush to the downside. So the story is going to be not being able to find an entry into some of those chip shorts. I'll kick myself over it. So I just kind of want to hold on to what we do have at this particular point. I mentioned Peloton a bit earlier as a level, as a breakdown off of the 12. There we go. And again, just another name just sliding down. I do want to take some short pops here, but I'm not chasing these moves. If you got something that makes sense, you can hang on to it and try to get a little bit more out of it. But chasing these to the downside doesn't make any sense right now. I see someone in the chat there, MFM, saying that AMAT has a bit of relative strength.
Does it though?
I mean, it's got a higher low on it right now. So it's more like I want to monitor that. The market's really flushing here. It's a hold your short moment, and if something still sets up, go to it. Nothing's still setting up at these prices. Maybe Intel if it pops back to 30 even. But yeah, if the market does catch a bid, it is worth mentioning wipeout bottom on AMAT now back above 105. That could be something. It definitely could be something, but I'm not at the point where I want to go long anything in the chip space yet.
I don't really want to go long anything, I don't think, yet. I mean,
there's always something. Walmart's strong today.
Is it strong today? Let's have a quick look.
It's pulling back, but I'm not chasing these highs. It almost broke 150. I could see like 147, something along those lines. That's pretty strong.
Just do we want to? Yeah, it's about just going long. That's all. Do you actually want to go long into this space? So I mean, Google right now was already destroyed. We did really well on that one, and then we're also looking right now at Shopify. So we have Shopify. Like, look at the kind of trades we have on. We're at $2 in the money on Amazon. We're 58 cents in the money on Google. We're 20 cents in the money on Shopify. We've already gotten most of this out down here at 60. So far so good here today, but we do need to get some more. What else you guys want to talk about? Microsoft trying to hold the 200. Yeah, look, I mean, Microsoft was a name that I was, you know what? Now that we're at that level, we're actually at the 200. Good call on that one. Right there, that is a good long on Microsoft, actually. I'm gonna try to go long Microsoft. Microsoft's been holding that level. Let's see if we can get it. Now it's a nice little rip up. That's a much better price down there at 241.75. Damn it, missed that. Good call on that one, guys. Whoever that was in the chat, thank you so much for putting that in there. That's a good little look there. Microsoft, what's up, Keith Boone? Good little look on that one. Large buys on Intel, Amazon, and Apple, says Darwin. Maybe we are turning around. Let's get another piece out here on Shopify. So we'll take it out on 80 there, and let's get another piece out on Google. I do feel like we've already taken good advantage of this dip down. So there we are. Now we're almost out of everything right now. Shopify just went back to flat, actually, all the way back to the upside. Shopify looks like it wants to go long, not short here. So Shopify, let me just get out. I'll put a bid at 92. If we get out of everything, we get out of everything there at 92, and then we'll just move off of it. There we go. Now we're out. Okay, good. So that was good, man. We're up on Shopify today. That was a good idea. We missed that Microsoft long. Let's just cancel some of these orders and look to get into something else. Micron, AMD, definitely targets of mine as target at 152.
I was about to say. Yeah, I mean, Target looks like it's pulling back in here. It didn't quite get to 158, so that would have been the line I was looking for shorts. It's still in the middle of the range. 150, 158 are the two levels I like. I'm much more likely to play Walmart here as that comes back in. The market wants to dip. Give me something strong. I'd much rather do that. You saw the bounce plays. They were okay, but they didn't really give you what you wanted out of either Intel or even NCLA. So I want to be on this bid in front of 140. In fact, I am. CCL, which I don't think we even traded, I'll go ahead and cancel my 985s. That's continuing to slide into the downside. So not much of a bounce in CCL. It could take out a 960 for a bottom break. That's in play, but I'd much rather be shorting any kind of a pop that you're able to get. There's another one out there, and thank you guys for saying in the chat, it's not just Walmart that's strong. Lowe's also had a good report. They are up 5%. So there is strength out there in the market. Lowe's, again, chasing highs. I'd rather buy dips. And when I came in, sat down, I said, well, I kind of prefer this thing at about 213. Getting 213 is going to be problematic. You had to break that at the open. I had the names I liked at the open. I wasn't really wavering from them. I'm glad I did. But this would have been a missed opportunity. Definitely a strong name. I'd rather buy dips in this and Walmart than chase the tops in this market. Brendo?
Just seeing a note on Paramount here, guys. CEO saying there's still room to increase prices. So down anyways with the market, but PARA trying to bounce on that.
I think it's, yesterday there was just the wolves were circling around.
Yeah,
Neil was talking about that. It was Paramount. Yesterday, Netflix, things like that, looking to buy out some of those dudes over there. Okay, that wick didn't happen, so I'm just going to look at this, 96.65. We did average into our friend Amazon here, so we are short. I mean, if it's going to go above this 70, then we are out of this name. So I'm just getting my order set up. It looks like it might want to do that ASAP. So we are getting set up now. We don't have a whole bunch of shares yet, but we do want to get a few more, so we're going to do that right here. Average into this trade if we can. We'll take a 52 there. My out is pretty clear. We just talked about that at 70. So this is, I have a good price. So even if we wind up losing here, I think it's fine for me to do that. Now there, oh wow. Okay, there we go. Amazon, just a big move to the upside right there. Just absolutely took us out. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that last one. We're still positive on Amazon, but right there, took a short, just got run over there a little bit. What was that all about? I'm going to go short again. Damn it, we just missed that reload. We'll pay the piper there. That seems like that was a super aggressive move up to 96.80 right there. No idea where that one came from. We just got run a little bit there on Amazon. That market should not have done that. Damn it, that sucks. We just got ran on Amazon right there, 96.70, as it drops right back into the 50s. Darn you, Amazon. You got me there. We'll put a bit, look at that. Look where it, look at you. Go to hell, honestly. And back right there for Amazon. Got run there. Back to the downside.
Market's on the lows.
That's what I mean. It just, the stock got run. I'm completely fine being back in this name short, but you just cost us a little bit of money there, AMZN. So Jeff Bezos, man, that guy I think is on like HGH or something. Have you seen that guy lately?
He's been jacked for a while.
Yeah, but
and he's giving away mad kinds of cash too.
Dude gets divorced. The next thing you know, this guy's looking like Dwayne Johnson over there.
That's what you do.
From one rock to another. What's up, Brenda?
Careful, guys, with the overall market here. A whole bunch of Fed representatives going to be making comments. Fed's Williams just with a prepared speech there that was released. So the market moving around. Anyways, here's another one. InMed starting study on cannabinoids and a nerve disease. So INM on the NASDAQ. I thought there was a D there, but it's not. INM, big move up here today on that news, 55%.
So first thing first, I did finally take the first leg out of SI. The next one will be at that low of the day, 28, then 27. And then I'm kind of sitting at, if it breaks a low, I'm kind of looking for 25. I'm just going to have a bid down there so I'm locked and loaded and ready to go. But patience with this, because this is exactly what it did after the earnings play. Like, it kind of tested to the upside and you had to wait around for that opening range, and then it started falling. So now it's starting to come down. I said I was looking for some short opportunities. Well, I was looking for dip buys as well, but I'd take a shot at Intel if it gets back to 30. So I got 95s in here, probably 2 swings at this, 1 to 05, and then if it comes back up to 25s, that'll be fair enough. But I still believe in the shorts. I do have to respect the fact that PayPal put a bit of a bid in at 87. So once it broke 88, I was thinking 86 to 87. It's bounced 87. I want to get out in this range. If it can't hold this channel, I've got other names to the short side, which I think are continuing to work, but this one might have exhausted itself a little bit, and this 87.50 could be a good place to exit Dodge. If we do get more of a bid, it's still Walmart that I like. Checking back in on it, this is kind of a false wick to the downside. It looks like it's holding yesterday's tops or afternoon highs. That's 149. Might have to get a little more aggressive with this off the 149 level if I want to get this long. I can always just get out if 49 breaks. You can always have a tighter stop if you have to buy higher.
Yeah, we got into a new position as well right now, and that was this name right here, Microsoft. Good position for me. We just took a couple more outs. We got long at 242. So like we were just saying before, sometimes you got to sort of be patient with these trades, wait for the right levels to come through for you and hit them. So that's what we did right there with Microsoft, sorry. We waited for that 242. We got it. Now Amazon, I keep saying Microsoft and Amazon, but we are short in Amazon as well, long in Microsoft. So kind of the other way around there on that trade. Let's wait to see if Amazon continues to fall down. That looks like it's going to be a good one. Microsoft, now Microsoft's really starting to go. So let's see about a 280 print there, 242.80. Yes, there it is, 80 cents right there on Microsoft to the upside. So yeah, things are going well right now. We're trying to get some more out of Amazon. We're short at 63 on Amazon. Long, look at these trades we have on right now. We're trying to diamond hands a little bit of these. Good movement right now on most of these names that we have. We're back in this game, baby. Microsoft's 80 cents in the money. Google, we just went short on that. So we got to watch out for that one. And then Amazon working as well. So yeah, I got to address said positions right now. So let's go over to the big screen what's happening now. And Brendan.
Hey guys, just getting a September business inventories number, a bit of a minor number, but it can move the market if it's one way or the other in a big way. 0.4 here versus 0.5. Again, if we could, there we go. 0.4 versus 0.5 for September business inventories on the month-over-month number there for the U.S. Happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and more. Check them out today. Go to Chart Prime, guys. Check out that code as well. Bottom of the screen right now. Use TLive on checkout, and you can save yourself 20% off. Here's a look at the board to get into the first hour of the day. Anyways, we're trying to hold here 0.5% for the S&P downside. Look at the Dow, already positive, so heading in the right direction. Small caps notably weak. NASDAQ notably weak as well. It's been one of those days. If you joined us in the pre-market, we were talking about a few interesting movers. Target was one of those off that holiday forecast. That was not good. Peloton, yeah, moving into Amazon UK, Germany to come as well. And there was an interesting note on Apple this morning. They're going to move some of their chip supply to a plant in Arizona to kind of offset what's happening overseas, I guess. That's coming up in the next few years, guys.
Yeah, I said I would get out in this little bit of a channel here off the low on PayPal, so I went ahead and did it. We'll do this one. We'll go congratulations. Look, if you got the bottom, fair enough. It did bounce off 87 pretty clean, but at some point, going to get out of Dodge on this. It was just a clean breakdown trade. That's what I liked about it. I jumped into Intel. Obviously, I haven't gotten a single share out just yet. It's now fading off of that 30, so low of the day, obviously 85s here, actually 86. I'll get some out in front of that. And if you continue to make fresh lows, look, I mean, 29.50 is going to stand, 29.75, 29.50 are going to stand out there. I said I'd jump into some Walmart and then stepped up a little bit. And then, of course, if you wait for 148, maybe I would have got that 148. This bottom is about 148.80. So instead, I'd rather just go tighter stop and get in above VWAP, and then if it hits 148, go for it. So if I'm going to take something long, I want it to be a relatively strong name. Walmart definitely has done that, but still hanging on to Silvergate, added into Intel, or actually got into Intel, I should say. I wasn't short in the first place, and then still holding on to Lyft, which is showing some signs of weakness still. Uber was the other name showing some signs of strength in the afternoon. This one is bouncing off of 30 even. So there could be an interesting bid down here at 30 on. I still, if I go long one of these two, it's going to be Uber, not Lyft. And I'm looking for that potentially at that 30 level. Let's see what happens when it gets down there, if it gets down there.
All right. Yeah, meanwhile, when you guys were gone there, we did have some nice little trades happening off there. 242.80 for Microsoft. That was a good one. Look what happened to Amazon as well. For some reason, this name flushed. So just like we got ran there, went kind of the other way. We actually got a 17 bid. We're short Amazon at 63. So sometimes you just got to sit out there. I mean, that's why you got to watch these stocks, right? So you're going to see how they're acting, what they're doing, and try to trade accordingly. So as Amazon made the move down, Microsoft was making the move up, which, you know, you got to be active on that. So we're going to wait to see what happens now for Amazon. So that's going to be a good little play there. Let's see if it fades out again. The NASDAQ is still below 11,800. So for me, I'm preferred on the shorts right now as opposed to anything else. So we're still in Google. That one went to the 40s as well. Right there. Remember, we got out. Like, we got in. I was like, oh my God, we got to get out because we were like panicking there, but we didn't. We got out of some, and then we got out some more at 40. Watch out for a high take on a lot of these names. I still feel like I need to do something in the chip space. I know Neil's looking at a lot of different names, but Micron right now bouncing off 61. That probably should have been taken as a short, but not there. Down 4% right now on Micron. As there comes, first of all, Microsoft just came right back in, and we just hit the reload on that one. So let's see. I don't know why we hit fail on that, but let's see if it goes back to the upside. We'll offer some 20s right now. We're long back again. Microsoft 242 flat. So there it is right there. We just got a 25. Hit the siren again. Another 20-cent win for us there on Microsoft. Trading's easy. And if you think that, then you're in the wrong business. There it is. A nice little move upside for Microsoft. We're still going to try to wait out for a lower bottom here to get longer. These aren't like huge positions, but that's why we're trying to hold them for 50, 60 cents, right, on the upside for softy. So good trading there. We're almost out of Google. If Google takes out this high, we're going to be gone. So that's out soon. And then Amazon, I don't know, man. I don't know what this stock wants to do. Let's just bid another 50 there. See if we can get a rebate, get out of that one. There it is. So we'll take another shot there on Amazon. Pardon me hitting the same things every time. We're still waiting to get some more graphics, so that's not working out the way we had hoped it would on speed time of that. But right now, okay, nice still. Just these three names. We got to look for some more. I don't know if you're in Alibaba or not. Apple's down 1.5 against the market right now. That could be an interesting short as well.
Yeah, the only thing I added to was Intel, but it was a good question. Someone asked me where the stock was on the breakdown of Peloton. It was at 89.25. When I take a bottom break at the open, I never want to get trapped shorting the bottom in the first 5 minutes. I would rather get stopped out here tight and take a reasonable trade. And then if it goes up to 90, like you test pre-market highs, that can be a second trade with a separate set of risk. Instead of just short, get stopped out tight. And now it's going to continue to go to the downside. I did prefer holding on to Silvergate for more downside. I think it's a somewhat related play. So that's the one I elected to hold on to for a little bit more. I was able to get into Intel only, but I did take a long in Walmart. So, you know, it's like, what's not working today? I did the dip buy in Walmart, gave it a tight stop. It looks like it wants to try to hold VWAP, but I need the market to maybe participate before these longs are going to be making more sense. So from Intel to Micron, this started everything. Micron is now bounced off 60 a couple of times here, so this could be catching a bit. I have to watch this closely. If this holds $60, that short in Intel is probably going to break out at 30 even. So big level here forming on Micron. And whoever shouted at AMAT, great look. Because AMAT is relatively strong. It is definitely holding out a lot better than some of the other chip names. My guess is Lam might be doing relatively well off of some of those lows. If there's a bid to be had, maybe it has to be an AMAT at some point. Brendan?
One from the industrials group keeps popping up here. ESAB Corporation, worth a note. It's about $2 billion market cap. They had a $6 million secondary that was announced this morning, and it's doing this. So 11% straight to the upside. Just took out another dollar. It's gone from 43 to 46 now for ESAB.
All right, I'm just waiting here. I don't know what, let me see, how many shares of Microsoft do we have? Okay, I'm gonna get a little bit more. Oh, first of all, we gave you Apple, by the way. I hope you guys had that. We just talked about going short on Apple. We're now 50 cents in the damn money for this trade right now. Let's go. What is happening with Apple right now? Just absolutely collapsing down right here. Bang, we just put that trade on for you, Apple. Short 148, we just talked about that. Now there it is right to the downside right here. Goes Apple, we just saw it break through 148. We talked about it having relative weakness. There it is, Apple to the downside. So here we go. We shorted it not once, twice. So nice little outside move here for Apple against the market. 1.79 downside, 1.18 right there. Apple now 70 cents in the money. Over 3 minutes ago, we took the short. So this is, or at 3 minutes ago, this is a nice move to the downside for Apple. Let's just continue to crack that lower. We're also 50 cents in the money on Amazon right now as well, off some shorts. So far so good on some of these shorts. But Apple right now underperforming. Let's get some more out here at 147.
Yeah, right now, relative strength obviously in a little bit of Google. That's another name you can watch for the long side, but just got low of the day on Intel. Finally into the short side of that trade because you had to. The chips are absolutely dying here. And Micron as well. Remember, we were just talking about it holding out at that 60 level? Well, you know what? 60 didn't hold. It wick bottom. When it broke that wick, I'm now short Micron for the first time today. Hopefully it will not be the last if it continues to trend. That bottom in the pre-market on news was 58.50. So 59, 59 and a half, 58.50, those are the three outs that I'm looking for on Micron. Brendo.
Just a heads up once again, it looks like Fed's Mary Daly on CNBC right now talking about the market, guys.
That's what these spikes are, right? So, I mean, that's why it's like find a good level, just sort of get into the trade, set your risk to reward, because we've been spiking back and forth several times of some comments here or there. So just find your good levels. Look, if we had gotten 62s on Micron, great, but you got to trade what's in front of you. So 59.5. I'll stop a bit at 59 when it gets down to that price. Intel, like I said, breaking the low of the day, but it almost doesn't matter. Like if something was weak, it's still weak. It's kind of what I'm seeing here. But like Tesla, I'm going to cancel my 195. I mean, I'm not getting 195 today. So I can go away from that trade. It's probably not going to happen for me. But you just got to go back to what was working. Now, I'm not looking for an opportunity to get into lift. It was initially, failing 13, got in when it broke 85s. Now I want to look at that 50 level for potential reloads because at this point it could get to $12. It's just about being patient with the move. If we break down here, I think we're heading down to $12. So I don't want to overtrade this or anything, but you could have an opportunity with a $12.50 if the market continues to trend to jump back in, almost like a separate trade, and then play that into 12 even. So that's one look I'm looking for. Obviously, I'm going to hang on to Silvergate a little bit here. And if you're watching Block, positive news this morning. Doesn't matter. It's also breaking down. Now, the level to watch for me on Block is a little bit closer to 69.5. If I want something in the space to the long side, there was at least a positive catalyst here. So 69.5 on Block. Just going back to Friday afternoon, that was good support then. If I'm looking to catch a falling knife, which I don't love doing in general sense, Block's not a bad place, but it's a ways away from that level. So I'll be very patient trying to catch any bids in today's market.
So the same thing just happened to us on Microsoft, man. I mean, we just had we have the wrong prices by like pennies, I guess is the right terminology. We got stopped out of Microsoft, but we got right back in. So hopefully you guys didn't take that same break that we did right there at 40, or at 50, sorry. That we should have put it at 40. That bottom was 40. We got stopped out at 50 and then bought it right back, and now I'm 50 cents in the money. We wouldn't normally be 50 cents in the money. My price was 66 that we had there, so now we have 52. So it is a little bit of a better price, but we're just taking it out here as we climb a little bit back up to the upside. So let's watch out for that. Apple is making a little bit of a move back up, so we'll see if we can get some piece out here at 66 or so. Just put a bid right there. Oh, missed us. We missed it. Hopefully we can get a bid at 66. We're still short at at 98. But look at this. We took some outs here in the 70s. Then we got 46s and we got 36s. So hopefully this can fly back into the downside. There it is. We just got that fill again on Apple. Now my focus goes back here. What was that? That was a 90 high for Microsoft. So let's put an offer. I mean, I am offering 98. Let's just put one at 87. Why not? Right there, we'll offer 87s on Microsoft. Very, very precise. Not precise at all. It's a precise bid, but not for any reason. Let's see what happens here. Microsoft long, Apple short. probably not going to work on that one, but you could see Amazon still making moves to the downside. We're still short that. And then the name that I gave up on that, honestly, guys, like,
oh my God.
what are you doing, bro? Shopify. Like, we were short all damn day on this name until, I mean, the point is I should be short all day, but we were short pretty quickly out. Still a positive name for us, but Shopify back down to the bottoms, and there's a nice little out as well on Softy. Softy goes right up to that 87 level that we just talked about. Another out for 30 more cents on Microsoft. Tough stock, though, today, Microsoft, I feel like.
Yeah, Google's been really strong, but Fed's daily from Brennan, I mean, pausing is off the table. That's the kind of comments that you're getting, sending the market back and forth. Want to acknowledge a couple super chats. Thank you so much. We got Rohit here, just joined. Have a successful day off. How's day going for the markets? Any expectations, and what's up with DWAC? I mean, the markets are teetering, but they are looking like we're trending to the downside. DWAC will get to in a second. It's been a disappointment, I think. And then John Ellis, thank you. AMD plus Shaw's moving 50 moving average rule. Neil's key level advice. Mortgage payment by 11 a.m. Pay off that mortgage. Get that freedom. That's what it's all about. Thank you guys for tuning in. We don't ask you guys for super chats. We appreciate them. They just go right back into the show. Hopefully for some new animations that we can get to be able to hit for you guys. Just hit the like. That's what makes us happy. Spread the good love and spread the channel as much as you can so we can all benefit from the collective knowledge. Someone asked about Coinbase. 10% to the downside. I think it hit SSR. It got really close. If it didn't, I'm almost 100% this actually went short sell restricted. So Coinbase is absolutely dying. If it were to catch a bid at 50, that wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world. But this is getting shellacked, and it's making me like this SI short even more if that can continue. But you know what is catching a bit of a bid? And I'm going to, if Micron.
Micron, okay.
So I hit enter, and my trade disappeared from Coinbase. I hit enter a second time, and then Micron comes up.
It's a feature.
I know, it's a feature. So if Micron can't hold this channel down, got to watch out. This is a short off of these lows, but if I take along in the chip space, it is going to be AMAT at this point. I thank you guys in the chat for pointing out that this is relatively strong. Look at AMAT if it can claw above this 107 level. Either hold 105 or break out 107. I prefer this one if I have to pick along in the chip space. So I'm still hanging on to the shorts. I just got into Intel. That's still break even. But if I take along, it's more likely to be AMAT breaking out above this level. It's like 107.15 or that 105 to find some support on AMAT. Walmart and Target. I got stopped out of a Walmart long. Now I'm just really only in the shorts. Target, if it was doing something, I'd be trading it. Look at Target just go sideways for the entirety of this session. It's ridiculous. Like you've essentially, for like a half an hour now, you've got a 50-cent range on Target down 15%. That's just not very tradable because I'm not scalping a stock that is down 15% for 30 to 40 cents at a time because if you miss your stop, you've lost it all in one trade.
Oh, man.
DWAC, I forgot to.
Yeah, is DWAC doing anything? So first of all, we have a reload there. We'll go like this because the market is still red today. So we do have a reload in Apple. What a good one that was up there, right against that 50 period. So there's the reload on Apple. We're now short at 148.10. I'm going to take out, we've been taking some out. I'm going to take out another piece right here at 86. Oops. We get 80. What do we get there? I tried 86s. Oh, we actually get 86s. Boo. On that. Look at this. Nice little fall back down. Let's bid 72s now. Look at this market, man. Wild movement here on Apple, man. Like you're moving up 10, 20 cents, like just blinking. Yes, sir. Blinking your eye on Apple right now. Short Apple, 148.10 right now. 50 cents in the money. Amazon as well. 60 cents to the downside and still moving right now. So a couple good shorts on board for us. Let's just stay away from some big caps for a second and go over to one that can it get any smaller of a cap? CCL, I think it could get smaller.
Did it break?
And no, it's still.
Okay.
The reason why is that it's not doing anything. So I had my offer. Actually, I'm canceling.
Look at the low break.
I'm just going to cancel everything right now on it. I mean, the market.
960.
The market is falling right now.
So a couple of things. I'm talking out loud here because I'm like, I'm saying
fine.
this level because I'm
talk
working
out
through it
loud.
myself and kind of asking Sean what he thinks about it. Because look at 960 here if it breaks down. You had a big price level here back on Thursday, so that looks like a good break. But Micron, I said I'd be concerned if it got and held that 60 level. Well, it doesn't do it. So it fails at 60.25. Once it gets back down there, it's like, oh, that's a great place to add. So it tried to go up, tried to make it a wick. And then I love wick tops and then sort of get back in. It's easier on a lower time frame or to zoom in and be able to see it. But when I get that re-entry point, I'll scalp that to the bottom, then go back to what I was thinking before, which is if it breaks 50s, 59, and then 58 to set downside. So that's just an idea of what you can do in the side of the range. But I have kind of talked myself into this one that if CCL does take out 960, that I do want this short breaking it down. Is this really going to hold the range forever? If it holds 960, great. Maybe it goes up to $10 and we can trade that level. But I'm seeing a bottom break with some significance here. So I keep wanting to find some long opportunities. And then it's like add to MU and short some more of that. And then add CCL. So it's like it's only shorts now that are setting up for me. So that's what I'm going to do.
All right. Here is today's menu, by the way, not to get us a little hungry at 10:20. It just popped in.
Salad.
As we watch, well, we have salad, but it's this is for the boys in the back. Cheddar jalapeno beef burgers. Not bad, I think. I like little jalapenos on the burger there with Cajun roasted mini potatoes and, of course, the side salad. So not bad for today if you're down with some burgers.
I gotta look. My call on that is gonna sound. That sounds way fancier than what it's gonna actually be when we go to look at it. Now we eat a salad anyways. Well, these guys got me on the salad.
I'm down with the potential of that jalapeno burger. I mean, how bad could it be? I mean, the guy's gonna throw jalapenos on it.
You can't screw up a jalapeno
Rob,
burger.
new monitor for us?
You can't. Was that a switch? I don't know.
Boo, Rob. Get us new toys, not the guys. But there it is right there. Thank you so much again for all the love and the support on the show. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Neil and I are here every damn day, unless our kids are sick, apparently, or we're sick. If we're sick, we're not going to be here.
We're not allowed to get sick this month, apparently.
We're not allowed to get sick ever, apparently. So
that's what I've been told.
Actually, I would love a coffee, Rob, if that's what you're asking. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks, man.
I
just finished that one, essentially. It got cold.
There we go. Thank you. You don't need to.
That was awesome, by the way.
Oh, you're going to take the old one? It's like a quarter full. Be careful on that one. I prefer a coffee.
Down.
Thank you. Yeah, that'd be awesome. No, just one milk, please. Thank you so much.
You got to have it black, my friend.
Well, once you go black, you never go back. So
I'll always bet on black. That's a Wesley Snipes line from Passenger 57. Great movie. It's one of the non-Blade movies, and White Man Can't Jump. He's done a few great ones in there, but you got to pay your taxes, man. Which he did do eventually.
Wasn't Blade? Was Blade a Marvel movie?
Yeah, dude.
Blade. It is. But wasn't that one of the most Black Adam is apparently a big flaw.
I will tell you this right now.
So I was wondering about Blade.
If not for the Blade movie, you would not have the Marvel Cinematic Universe that you do. Like that was it. When that hit, they're like, oh, people like this, and then they started doing them bigger and better. But it was Blade. Anybody try to tell me that's not true? Like hammering.
What was that?
It was Blade that came out like years and years ago, and that was the first thing that launched some of these new Marvel movies, and just comic book movies in general. It was a fantastic one. The follow-up sucked.
What are you talking about?
Blade 2
Dark ones
sucked,
or
Blade
Black
3.
or Black?
Well, I'm talking years ago. The original Wesley Snipes Blade launched all of this.
All of what though? That's what
the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'm talking your Iron Man. All that crap doesn't happen if it wasn't for the original Blade. So shout out to you, Wesley Snipes, doing big things back in the day.
Big things, Wesley Snipes. I like Wesley Snipes.
I was about to say the NASDAQ is at a pretty key level here. So 11.7, which Arun probably went over. If this breaks, I got a line drawn way lower than this that Arun gave a while back. But if this breaks, hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts, which I'm already trying to do. Like I said, I scalped some out of Micron. Now I got another bid down in front of 59 even. What's coming back up here, which could get me to get some more shares, is Silvergate. But I did want to come back over to Google because you just said Google. Alphabet.
Yep.
This was so strong all morning long, it just turned red as well.
Yeah, not so much no more.
Right, like when this goes red, it's like when Apple would sometimes hold up the market when it starts to go red. This is where you gain confidence in some of those short ideas. Intel doesn't seem to want to break the low of the day. So I shorted it off VWAP here in front of 39. It got to the low, barely broke, and is now back at this level. This kind of tells me if it's a wick bottom, I'm not reloading in front of 30. I need it to continue to the downside and see if we can't get that 75. But hold on to your shorts is what I'm doing here. Might even add to some Silvergate. Coinbase is just ridiculous. I got to find a way into some Coinbase here. It's holding that 50 level, which could give you a bit of a bounce play off here because it's wick bottom at 50. There could be a scalp play out here on Coinbase, to be honest with you.
Let me check what's winning here. This is from Trade Ideas. I need what is it? Do you just have to type in Trader TV? I gotta find out.
It's just Trader TV.
It's just Trader TV. Okay, as your thing, we got
Simple.
15% off. So when I'm looking to trade names here, I've reset this. So unfortunately, I don't have all the winners for the day here. But looking to see what's weak right now. So XPEV, Uber, Pins, Unity, Soft, SoFi. Now this is a list that I've created of just major cap tech names, pretty much. So you're not going to get the whole market here, but right now it looks like XPEV, Neo, things like that starting to become losing trades back on the board. All right, so Apple right now, and we're going to look at those. Let's just check it out. So we just talked about XPeng right there. Oh, I was like, I think it's New York, but it's LI that is NASDAQ. XPEV is New York. XPEV is $8, first of all, right now. Like, where have I even been in the last little while? It was even down below 6. Look at this move. You want to talk about some momentum to the downside here? Wow. Yeah, about that. Well below right now any sort of level that you'd may want to short this. But wow, XPeng definitely giving up the ghost here, as well as we talked about this. Neo on the board today at 10 was definitely something to look at. So missed opportunities abound, it looks like, today on some of these EV names, especially the Chinese-based EV names. Just quickly, but I know Brendan's waiting. I just want to go check out Rivian quickly, just for EV. Wow, Rivian, another one. I even paid for the short, Rivian. You're on the list. We paid for the short. We don't have anything about it. So Rivian also down to 33 bucks. Some barcoding here could be a long opportunity. It's Brendan. It's small cap recap. I don't think it will be Rivian.
No.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Trader Edge. Thousands of traders are finding an edge backtesting using Trader Edge. Stop using spreadsheets. Start backtesting 3 times faster. You get a free backtesting guide. You get a full strategy building course included, a $470 value. Trader Edge has a free 7-day trial as well. Check them out. Link on screen right now. Shout out to Trader Edge. Bit of a quiet morning so far for small caps. There were a few moving around. My primary focus was DWAC this morning. Once it broke this pre-market support, gave you that huge flush before the market even opened this morning. So any kind of bounce, I was interested on the short side. Not a huge range though here, as the guys were saying. I mean, kind of disappointing as far as price action. 24.50 at the top, 23-ish, we'll call it at the bottom. It's kind of stuck in this range now for DWAC. Grab holding, same story. Once it broke that support, 350, gave you an opportunity versus the high up there for a short down to 320, 315. Not a huge trade, but hey, we'll take it. I was sitting here watching this INM as well on that cannabinoid news this morning. 520 is a bit of a level on the daily chart. So just kind of chopping around here, waiting for some weakness in INM, guys.
So 2 things. 1, I might have missed my opportunity on Uber. Might have missed my opportunity on Coin. We'll see about that in a quick second. But Uber did get down to $30, which we were talking about. If that got to 30, I didn't just get into Coin at 50. But I said if it got down there, it'd be on the bid. I was waiting back literally between, it was like 30.08. I kind of wanted it so close to 30 that I missed it because it got to 30.10. I'm now in front of that level, but if I'm looking at the coin, the Uber long, I just got into Coinbase. If I'm looking for the Uber long, I am looking to get out of Lyft as well. Now Lyft, it's not really all the way at target 12, but if I'm thinking you're catching support in Uber and the market can bounce here a little bit, then I kind of want to slap a trail. Like, give it some room to run to $12. Obviously, that's why I like the $12 level. But slap a trail on this so that if it does get back above, and I'll go to the 3-minute chart just so you can see a little bit more clean. Like, if it gets back above this 1240, I'll be out of it. I do think there's a chance that you could be bottoming out here, but I'll give it one last chance to try to go. I can always get back in at VWAP if I really like it, but it's that time of day where I'm always looking to slap trails, start taking profit, and maybe look for where can I find that bounce or reverse in the market. Coin reclaim that 50 level. So if it's going to hold, this is about 40 to 50 cents worth of risk on Coin. You get better than 1-to-1 if it gets up to VWAP or 51 even. So I said there might be a chance Coin bouncing off 10% down could get to the upside, and I'd take a shot at it. So I'm now in Coinbase. I'm still trying to catch Uber. I don't want to chase it too far, though.
I was like, what did the left hand say to the right hand? I'm not going to slap you, but slap. Every time you say that, I think about that. Okay.
What do the 5 fingers say to the face?
Yeah, exactly. There's so many of those. All right, so we're going to wait to see right now. All right, new position alert. I'm trying to get short on Apple as well. We just got short on Apple and on Google. Google's more just because I saw that move come to the downside. So just thinking that if we do retrace right now, we do have a good opportunity to hit that Google to the short side. So let's wait. If it takes out 98.50, we're gone. Pretty easy. It looks like it's going to go. A pretty easy take here. But what I'm noticing now is I just shorted Apple. So we're going to get out of Apple here. We just tried it again. It's the same level right here. There we go. We're out of Apple. Right? Well, no, we're not out of Apple. I don't know. Got to figure out why we didn't get stopped out of everything there. But Apple to the upside right there. We didn't want this for too long. It's still below the NASDAQ. Oh, we got out a part of it, so that's okay. Google, I guess, is just wrong right there. Really surprised about that Google. This is 148.50, sorry, on Apple. So I'm still trying to go short on these names, and so let's just see if this is one that wants to hold it out for us. So right now, Apple into the short now. It's upside. We'll see if it fails. The S&P is trying to get to 4,000 again, so that could be something. We've already seen it a little bit today before dumping back. So let's try to respect some of this Apple trade here, not let it go too far against us. If the market wants to go higher, it's going to go higher. That Google, little silly, man. It's like we are going to be short on Microsoft today as well. But Google's one of those names where, see, like we just got stopped out at 50. It's right back into the money for me. So I don't, getting stopped out a little bit too quickly on some of these trades. Look at Google. Damn it. That really does suck there. So was not expecting that kind of a play there on Google. It just took me out. Wow. Again, got run on our stop again there for Google. So yeah, not really happy with that one. But on that note, let's just take advantage of this move down now in Apple, and that's how you know we have a decent spot, because we are hitting keys like a maniac right now, trying to get that out. Oh man, I feel really bad about that Google trade because we did have risk on that. That sucks for Google. Sorry about that, guys. 98.50 was the run. Again, we're just pennies away. Like we got stopped out there before it crashed, right? Same thing just happened right there, boom. But we did respect Apple. Apple's weaker, right? Apple down 1.3%. That's what we should be shorting. Just learning lessons every day. Why am I on Google when I should just be on Apple? So pay dirt on Apple right now.
Yeah, I just reloaded on Intel. I got a bit of a reload on Micron as well. AMAT actually heading down toward that 105, so that could come into play. As I noticed that Silvergate dropped back below 28, that's going to mean coin. And it's always the bottom picks, right? Like coin gets right down to that 50 level. So it's SSR. So it was just stacked up on the 50 offer because you couldn't actually hit the bid. And so that kind of gave it a bit of a relief. The low here is 49.85, so I'm giving it to that low of the day. But it was because it's SSR, it just means it's a little bit more difficult for shorts to aggressively hit that bid. They need an uptick to do so. Doesn't mean it can't go down. You can see it coming down to the downside here. I just got Uber as well, so that one off of the lows at 30. We'll see if it'll hold up. The bottom picks, they've given you scalp trades. They haven't given you a lot of follow through, to be honest with you. That's just been the nature of the game. I'm still short some lift here, and I want to hold on to it, but Micron's starting to come back. I think this level is going to be pretty solid for maybe scalps off the lunchtime. So if it continues to hold, I want to be shorting a little bit tighter to the 60-25 area maybe, and then scalping it into some of these lows. But if you break this channel up, Intel's probably coming out. Obviously, Micron's coming out, and I want to engage along in AMAT as well. I haven't really looked at NVIDIA too much. It's making some bottoms as well, but maybe not as, it's a clean downtrend, but maybe not as clean support and resistance that I can find like I'm seeing in Intel and Micron as well. So Coinbase, Uber, got some longs off the bottom. We'll see how it goes. We do have some time, I think, until we get to like 11 lunchtime before things really settle down. So this could be a bit premature, but I like that 30 level from the get-go on Uber. Just didn't actually think we'd be here on high probability today. Otherwise, I would have shorted the stock in addition to lift. But if it got down there, I wanted it. It got here. Let's see if we can't scalp some, at least to the quarters, then 40s, and then VWAP.
Yeah, we're trying to let this thing drop down as well a little bit here. Apple, we did take a nice little profit spot, of course, on this name as it just dipped down. So we did get a good trade on for Apple, man. Shorting into VWAP right there, that's 54. Shorting into that 50 level right now. So we're going to try to short it one more time. If it breaks, it breaks. We will learn our lesson on that one. What's Shopify doing? Geez, Shopify just down, as that one just keeps on falling down to the downside. Weed names down as well. Tim Hortons at 52-week highs. Popeye Chicken, that's QSR. We talked about that with McDonald's earlier today. Remember I said McDonald's is probably a buy? McDonald's right now up 3%. So
Starbucks?
Looks like a buy. Is CCL finally breaking out or something?
Oh, no,
right
sorry.
now?
I said Starbucks.
Oh, Starbucks. Yeah, Starbucks is a good name as well. But what has been a fun trade lately
yeah.
is the crypto space. So let's go over to Brendan and get a little crypto update.
Just worth a note as well, guys. Just got crude oil inventories there for the week. Larger than expected drawdown for oil. So there was a pop back to the upside there if you're watching crude futures. Here is an interesting headline for you in the crypto space this morning. ARK are already into coin amongst others as far as crypto exposure. But ARK Invest guys buying up 2.8 million worth of Grayscale's Bitcoin Trust. Shout out to Jeff Mendel over at OTC. So ARK in there buying up Grayscale now as well as Coinbase this week. A bit of a chop fest so far today as far as Bitcoin is concerned. We are right across the board. This is a daily chart for Bitcoin, so you can see just stuck in this consolidation. Still 16.5 up to about 17,000 at the top, right at the bottom of the range. 2.7 right now. Look at that, exactly 16,500. 2.7 right now for Bitcoin downside, almost 5 for Ethereum, coming back to 1,200 once again. Red numbers top to bottom, otherwise 5.5, 5.5, 3, 4 at the bottom end of the board here, but pretty negative along with equity markets today, guys.
Yes, sir, and we'll hit this one. And it's only related to crypto, but I actually did just catch a fill on the bid in front of the low on Silvergate, and I still think this has a really good chance to break this 27 bottom. And if it breaks 27, I don't want to shortchange. I think it could get to 25. But the reason why I got to get some more shares, I just tried to get the reload on the lower high. And this is it's not always the most liquid stock in the world. It's done 3 million shares, but it didn't quite get to 29 and rolled over. I'm going to take some out because I want to get maybe more aggressive on that trend the next time through. If that goes down, it probably does mean that Coinbase, this little bottom pick, might stop me out here. I'm risking about 40 cents when you factor in slippage, maybe a little bit more than that, because 35 cents to the bottom. So call it, it's probably 40, it's probably closer to 45 to 50 cents worth of risk on that trade. So I want to make sure I'm scalping when it gets to 1 and then 2, and then I don't think you're getting 3 to 1 on that trade. I don't think it's going to happen. Got to reload on Micron. Talked about staying with this short trade as long as it gets down here. 59.60 to 70, we'll take it out. Still bidding in front of 59 even as well. So Micron continue to work. Intel's right at 30, so still relatively flat. And AMAT, I don't know. I'm
now
kind
we're
of
breaking out.
Sort of souring on AMAT, that 107. I might just like this 106 for a bit of a break. And then you were just talking about McDonald's.
Yep.
So have a quick look at Starbucks, because I know someone brought it up in the chat. Like, if Starbucks breaks out from afternoon highs, that's like 98.25. I like that long. It's got a nice little bull flag, if that's what you want to call it, but I like that long. Starbucks wants to break out from here. Some names are already going. Starbucks has a real chance to go.
Yeah, I'm also long here, Softy. I think this has a chance to go as well. Get some more right now if we can. I want to get some more into 50. Apple broke, fine, all good on that, man. I mean, we were getting out on Apple. We did hit the reload, one out, and then bang to the upside. Sometimes when we get out, I'm like, man, we have a momentum change there. We're heading to 4,000 right now on the on the ES and the NASDAQ, back to that 11.8 area again as well right now, trying to make a move back up to the upside. Market's still down that 1%, so it's not like, I don't think we're in the clear or anything like that to just go ahead and buy absolutely everything. But we've learned our lesson a little bit on Microsoft and on Google today, and that is that try not to be short these names. I mean, all my shorts on Google today, but maybe I just have the wrong prices, but every single time I try to short a key price, we do get taken out. So we're negative on Google and Microsoft for those reasons. But I'm back into Microsoft right now. It's broke above the 50 period. I hope we're not wrong on this one either, but I kind of want to hold this, maybe 241.25, something like that, on a downside move here for Softies. So let's see if we can get another piece back into the 50s. We're going to take another low 70 bid as well, if there it is. So now we're long again. We just got 73s there. We're taking Microsoft. Let's see if we can get a retracement to at least VWAP here. Now that we've broken higher above the 50 period now, maybe we try to hold that. Let's see if Microsoft wants to be that runner up to, here it goes, up to 240. I just got out at 241.89 there. Let's see if it wants to go to 242.
Yeah, wait for your key prices, man. But when you have a downward trending stock, also make sure you pay yourself. If you don't, this happens to you. Well, I mean, could happen to you. Uber did bounce off 30 pretty nicely. It got up to 30.50. I got a couple legs out. I said quarters. I said in front of 40s. It never broke 50 and got to VWAP on the 3 minute. It just failed I mean, miserably, it failed miserably. It's right back at those
Look
lows.
at this market.
I'll probably take one more shot at it, but you know, the shorts have just come instantly back in. Pay yourself on dip buy longs, right? Like, you got to do it. Micron, I'm still on the bid to catch some more out there. Paid myself an Uber, but I didn't get any Coinbase out. So yeah, Silvergate's going to test that low and possibly break it. But Coin, like I said, it's going to likely stop me out here. There it is. It just fired my stop. I'm already out. See how that happens? Like, it broke the stop. You saw my order briefly cross down and then actually hit the bid. So I'm crossed down to 49.60. Just got to make sure I get the fill. I don't use limit orders. I don't think either of us use limit orders. It's an aggressive, we always use limit orders, aggressive limit order that hit the bid. You can get out. If it's SSR, you can always get out of your long. It doesn't matter, but shorting is a bit of a different story. Speaking of shorting, I did say there's two things that could happen on Silvergate. One is that it holds the range and then I just grab the short. Or two, it could break the range bottom. Where's my 15-minute here? Break the range bottom, which is this level. This is 26.65 or 26.70, let's call it. It breaks that low. That's another entry point. So I already took the short on the pop. Now I want to take the short breaking that level on Silvergate. So I'm going to add to the position, which, I'm talking about it like it's about to hit my stop and trigger it. So I just did add to it. Yes, I am more than willing to take that other trade where I'm shorting it off the 30 level, but this is also a momentum breakdown. So you'll see my price change a little bit here because I'm looking for that break. I think it could head to 25 even. We'll see if that's the case. The only long I got left on the board is going to be Uber at 30, and I'm not opposed to buying again in front of that 30 level, but if this breaks the bottom, I'm not giving it to 29.90 or 29.85 or 29.95. It's a hard stop at $30 on Uber.
All right, let's go. Yeah, good. Prad Sharif are in the building right now, getting ready to rock and roll for us for that closing show.
I don't smell the tea, though.
No, he asked me for a tea. I said, we just got that coffee from Rob. So
yeah, exactly.
We'll hold off on that. Okay, so here goes Microsoft, man. We just got into it down on the downside of this trade. So let's get a piece out at 60 if we can. We just got a nice little bid down there on Softy. So we're long right now at 57. It's right here, right now, waiting out for a dip down. Like I said, that 241.20 area, a level where we'll try to get out of that one. But, you know, if this market does want to go for a run today, I mean, I like Microsoft. It's positive here. I think my problem is either share size, getting out, like just getting out too quickly, like having too many shares so that I get scared of it. I don't know, but right now I'm happy holding this one a little bit against me here. It's not against me now, but holding it down to this 20 area. I feel like that's good enough. I don't want to get stopped out at the very bottom of the day. If you're wrong in this market, I feel like you just got to get out, and that's what we've been doing. So again, nice little move back up to the upside. We took a 63 out there. Now let's see if it moves back up into 242. Like, that's really what we're waiting for. We're long at 56. Our out's going to be 20. That means we need to make 30 cents plus on this trade. So that's what we sort of have to wait around for here on Microsoft. 30 or so cents on this name is what we're looking at. So my first out there is going to have to be 80, and then we'll work on it from that point. So actually, I'm going to put one in here in the high 70s, see if we can get a piece out on that one right now. Hopefully, we rip up and able to touch us out there. But so far, so good on the long here for Microsoft. If the market pops, this is the name I like to the long side. So let's hold it out for a little bit there on Microsoft, see if it gets going. We have that new deal with NVIDIA today as well. That might be sparking them a little bit here, but Microsoft's going to have to work with the market. So just too big of a percentage, right? Them and Apple are just, they're too big into the NASDAQ and the ES. So if the market fails, these stocks don't really have a chance unless there's individual news. So we're going to hold out for this. It's basically just saying the market's going to go up from here. Let's see if that's the case.
Yeah, and someone I just saw in the chat, Neil, where you at in the firm? I was on PayPal today. It's not an excuse. It's just the stock I was looking at. But I suppose short 17 on a firm was better. I'll give it up to you. Short 17 on a firm was way better than the short on PayPal. Look, they both make money, but one of them is objectively a better trade because this is down 10%, and a firm can give you that move. So I should have been on a firm on this breakdown. It just wasn't as significant a level. That's not why I'm in it. 16 actually looked really good. I can see why I would have been on a 16 break. Before we go to Brendan, that rinse and repeat that I'm doing on Micron just did it again. So I'm going to get back on the offer, north side of 60s, and just continue this downward trend. Eventually, it could break to the upside, and I got to get out of Dodge here. And I just added back into Uber long off 30. As we go to Brendan for the sector watch, hey, it's not all red today. Look at that.
Yeah, mixed board to show you here for the S&P 500 this morning, guys. We are dealing with 0.5%. I mean, it's not that bad. Could be a lot worse, obviously. 0.55 right now to the downside. A lot of red on this side of the board, obviously. Consumer discretionary leading right now as far as decliners outside of, that's low, tough to see, but low was reported better than expected. Advanced auto parts, however, yeah, not so much. 16% right now for AAP downside. That's target still hovering around that 14% mark downside. CCL on the offering note this morning, NCLH as well. Both big decliners in this group. Etsy being dragged down, some of the other retailers as well. But consumer discretionary stocks among the leaders as far as weakness. This is the tech group, basically the entire thing in negative territory. Enphase down there, the only one in the semiconductor group holding on to a slightly positive day. I want to mention these. Some of the healthcare equipment makers positive today, but pharmaceutical declines offsetting that. AbbVie, Bristol Myers, however, doing their best to work back to the upside. Consumer staple, utility stocks, both nicely higher on the day, limiting the declines. This group down here, it's in the corner there. Energy stocks, trying to get back to the upside on that oil inventories note. Again, if you missed it, bigger than expected drawdown. There was a bit of an uptick there for crude. Guys, back to you.
Okay, you finally said that DWAC's your huckleberry or whatever now.
Moving.
Yeah, it's finally making a move to the upside. So we can go over to Neil and check out DWAC. We're long into Microsoft. It's starting to make a move to the upside.
Yeah, it's probably not the direction that I think a lot of people are hoping that it goes. But it wick top 25, which was a level for me. So wick top entry, short underneath, stop high. So if you have any guess where my stop is going to be, it's not going to be too far away from that recent high that it just made. And I use aggressive limit orders, like I always say. No hard stop orders, no hard market orders for me. But I was waiting for it to get to that price level. Should have had it at the open. That's a much better trade, obviously. Kind of came and gone. And I acknowledge what happened over on a firm. That was definitely a missed opportunity. I think some of the longs on, maybe like a Google look pretty good as well. There was probably better ones out there. I did go over to Uber because I think sometimes you have a list of names that you like or levels that you like and you want to stick to it. And that's probably why I'm in Uber as opposed to something stronger. But I just did get the reload off that 30 level. As it bounces higher, last time I got quarters and then 30s, was waiting for VWAP. I'll do basically the same thing here. If the market's trying to go back upside, and if that's going to be the case, I've got it long off support. It might not be relatively strong, but that's what I'm in. I say that about Google. That continues to press higher. But Starbucks, which we got pointed out in the chat, that looks pretty good for me. If it breaks out, I definitely like that 98.25. But as it continues to hold the lower high, it's kind of intriguing to get VWAP there. And I want to revisit Walmart because I got stopped out of Walmart to the long side. And then I said, let's just be patient with it, allow it to make its own bottom, maybe around that 148. It's done so. Tick to 147.5 and now higher lows. So the long at lunchtime around 148 is where I'll try to go in Walmart. Can be a little bit patient with it. So the new entries were reloading Uber off that 30 bottom. And then, like I said, DWAC here, just sort of, one of those wick candles off 25 and then waiting for that level to come in. It's already starting to come now. I should get on the bid. Gets down to VWAP. I'm going to get on the bid here, 24.50, 24s, and maybe it sees the low of the day. I would say regardless of how anything works out on DWAC, for either direction, this has been a disappointment because I think everyone was expecting much more fireworks with this, upside or downside. Really, it broke the low, and if you had that in the pre-market, that was your real trade there. That was breaking the low in the pre-market was your best bet, really.
Oh, I was just going to say we're waiting for Microsoft. So we did take it. Again, it just broke through 240. So Microsoft, we were able to take some profit there, just ripped right up there. It's still aggressive long. I still like Microsoft long, but I think now we just have to wait for 240, man. Oops. There's an Apple trade that just came in I didn't want, so we're going to get out of that one real quick. There's Apple on the short. My bid just filled, so I have to watch out. Clear some of your pending orders for sure.
Yes.
Right now, as Microsoft is back down below that area. I can cancel. I don't have any more pending bids. We're still on a short for Amazon. If anything, that's not Amazon. That's not Amazon. If anything, there it is right there, 96.50 for Amazon. Probably should have been that short as well coming into play, but it looks like we just failed at 4,000 there for the futures, and now we're starting to make another low. Yeah, that 96.50, wow. Wow, Amazon, why did we not take that? Let's do that now this time. 96.50 into 96.60 maybe as a top there for AMZN. Wow, only 15 minutes left.
I think I was unclear about something.
Go ahead.
I want to clear something up because Rauno Calda, sorry if I mispronounced your name in the chat, but just said, what's the difference between a limit and a hard stop? So that's actually two separate things. So when I say a hard stop, that just means I'm setting a stop order. You know, in this case, it's not at 25, it's actually above this high. But I have a stop order that if it triggers, I'm automatically getting out. I'm not waiting for it to get to a key price, watching the tape and tape reading, deciding which way it's going and making a judgment call in that price area, which sometimes you would do. No, my stop is automatically triggering and just getting me out automatically. Now, the limit order just refers to the type of order that's thrown out if my stop level triggers. And in this case, I'd fire a limit buy up at like 25.50 instead of a market order that just essentially buy me infinity and then whatever price I get, I get. A limit order just means I'm specifying the price that I'm willing to pay, and that's getting sent to the market. If it's sufficiently high enough on a buy, it's going to get filled. If it's sufficiently low enough on a sell, it's going to get filled. I just don't like using market orders. My whole thing is there's always a price that you're not willing to pay. So use a limit order instead. That's just my personal preference.
Okay, let's go, guys. We'll just keep on going here with all these stocks. Yeah, good. And if you guys ever want clarification on
just
anything
ask.
That we say, I mean, that's an easy one for us to get onto. So, yeah, good job here for everybody today. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Hit the like button. What kind of like count are we even at right now? 1.7K. Normally we're at 2.5. So let's see if we can hit the like button. Over almost 8,000 watching right now. See if you can get that like button going, and the subscribe button for sure would help us out a great deal. Okay, you want to talk about deals? There's some stocks on deal right now to the downside. Wow. Okay, so we just talked about XPEV. It's going to break 8 right. I did it again.
Is it on the bid?
It's going to break 8 right now on this bid. So I don't know if what 8 actually looks like. Let me see what a daily chart looks like for $8. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything. We've already broken this numerous times. And then the 20-minute chart, $8. Man, I mean, and that doesn't look super. Super amazing there. But what is that level right there? Is that 8? Yeah, that's 796. So, okay, I mean, we could, we could just fall down like nuts right now to the downside. So let's wait to see what happens here. Downside move coming for XPEV. So we'll wait to see where that goes. Now breaking through $8 now, downside for XPEG. This is a trade I don't mind. I wonder if we need to go long though against that 8. We could try that real quick, but you lose, right? So do we really want to go long on a name that kind of looks like this? It just bounced off $8. Maybe there's a long trade here. I don't know. Let's wait to see. But XPEV, let's check out what's NEO doing. That's bouncing a little bit as well. Yeah, maybe we do have a long here. Let's test a little baby long on XPEV. This might be a mistake, but we're gonna try it.
You know what? I looked at that level and I'm like, hey, it begs to be trade, but it's also lunch. It's also close to lunchtime. Like that's that time of day where you look for those little bottom picks of support and resistance to come into play for you there. Sorry, I was just adjusting some things. Like one thing I wanted to do here, and I've adjusted on DWAC, is if it holds VWAP here, which also ends up being the opening range high, which is right exactly at that 24.70. If it holds this, I want to trail some out. So like it breaks back up, trail some out, just so I'm getting more out of it, and then wait for 24. There's just not enough volume right now to expect it's going to home run to the downside. So just adjusting my plan a little bit and adjusting some stop orders. But I like that level. I mean, I'm not going to shy away from it. I just got some Uber out to the upside, but I like XPeng here. I think if you're looking at even dollar levels, I want to check that bid again. It's got 100,000 on the main gateway, so it's not a huge bid size, but it touched it once. It's 1 or 2 cents worth of risk. I don't mind it. So Silvergate. So since I re-entered the short, the trading a stock like this, or I'm trying to think of an example that you guys might be familiar with as a stock, Lemonade when it used to go. Some names are not as liquid as others. It's more like get in it, have a wider range, and sit in it for a longer period of time, because it's not really, you can see scalpable ranges, but these are not very clean because the spread is sometimes 10, 15, 20 cents on a $20 stock. So it's now reclaimed the low of the day, and I'm not really doing anything. If it breaks 26, I'll probably go trailing stop. If it gets to 25, I know I want to take some out in front of 25 on SI. It's about 10% to the downside, but it's now in uncharted waters. Well, uncharted unless this actually goes back. Like this will probably fill in a little bit long. Uncharted until you go back to 2020, which is when I first actually started getting into this stock, believe it or not. But now really breaking down on the daily chart. 25 is just a round number. That's why it makes sense to me. But I want to give it some room. I could be in this all day. We'll see what happens. But I said I wanted to be short it if it's beneath 30 bucks and if it broke the low of the day. Both those things happened. So I did both those trades on Silvergate. Uber, the only long I have into this flushing market. And for now, Uber is holding that 30. I got some out at 25. It's right back to the low. There will not be a third reload here. If it breaks 30 bucks, I'm out of it. Just got to accept the fact this is a trending market to set downside. Hold on to your shorts. As we go to Brendan, I think it's money talks. It's going down the drain for some of these longs.
The money is going down the drain. Let's go.
Yeah, day lows coming into play here. We'll get through this quickly, guys. Back to the market. Here's a look at currencies for you this morning. We're basically flat for the U.S. dollar after 4 days straight to the downside, trying to hold some of these August levels that came into play. Off 2 now, count them, 1 and 2 back-to-back inflation readings that were better than expected. So upside, again, for the euro, the Canadian dollar back to about 75, where it has been 118.75 positive for the British pound. Back and forth we go, guys, in currency land today.
Sheesh.
Yeah, some big-time movement to the downside right now, just blasting off everywhere, man. Okay, so here we go. Let's see if we can hold this, man. Oh, meant to do the dab thing again. We don't have that. Every day that it's going to hit me. All right, so we're into Microsoft. We just took that. We wanted 250. Sorry, 24. I want 250, but 240 is what we got right now on that play. So we're going to wait to see what happens now to the bottom side of this trade. So I'm here to get more long. I'm not getting out of this one. Microsoft can either go up or break 240. Like there's no other way about this, man. Like I'm not going to scalp this out for 5 pennies, 30 pennies, anything like that. I think there's a chance for it to bounce off these levels right now. We're down to 11,700 again. That's been a bouncing off spot before. So let's wait to see if it does happen again. And then we're also into XPEV as well. So let's wait to see where we go on XPEV. Hopefully more upside right now, but for now, it doesn't look like this market wants to do anything but head to the downside. So, and I know you guys in the chat are like, you got to go short. Look, I'm still holding the short on Amazon, which is the big short that we had on. That was our big idea. We have it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Trying to make higher lows right now as well. Lower highs right now as the market comes down. That's why we have this 50-period marker here, all the way to the downside and keeps on going. So let's see if there's any respect of these bottoms. That's all that we're doing right now. We have XPEV. We're long XPEV at 03. Honestly, if we can get back to 15, done. We'll take that. Let's hold this
Tens
until
is a good trade. I mean,
Tens is a great trade. Yeah. I mean, I'll take that's that 1% again, right? If you could get 1% on your trade, maybe you take that. So we'll take out a piece at 8. I mean, we'll take out a piece. I mean, as it's going up here, it's starting to go back up to the upside now. So we could take a piece out here at 7s if we want, and then we could take a piece out also higher than that as we go. So let's wait to see what happens here with XPEV. Still trying to work it out as we only have 5 minutes left. So I'm going to hold XPEV. I'm going to hold this Microsoft and get longer in that as well. So here we go. Let's see where we go from here.
The shorts are definitely printing. Someone said, look at Snapchat. I'll look. $12. Look, I think this was that name that $12 was the level, kind of like Peloton. And it's just I prioritized other things at the open for the short, and this was just as good. You could just short at 11.80, but I guess $11 even does set up as one of those levels that maybe you take a bid on there. I'm on the XPeng 02s. I'm not reloading on Uber. I just got the low of the day on Intel again, but it's been here before. So I didn't short Intel. Like, it is what it is, right? Like, I was bottom picking Intel at $30, and it scalped to like 20s. And the short's been the way ever since the Micron news, it was like every single short was good on all the chip names. You just did it right away. So, kick yourself over that. I didn't short it till 30s, but it can't seem to break 29.80. If it does do that, I've already scalped it. I'm now looking for like 29.50 if it can head further down to the downside. If it goes to 29 even, I guess I might think about some longs down there. Micron, similar story. That one heads right back into this low 59.5. I've scalped it to that range. If it breaks this, I'm looking for 59 even. If that can go, DWAC is now starting to trend back into the downside. So I'm looking for low of the day on DWAC. It's now taking out VWAP. I've canceled my 24 bid. because I took it out twice at VWAP. Now I want to give it a chance to run. Uber, I'm not reloading, and XPEV. And I know some people are like, well, you know, why would you go long and try to take a cent or two? When you play an 8 level like this, like you're risking, if you're long 1s, 2s, and 3s, you know exactly what you're risking here. There's plenty of liquidity on the stock. So if you can get 1 to 1 is more than likely at that 8-10. So, or even better than that. So that's fantastic. Who cares about VWAP? Like you can get out, you can hold some for VWAP. And guess what just broke the low of the day? So it took till 10:56. 10:56, and the stock that I thought would be the first stock I traded today is the last one I got into. And it's not CCL shorting in front of 10, it's CCL breaking the low of the day. The market's not always going to go to plan, but so long as you have a plan, just try to execute your plan. I cannot believe it took this long for this to happen, but I'm now short at the low of the day on CCL. So much for shorting in front of $10. You had to get pretty aggressive to do that. I was sitting at 85s. It never got there. So here I am short at 9.59. That's the price on CCL.
All right, guys, there it is. Let's go. We talked about XPEV off that bottom, so you put in some real risk into that. Let's see where we go from now on this name. Hopefully upside is where we go. We are now, 20 cents in the money on Microsoft. We said we're not going to do anything about that one as it's starting to rip up to the upside. And of course, as I see this, that 241, I need to take a piece out, at least at 241. I'm just talking about pieces right now, nothing more than that. And then we'll get out again at this 241.20 area if it does go back up to the upside. And then we'll just start to take some receipts on these trades. Nice little move up on Microsoft. Come on, let's go. If we can get this, we talked about holding this. It's now 30, 40 cents in the money. And XPEV, again, another out at 09 here. So all good as we rock and roll, guys. Big time movement to the upside. Big time movement here for XPEV as well. Yeah, good. Yes. There's that. Hey, you guys want 1%? Let's see if we can get some more than that. XPEV right now, 1% in the money. Hopefully get some more upside. We said 8.15 would be a pretty good take for us. So let's try to see if we can get that going as well. It's Brendan with earnings board. I know one name on there that's somewhat interesting.
Probably the biggest day of the week, guys, as far as tradable opportunities. Maybe tomorrow, still some more in the retail group. We get Alibaba overnight as well. And of course, NVIDIA on there.
Yeah, there was a time when Cisco, I would be, like one of the first 4 stocks I ever traded when I was a day trader when I was a trainee. Cisco was one of those 4. It was in my bucket. But NVIDIA, that's where we're all looking. The chips have been getting their butts kicked. I can say their asses kicked. And now breaking low of the day, almost 5% to the downside. But there is one name in the retail space, Kohl's, sure, but Macy's for sure. Macy's can move, always good volatility. I actually said I liked a 21 short on it this morning, but like everything else, you had to just be in it right away. You couldn't have missed out on it. This is actually heading to the downside, not really bouncing much off 20 even. There will be volatility in this one. So like sometimes you get it in the retail space, sometimes you don't. You will get it in Macy's. So chips and Macy's, that's the front of my list. Cisco would have to do something pretty spectacular to get me to trade it. But in this market, never write off any name when it comes to earnings because there have been a few names that have made moves that I wasn't anticipating. Qualcomm's done it twice. I can definitely see Cisco pulling that move, but it's Macy's and NVIDIA that will definitely be on my list to trade. And just to come back here to DWAC, now that it's beneath 24 even, I'm looking low of the day, but if it cracks 24.20, let's say, I want to have a trailing stop on this. It just has not given you the moves that I've wanted, so expecting pure home run might be a little bit too much. And speaking of the chip names, we're back to the low of the day here on Micron. Pre-market, it got lower, but the real low of the day has been 59.50, so another leg out in front of this, as this has been a clean short. The story for me will have been getting to the chip short way too late. It was just gold the second that Micron news came out, shorting every single pop.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go. All right, so right now, just looking again. Oh, it's 11 o'clock already. Okay, did we just do DWAC quickly? I just wanted to look at that before we leave.
It is 11 o'clock.
Again, yeah, I can't believe how fast that happened right there, 11 o'clock. All right, nice little upside move for Microsoft. We did take a piece out there for 25 cents. So just in case DWAC starts to move, it doesn't look like it's going to, but I just want to show you, I do put a 200 period moving average on this, and that sort of does tell you some key levels to sort of back back off of support and resistance. So right there, you could see DWAC did stop at 25 and then came right back in again. So I would right now look for a 23 break on that name, and then possible, of course, support at 20. That would be a big move. I mean, to go from 24 to 20 right now, you're gonna have to be down 20+%. So I don't know if that's gonna happen or not, but DWAC looks to be a decent trade again. And then just getting out, I think that, you know, we're stepping on our toes a little bit here with XPEV. You know, we've already had a nice little trade here off the top. We're not even out, like we're out of like less than, we're like 28% or so of this trade on XPEV. So look there, we just got another piece out again there at 09. So let's wait to see if that can still happen for us. But I'm getting a little nervous because the market's already bounced. Let's see if XPEV can hold that as well, and Microsoft. But oh, right. It's 11:01.
It is.
So let's get ready to rock and roll. The big guys are ready there. They've got their water all jacked up, some kind of a protein shake over there. He's got some
hitting the
cream
gym
there for his hands and face. This guy's getting pretty serious over there. He must have a date later on. Over to Prad and to Sharif. Which one has the date?
It's the cocoa butter,
is the question.
I've used that often.
It's this guy. He's ready to go. What's going on, guys? I'm Sharif. This is Trader Prad.
Yeah, you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's the midday market movers mayhem time. I'm your host, Trader Prad. We're going to look for all the opportunities the market's going to provide for the next 3 hours or so. So let's brace up, let's strap in our street belts and look for these market moves, which are sadly to the negative side today. Markets, S&P 500 down about more than 0.5%, and then NASDAQ down about 1.5%. Both of them, though, are moving back up at the moment. You guys see my trades on board? No, not yet. But I do have a position over here on Apple waiting to take some profits, I'm sure, at 148.56. As soon as I take a fill, you know what? We can take a really quick fill and then jump out of that position. And this won't even hurt us. So we'll just do that real quick just to update our position board. There we go. Our position board is updated. And now you'll see the trades that we have on board, which is a short on Unity. Unity, we're looking for that 34 level short. 34 did manage to break. We got that entry on the even dollar break. And our best out is at $33, around 82 cents in the money on that position at the moment. Apple short, like I said, 148.56 at the top end of VWAP. When Apple pushed towards 145, I took that short around the pre-market lows, got my fill, and then rode it pretty much down to the day's low. Took that fill at 50 cents in the money with another order out at pretty much around low of days, which never really came into play. As the market's going back up at the moment, looks like Apple wants to retrace with it. So no real chance of me getting that fill yet, but maybe later on in the day we'll get that fill that we're looking for. And also CCL, you know, no one likes when a stock announces a repurchasing going on. Or was it a repurchasing? I think it was a dilution basically coming in for CCL, down 14%. This was announced last night after their big move. I believe they had a pretty big move to the north side yesterday, and that was announced. And now today, pretty much giving back all of that move and some. I took that short just recently, was waiting for that pre-market low to break. Pre-market low breaking, giving me that fill to the short side. Let's see if CCL can give us some profits over here as it sinks to the ground.
Yes, guys, it's been like, you know, a decent day for me. It's been more quiet. Only 2 names traded so far on the day. That's SE. Catching that huge pop that they had yesterday. I'm catching the downside move. They're down almost 6.5%, 6.25%. So I caught that nice move down on there for about almost $1. So that was a pretty good move. I could have had a lot more. I left a lot on the table, but it was more of an expensive name, and so I was trying to mitigate some risk. The other trade that I had was that Amazon short as well earlier on. I've missed out on a couple of really good ones, namely Target. Target was a nice little 155 double top. You could have taken that earlier in the day. Where was this? I'll find that after. I had a pretty good setup on Target that I didn't take. Likewise with INM, that's my small capper for the day. I was too busy with these other names to notice INM move. I was looking at Grab earlier actually, but that's since come off my list because it's done nothing. So INM is the one that I kind of missed on. It's setting up for a possible good trade going into the afternoon. This is the 5-minute chart. Let's switch to the 1-minute chart real quick. It's holding VWAP quite nicely around these areas, around that 440 area. dip below it a little bit here, but for the most part, it's holding the 50 period in VWAP quite nicely. So this could set up for a high of day break. Currently, high of day is 475. So I'm going to keep my eyes locked on for that one and see what it is up to. Also, I'm looking possibly here at a coin short, and it just bounced up after making a really aggressive move down. So I'll be looking at those three names here, as well as maybe CCL. Yes, sorry, I forgot to mention that. CCL, I had a bit of a range identified earlier, that 950 range to the bottom and that $10 range to the top, and it stayed within it the majority of the day. I then started looking a little bit higher than 950 at around 960. I saw that basically that level was more in play today. 950 was more in play yesterday, so I started playing off that 960 area. We've since broken that area though, so I'm going to go back to looking for a bounce off 950 and then maybe something to the upside. But CCL giving up a lot today, almost 14% on news that they issued $1 billion in debt, Bradley.
TSM today, looking at TSM because it has a little bit of a catalyst with Apple. TSM announced, or Apple announced, that they're going to be using TSM's chips, which they have been using for a while now. But they're going to be using one from a plant in America. I think Arizona?
Arizona.
Was it Arizona? Let me quickly open up our watch list. I read so many things during the day that I just, kind of lose track about where half of these companies announce their news from. But chip stocks over here, where's the DRAM, Texas, Intel, that's for Intel. Maybe it's on this one over here. I can try to find the link for you guys. But basically, Intel chips from, Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah, okay, so I did get it right. Awesome. Just had to make sure that I was getting the information right for you guys and not saying it inaccurately. So TSM over here, yesterday I had a pretty monster move off of earnings report. Today, sadly, down 1.4%. Overall market being down, most likely bringing down TSM over here. I was expecting TSM to, maybe go push towards that 85 area, which we got pretty close to yesterday. I think yesterday we got up to 83, and then sadly never really managed to break that 83 area. And now TSM pulling down to $79. If you look at TSM on the 15-minute chart, this indicator over here with the pink line is the 130 period simple moving average. These charts were already pre-programmed with those EMAs. It's not the one that I usually have on there. I have the 50 period EMA and the 100 period EMA. But something that I noticed while this was already up here on the 15-minute chart, TSM, every time we get to that EMA simple moving average of 130 on the 15-minute, we apparently seem to keep on bouncing off it. So over here, and now we're actually consolidating on that moving average as the second day post earnings day coming into play. So a little bit of a part of me wants to go long on 79 if that move comes back into play, where TSM moves to the lower day and consolidates the lower day again. But if I'm being honest, just predicting, I don't think that move will come for us. I think TSM will just continue making lower highs, higher lows, and just keep trading higher direction towards VWAP, and maybe even climb towards the 100 period EMA slowly throughout the day. But if 79 comes into play, or anywhere even under 79, I would love to try a long over there.
Yeah, I'm looking at this one showing up on my scanner here, QRTEB, a five-letter ticker on that one. So QRTEB, just wanted to point that out. This one's a bit of a halter. It halted a little bit after the open, right at 10 o'clock, and that was a 10-minute halt on that one, and then it halted again at almost 11:35 there, and that one was a 5-minute halt. So this one, a little bit of an interesting one. I probably won't participate, to be honest with, but I don't mind identifying some levels for you guys. First and foremost, the levels that I always like to look at at a halt candidate, or not a halt candidate, a stock that's been halting, are the halt levels themselves. So those are always of interest to me. Now, in terms of the first halt here, that's around the $9 area, $8.86. So that's a ways away from where we are at the moment, $2 away. $10.86 is where we're trading. But to the high side here, we have the 11.33 halt level. So look off that, possibly if you're lucky, go short, or maybe take a break through that 11.33 level if you're more long inclined. The other level here of interest is VWAP at 10.25. Let's switch to these white charts here for the moment because I have my EMAs on these ones. Let's see where the 50 period's at. The 50 period's at 10. I really like that because there's a whole dollar level. It's a $10 level, which is always important. The 50 period on these stocks, on these small cappers, works well, at least for me. So that $10 level, if I had to choose, would be a nice little dip level off of. Maybe you have to put your order a little bit above that. It might not make its way quite down to 10, so maybe you want to front run that 10-10 or whatever. I probably won't be participating in this one, to be honest with you. It's done, what's it done? Oh, it's only done 2 million shares. Hold on, yeah, 1.25 million shares is what I see here. So yeah, not a whole lot of volume, especially since it halted for 10 minutes first time around. So QRTEB, a small cap possibility here that we could play off. The other one we're looking at is INM. I like this. What it's doing at the moment, it's holding VWAP quite nicely here, holding that 437 level, maintaining above that. I'm trying to discern some levels to take the breakthrough here. Could be this possible 455 area. Or the better trade, maybe a dip off VWAP. So if you're looking to take a dip trade, maybe that 437 dip, or if you're looking for the breakout trade, that 454 to the high side. So a couple of ways to play this one. I got cut up on this earlier, I got to tell you guys, for a small loss. I tried to take that dip off VWAP here. What it ended up doing is it ended up breaking VWAP for the first time in the day, and it stopped me out literally by like a couple of pennies. So my first attempt at this was not successful. Here we go. We're printing 451s and 2s now, I see here on the tape. So this one could break that 454 for the long side, Prad.
I'm watching BABA at the moment. So we did have catalysts. Okay, there was my reason to get short on BABA. There was not too much size, about 160 lots on BABA at 77.65 at the lower day pretty much. And as soon as that level was about to break, I was just looking for a reason to punch short. We saw some selling coming in on that lower day break too. But right after that selling, the tapes just stalled. So as you see, now I don't want to be in this trade anymore as soon as the tape stalled, because I want that continuation of red and blue colors coming in on the break of the lower day over there, not a stalling of the tape and then a reversal in characteristics. So part of me just wants to jump right out of it. I'll keep watching this tape over here while looking for other trades for you guys, and also talk about CCL, which I did get stopped out of. Let me quickly put BABA open on my other screen. That way I can keep watching the tape on myself. See, it's already now 70 cents or 10 cents above where we entered. So yeah, I'm just gonna punch out of that one really quickly. Don't want to be holding that trade. We did not see what we wanted to see on that entry of the trade. When the entry happened, we saw exactly what we wanted to see, but then right after that, it just kind of stalled out. So no good trade over there. Quick little tape read entry, not working out. CCL did stop us out. Looks like we didn't give it enough wiggle room and stopped us out by 1 penny. I love it. Maybe if we had to stop a penny higher than where we had it, we would not have been stopped out and still been in the trade. Let's see if it does pop back up. I'd much rather take that fill at 960 instead of where we were, which is like 958, I believe, and having that stop at 3-4 pennies out on a stock like CCL. You can take a lot of size and not really give it too much of a wiggle room. So I want to be able to do that. Over here, that was a tester, so I'm glad that one ended up failing with not too much size on the board for myself. A stock that's now returning back to the upside for me is Apple. Apple only 13 cents in the money. Thankfully, we did take some profits out on this one already. So we'll just let it ride to the north side. Let's see if it can reject VWAP. As you guys can see over here in the right side corner, I just put in 2 new charts. I know they look a little bit small, but we got the NASDAQ chart and the S&P 500 chart over here. I could always make it just bigger for you guys like that real quick, instead of constantly having to glance at my second screen and tell you guys about it from the second screen over there. So quick little change just for the show, trying to make the show always better. And the only thing we ask for that is, what we ask for. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like. So NASDAQ currently still nowhere close to VWAP. S&P 500 nowhere close to VWAP, but Apple is at VWAP. So there is a good chance that Apple pierces VWAP, goes all the way back to that pre-market lows, while the market pulls back to VWAP. And if that happens, I don't want to be stuck with a lot more size left on this trade. So let's take some more profits on Apple and then hold for that move right back to the downside. See if we can take that profits over there. Unity, thankfully, does not want to go north at all. So Unity giving me more of a reason to just hold my trades, don't take profits anytime soon.
Yeah, I saw a nice little curl start to develop there on Amazon. Let's bring that chart down. It looks relatively stronger than the other big six at the moment. It's decidedly above VWAP. Maybe Google and Amazon are the strongest of the bunch, but the other four are all below VWAP. And, you know, Apple's starting to inch up there. Meta looks relatively weak. So does Microsoft and Tesla. So I was looking possibly for something to do with Amazon. I had a really good short on it earlier today, but I may be more long inclined at the moment. Let's have a look at INM, because that's a small capper that we were looking at earlier. I put a dip trade in and around 436, so that's a little bit below VWAP now. It was at VWAP earlier, so let me go ahead and change that. I'll put it down at, you know, this will break VWAP normally. Maybe I'll just put that back. Yeah, I'll put that back for half the size, 436, because this has been breaking VWAP anyway to the downside. It hasn't been respecting it to the T. Many wicks there. So I'm looking for that dip trade, then possibly through a break of 450, start taking some profits. This is going to be a half position size just because this one did burn me earlier. So I've got to start mitigating some risk on that. I'm looking also at coin. The chart on coin is a little interesting too. Like, we had a really, really aggressive sell-off from that 55.50 approximately we opened at, and then all the way down to 48 bottom here. Now we're retracing a little bit to around 49.50, so $1.50 retracement. That's normal, obviously, when you've had such a strong and, you know, prolonged decline to the downside. I'm looking now to short these pops. This is a 5-minute chart, so we've been making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25 minutes now off the bottom of 48. So I'm looking possibly for the first 5-minute candle to make a new low on coin, and I may take a short off that. But it would be nice too if the market would cooperate so that they could both go in the same direction. It always makes the movement a bit more, you know, robust. So looking for that on coin. What else? I'm not in a whole lot today, guys. My scanner has been kind of quiet today. When I turned on my scanner, usually I have like 2 or 3 stocks that are above 30%. Today I had 2 at 15. So for the exception of this QRTB and INM, everything else is pretty much quiet in the small cap world. I'm looking here to see anything with some relatively acceptable volume. Not seeing much. QRTB though, look, it's starting to near the highs again. So 1161 was what we're trying to print. We closed, I mean, we wicked above it. We wicked all the way up to 1193, but the closes are in and around the area that we're at right now. So this may be an interesting, like, kind of flat top breakout. There's a bit of an ascending wedge here if we draw a trend line, and then a bit of a flat top right here. We talk about these patterns all the time in the show. So possibly look for that break through that 11 3/4, maybe breaking through 12. So QRTB, I think, still continuing to present some opportunities. Yeah, what do you got on the screen there?
Oh, I'm just looking at this fun little tool over here. Yeah, look at BABA, guys. So I did punch out a BABA short at the low at daybreak, but then I still had it on my second screen. So I was watching the tape around the $78 price. And as you guys can see, multiple times throughout the day today, after BABA already drops off the open, makes a new low, consolidates around the new low. Looks like we're having trouble on BABA to get past that 78 area. So I look for a reason to punch short. Look, this couldn't really get past above 78, so I punched that short again, and instantly we were about 30 cents in the money. Even Apple pulling back down a little bit, so 30 cents again in the money on Apple instead of being 7 cents in the money. So it looks like the market might be paying us. Oh no, BABA now going back up to 78. Yeah. So looking for BABA to see if it's gonna stop me out. I do have my stop at the high of that range at the break of 78.12. If 78.12, 78.11 breaks, we'll be taking that loss. But this is exactly what I saw. As soon as BABA pushed up to that 78 price, instantly reds and blues coming in, piling in, pushing that stock right back to the downside. Sadly though, Apple moving back up north, market moving back up north. We're on the QQQ, on the NASDAQ, both moving up to the plus side at the moment. Or is there something that?
I think so. I think we're getting some shirts. That's what I kind of feel like is going down right now.
Looks like I'll keep talking over here. We'll see what's end up happening over here. But the CCL at the moment also did push down a little bit lower, but tried to go back up north.
Okay, my guys.
Okay.
There we go.
My guys. Trade idea merch is in the building.
There we go.
I got you an XL.
Okay, I'll try
But then
that.
you, because you were complaining, has an L, but we can switch it. So you try this. Neil's got on the L.
Okay.
So
Should I put it
don't
on
take
now?
too many L's, but there it is. Want to shout out to Michael Noss. Thanks, Trade Ideas.
Yes, Michael
More
Noss.
merch, more stuff happening. So we'll figure it out, but I just want to give it to you guys.
Thanks, man.
Shout out Trade Ideas. Thank you. It just came in. So
I love it.
yeah.
It's going to be hard to
go
put on,
on.
though.
Yeah, Amazon Essentials.
Go
yeah,
on.
Yeah.
What
I
does
was
it
just
say?
saying that we should do that merch. Amazon. These are pretty nice.
These are pretty nice.
These are pretty smooth, man. Pretty smooth. Yeah.
love
All right,
it.
Trade Ideas. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Let's go,
Amazon?
Trade Ideas.
Yeah, I'll take it for you guys if you're always hanging up over there, and you guys can have a look
you.
after. All
Thank
right.
you. Let's go Trade Ideas. Yeah, guys, shout out to all the people who did use code Trader TV to sign up for Trade Ideas. Some love being shown by Michael Noss and the team over there. We appreciate that, Michael Noss. And everybody over at Trader TV, Melissa, I believe I've talking to someone named Melissa before, and some, I'm forgetting the other person's name. But everyone over there at Trader TV, thank you for showing us love.
Sir.
Sorry, Trade Ideas, thank you for showing us love. Currently, we are in a couple of trades. Looks like the market might be curling back south side. And just like that, Baba, we want to see Baba keep getting stuff to the downside. 1,500 shares on a liquid gateway being punched below the bid and being aggressive. We want to keep seeing those signals coming in for Baba for ourselves. Someone in the chat did say, what is VWAP? You guys keep talking about VWAP. So VWAP is volume weighted average price. You could, you know, if you ever have a question like that, quickly go over to Google, type in just VWAP, and question is spelled VWAP. The way you have it spelled is VWOP. That's not the way how you spell it. It's VWAP. You can go to Investopedia, very good website, lots of information on there. But you could also go directly to our home channel. If you click on the little image over here, go to the home page, there's a little search box. You click on that search box and type in VWAP. You will see exactly how Neil and Sean and Brendo, they have videos recorded especially for things like, you know, VWAP, level 2 reading and so on. So you could go watch these 12-minute videos for yourself whenever you want. But I'll give you a quick little explanation as to why I use VWAP. So VWAP is an indicator that big hedge funds grade their interns as how far away from VWAP do they take their fill. Do they take their fill if they need to sell the stock? How far away from VWAP are they selling? Or if they're buying their stock, how far away from VWAP are they buying? So we see that big hedge funds, big institutional money, the big stack bullies of the market are always going to be trading off of this indicator. So we should always be watching said indicator to see how the stock moves off of that line. So off of that mathematical equation, sometimes you'll see a stock on the intraday time scale coming down and constantly bouncing off of it to the north side, or pulling up and then constantly rejecting off of it to the downside. So those are the type of days that you can see the VWAP is really being effective, because there's some big intern or some big hedge funds intern just constantly buying or selling, or some sort of a buy program coming in that automatically does it at that VWAP price.
Yes, sir. Got long on INM on that dip trade 1136. I'm like, what am I at the moment? 1 penny out of the money. The spread's opening up on this one, though, about a 3% spread. There we go. Now we're popping in the mid-40s, so now we're back in the money on INM. We're looking for, ideally, that break of the 450 here to kind of start a new trend. If we can get above 452, maybe even 455, we got a couple of wicks that go to those levels. So any break of those levels kind of will signal to me a possible new trend to the upside and possibly new high of day. Currently on INM, the high of day is 4 3/4, so 475 on that. Let's have a look at the daily on that, see if we can glean any important levels. Let's flip to daily on here. Okay, so this one is a former mover. I mean, it had its past. In September, it had a couple of really good days, going all the way up to, where is that high? 1950, it looks like. But, you know, since mid-October, it's kind of been just trending down. So the levels that we have are a little bit dated, but here they are. We're looking to the high side for 509. That's the first level above where we were today at 475. 509, 521, 575. These are the levels. I'm more inclined to look at this level as a possible top just because it is a standout day in terms of where it opened and where it closed. Like very extreme day there. So 597. So let's go ahead and say it's a $6 resistance. That's where you could possibly make your way up to. Let's see what kind of volume that this one has going into the afternoon. Definitely that's gonna make or break whether or not we reach $6. So that trade's going well for me at the moment. What didn't go well for me right there is I tried to take a short off that possible flat top here on Coinbase. It just jettisoned up. I gave this one about 30 pennies worth of risk, but it just shot up there. So that one is a loser for me. This one would, I was initially long and then I decided, no, let's go short. So I couldn't make up my mind on this particular one. What I was looking at here was this flat top. So it's kind of like a pennant. It's not even a flat top. So this is what we're drawing all the time. Here's the first bull flag, right? This is the second bull flag that we're drawing these trend lines on. Give me one sec here. Why am I pressing the wrong one? Yeah, there we go. So there we go. That's the retracement, and then you take the break of the top trend line. Same thing with this one. So I did it 2 times in a row. I was kind of gambling on this one, thinking, okay, it's down, 10%. This is a momentary retracement. It looks like it has more legs than I thought. So I'll be wrong on that one. Perhaps maybe I can get back in at that 50-40 level, which happens to be VWAP. Perhaps we can get a VWAP bounce to the downside there, Bradley. But the market is going to have to cooperate.
Yeah, market moving up still to the north side and taking TSM with it. TSM with a nice U-shaped recovery right back to the $80 area. I did say I fear I don't think we're going to watch TSM come back closer to 79 where I want to go long. So I should have just been aggressive, I guess, with smaller size and then given it till the lower day risk. That way, if the lower day did come into play, I could have added more size over there and not really given it too much of risk at that point. And we would have been in the money already as it climbs beautifully towards that $80 area. Watching TSM very closely to see if we're actually going to get above that 80 or do we reject 80 and pull back to the south side, at which point a short off of this 80 level could be something to take a look at. But TSM with the Buffett catalyst yesterday and today, I think it's just selling off a little bit with the overall market move. Looks like Baba did manage to break that range high, and now we got stopped out on that trade. Apple's still in the money, thankfully, and Unity's still in the money, looking for new trades. Looks like Best Buy is actually being sold off pretty hard at the moment. Let's go take a look at Best Buy. What is that stock doing? It looks like we just recently broke $70. Has it broken 70 already in the day? It did previously break 70 during at 9:40 or so. We went as low as 69.35. We pulled back above 70 to a high of 70, 78, and then we just recently broke 70 to the downside. But with the way the market's moving up and Best Buy's moving down, looks like Best Buy has some sort of a weakness in it, and that's what we're seeing over here on this Trade Ideas scanner. Once again, shout out to Trade Ideas for that merch. Use code TraderTV to get 15% off, so you could use amazing scanners such as these right here. It looks like TRGP is apparently selling off a little bit more than Best Buy, but the relative volume in TRGP is not really there. Only 400,000 shares traded today on a $71 stock. That's not interesting for me. I'm going to go back to Best Buy. Best Buy with 3 relative volume, 1.7 million shares traded today, and I already have a little bit of a beef with Best Buy, so I'm just going to look to short Best Buy instead.
All right. INM doing all sorts of nonsense. Look at that wick down all the way down to 420 there. It immediately got bought back up. We're back in the 440s. So a quick 20 penny move. I think that they were trying to stop hunt, possibly. I don't know who they are, but someone was trying to stop hunt here because that was a pretty big wick down that got immediately bought back up. But thankfully, I didn't have my stop at that particular level. So back in the money on this one, although being momentarily negative on it, but let's see what this one does. We're starting to get a bit more momentum to the high side here. We just need the volume to start, the buyers really to step in. When you look at the volume here, we've really declined since the peaks at 9:30. I want to say to about 10:20. We had the highest periods of volume, but if we can get above that 450, I think we can really recruit some new buyers at that particular level. Looking back here at coin, here comes the VWAP bounce. So this one will be my second attempt at this stock. Let's go short here. There were short. I'm going to give this to the high of this candle. So 550 break, and I'm out of coin on this one. I'm taking the VWAP bounce back down. So let's go ahead, put 50, 51, and we'll cover all at 50, 61. We'll give this one 10 pennies or so. We're already in the money. Are we on money on it? We're short at 50.10. So not the best price. I should have had a resting order sitting at that 50.40 area, but I think that we have potentially more room to the downside here, just given the amount that we've retraced. So that's my, it's kind of a dangerous trade, to be honest with you. Now I'm looking at the market's trending upward. So maybe the short on coin here is not the best idea, but I am playing that VWAP level proudly.
Every time you're shorting coin, you got to make sure you're looking at BTC or even going long coin. You make sure you got to look at all the cryptocurrencies and what direction they're moving in. Bitcoin today, sadly, right back into the red zone, where we're down about 2.64% on BTC, down 4% on Ethereum. Solana 5%, Cardano 3%, Dogecoin and Shiba both down about 2% each over here. And looks like that short thesis on Coinbase, which has been working for the whole day, hopefully works for you again, Sharif, because cryptocurrencies are absolutely in the pooper. It looks like I do like that trade setup. I'm looking at it right now at VWAP or so, you said. That's where you're short. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. And also, it's at the nice $50 price. You know what? We're going to steal that idea from Sharif over here a little bit. But instead, we're going to throw out an order to go short on the break of 50. So if the $50 can break to the south side, we'll take that fill. We will have a worse fill than Sharif, obviously, without a doubt, because he might have had the fill above VWAP over here around 50.30s or so. So we will have a little bit of a worse average price. But I'm just going to play the even dollar break setup. Keep in mind, though, this is not a fresh level. The level was played yesterday, I believe. No, $50 didn't come into play yesterday. But the level did come into play already at a different time point today. So it's not a fresh level that we're playing out of, so it's not really that significant. Yeah. Looks like QQQ on the 5-minute is exactly at VWAP right now. And the S&P 500 on the 5-minute is also at VWAP exactly right now. But the NASDAQ is not on. The futures for NASDAQ and the S&P 500 futures are not. So we're just going to have to wait and see if QQQ, the ETF, and the SPY ETF are going to climb above VWAP, which means the ETF, sorry, the futures are trying to move towards VWAP over there, which means more pain for my shorts, sadly. Apple only 3 cents in the money now. Unity, which was 80 cents in the money, moving back towards that $34 area. We'll see if we're going to have to maybe add to that trade or just get out of that trade. Get out of Dodge, as Sean sometimes says.
Yeah, I want to take a little bit of profit here on the coin short. If we can print 89s, we just got into the low 90s, so that would be a 20 penny winner, or more than 20 pennies, just for like a small portion of this short. But we got to get back down. That we went down there momentarily. Now retracing back to 50. So I think you probably got filled there because we broke the 50. Yeah.
I got filled 50.03 though. So that means the order came back through and I got filled on the ask after.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. At least you get filled. INM, I'm currently, what am I at? I'm 5 pennies out of the money on INM. It's retracing. I put my out through the break of this low candle here, so that $4.17 will be my out. We're at 431, so I've still got some room to go on that. But that's my intention on that. But the bigger trade, obviously, that I've got more into at the moment is this coin trade. Oh, woof, we just got a big shot to the upside, and that just got sold off super quick. Wow, there's a lot of volume coming into coin at this level. We went up, now we're down. Now we're going right back up again. So it looks like I may get stopped out of this one on coin if it breaks through that 50-50 level. I think that people stop hunting here. Looks like we will break through that level. We're printing 48s now. The spread opening up, though, 48, and then some. It was like 20 something on the bid. So Oof, that one was aggressive move. Completely counter market too, as the market makes its way down. Coin makes its way up. Coin may have looks like it's got buyers. It's got legs to the upside here. Someone's buying it. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out. What's going on? And there I am. I got stopped out there. So that's another loser for me on coin. This one is just got all sorts of legs, moving completely counter market, guys. We're going to have to take that L. It's a losing day for me right now as a result of this trade. So, hey, just got to take it on the chin, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll find another trade and we'll smack them in the mouth right now, though. We're going to send it to Brendo at the big desk for the European update.
Hey guys, quick look at how we wrap things up for the day over in the European session, mostly to the downside, right across the board as we saw. To kick things off, if you joined us in the pre-market, everything in the red following North American futures downside. So the Euro Stocks Index overall down about 1% here. Blue chips, the Stocks 50, 0.8% when all was said and done. Right across the board here, 0.2 England tried to get positive but failed. 1% there for Germany, 1% for Spain, 1% for Sweden as well. So following North America downside, guys, for Europe.
Following North American downside. Yeah, sadly, the North American markets are so gigantic, and we can't help but wait on other markets throughout the day as long as we are operating. So European markets getting slapped to the downside, sadly. Pinterest popping up on my scanners over here, down 5% at the low of day, watching patiently to see if we can get the break of low of day extended to the south side on Pinterest. And give me a trade based off of that. And also looking at other positions, looks like Mobileye popping up to the downside scanners. We got a stock that was to the downside scanner yesterday. It's actually popping up to the positive scanner. It's going to be Vodafone. I think that's how you say it. Vodafone.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's a UK.
It's European. I don't know if it's
European,
UK.
not UK.
It's like all over them. It's in the Middle East. It's everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
I only know them because of the advertisings that they do on sports and so on.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
it. Their logo is like a circle, right? Or
It's
a
like
V
a
with
circle, like a squiggly line in it.
Yeah. Okay, see, I know what I'm talking about.
Yes,
Today
you
up
do,
1.96%. Sadly, yesterday, though, I think it was off an earnings play. They got destroyed to the downside. A little bit of a relief coming in, most likely because of shorts taking profits and some intraday longs taking profits off the shorts taking covers. So it's a pretty good setup, something that I'm actually thinking about it right now. If you think about it, the stocks that got beat up off of earnings the day before, on the second day, the shorts might be thinking to cover their profits.
Sure.
And if they're covering their profits, it's a good idea to look for an intraday long on these really demolished stocks on the second day. I think the setup would work even better if that stock was on SSR. And look at Coinbase right now.
Yeah,
Tell
I
me
got back in that. Oh, I did.
Tell me you got back in. Good
I got
stuff.
back in top wick. I just took another piece out there. So getting some revenge here on Bitcoin. I got in at 50.21. I just took some out in the 70s. So that's already recouping from my last loss here. I'm going to sit on this one. The market's trending down. I feel like we may get a VWAP rejection off Bitcoin, Coinbase, excuse me. You know, it's just, I think some people were stop hunting there because it was completely a counter market move. So they knew that people would be initiating short positions and they want to buy them out. There we go. Now we're taking profit in the 60s, baby. So now we're 40 pennies. Sorry. What? We're 60 pennies in the money. Yeah, we're even more now. So killing it on coin, getting revenge on that trade. We're going to spend the money for this one because I'm almost flat now on that. Jeez. Okay, so there you go. Getting a little bit of revenge, Bradley. I'm happy with that.
Revenge Trader 101, baby. Let's go. Welcome to the show. No, we're just joking. Sometimes, look, the trade is right. Clearly, he had the right idea, but the stop hunters came for him. This is why sometimes I don't let people know where my stops are.
I know how you feel.
I know these bots are out there listening to the shows, and as soon as you say stop and a number, they automatically like.
Hey, you're not wrong, man. I still think that that's crazy, but I think that the fact that
far-fetched.
I know that's the thing.
Not
That's the
far-fetched.
thing. I'm like, yo, these like we're dictating to these computers all the time. They know exactly what we're saying. You know what I mean? So yeah, I agree with you on that.
That's not too far
No,
out, trust me. If the NSA is listening into everything you're saying using Facebook's end-to-end encryption messaging platform, trust me, it's not that hard to make a bot that listens to a YouTube show and moves the market around off of that. Tin Hat Pride conversation time, ladies and gentlemen. Get your tinfoils out, strap it on. Strap your tinfoil conversation hats on. We're gonna dive right into it. Talking about tinfoil conversations, Graham Hancock, you know who that is?
No.
He's like this guy who like knows a lot about People say he's a pseudoscientist when it comes to ancient history and so on, but he's pretty smart. He has a brand new show on Netflix now. I watched the first 2 episodes called Ancient Ancestry, and it's absolutely mind-blowing.
Nice.
It's basically showing you that like these pyramids and the Mayan pyramids, the Egyptian pyramids, what we know about them is absolutely nothing.
Okay.
We know zilch about these, which we already know that we know zilch.
Yeah.
But like the whole idea that after the first ice age, the only people existed were hunter-gatherers. That's the whole theory. Apparently, that's not true because there's no way that only hunter-gatherers existed because these buildings predate all the way back to like, that 7,000, 9,000 BC where only hunter-gatherers were supposed to exist. So
no, there was like clear
knew.
evidence of farming in like ancient Egypt because they had to expand to feed the workers and stuff like that. So I know exactly what you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure some of that stuff's documented though, Bradley.
But like a lot of people like reject that the idea that right after the first ice age it was only hunter-gatherers. It's only hunter-gatherers. If you go outside of that realm of mindset, people think that you're crazy. So it's crazy watching that. Watching the first 2 episodes, I can't wait to finish that. Look at Vodafone now, currently getting pushed down a little bit. Looks like it's just doing its thing though. We're gonna ignore the stock. No real trade for me on this one. Something to talk about Tesla about 19 minutes ago. Missed out on this move. Not sure how this would even affect Tesla on the stock, but apparently Wall Street Journal is reporting that Elon is expecting to find someone to run Twitter. So not sure how that one affects Tesla, but Tesla over here today down 3% at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's like too involved with other things to be able to run 3 companies, bro. Tesla,
he has more than 3, right?
Well, I mean, he's running the big 2. But is he running those? Is he CEO?
I don't know.
Sean, is he CEO of the Boring Company? He is.
CEO or
so he's
COO?
running them. He's running those companies too. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think he's just way too involved with other things in order to run something as needy as Twitter. Twitter does require a lot of change, and like he's talking about their income taking a really big hit because of activist investors. He's going to have to find alternate sources to generate income. Maybe like that's not the best project to take on when you have such a big plate already. But hey, that's Elon. Elon can defy odds. So hey, shout out to him. I like him. I'm a big fan of Elon's. Now let's have a look at some small cappers here to see what they're up to. Looks like our INM trade did not go as planned here and we got stopped out. Thankfully, this was only half size, so getting look at that too. We ended up getting out at like the bottom part of our we had 417, now we ended up getting filled 413. So not sure why that was so aggressive. Anyway, INM, a loser for me, but what's not a loser so far is this coin short is continuing to print. I'm being patient on this one. I'm kind of keeping one eye on coin, the other eye on the market. I want to see if the market can continue possibly to test that low of day that we made at 39.66. We're only 11 points above that at the moment. If it can start trending down in that direction, I think coin will use the opportunity to bounce off view up from the downside and continue to make new recent lows. But we got a lot of room between where I am, where 50.20, well, that's my short, and the 48 low that we printed today on coin. Not saying we'll see that low again, but if we retrace at least halfway from where I am, so that 49 area, that will definitely be a really excellent short and put me back in a good position on coin. The other one we were talking about, the halting stock, QRTEB, the 5-letter ticker. This one has retraced back down to VWAP. I had a long resting order above that 1175. We obviously didn't get there. ever since I posted it. Now basically we're retracing down into that $10 level that we talked about. That's where the 50-period moving average is, and that's where the whole dollar level, the $10 level, which I always like. So we're flirting with that level. Looks like we made our way down to 10.10, so not quite there yet, but below VWAP at the moment, Bradley. So tread carefully with this one.
Looking at this pretty funny tool, which it makes me laugh looking at this one. If you apparently invested in Walmart 10 years ago, today you would have investing $1,000, you would have had a profit of $945 over a span of 10 years off that $1,000 investment. But if you invested that same $1,000 in Tesla 10 years ago, you would be at $93,990 profit. That same $1,000 in Tesla 10 years ago would have made you 9,000% profit.
Yeah, it's nuts.
And on Walmart, it would have only made you 94% profit.
Well, it's still 94 is great, but Tesla, wow, man. But don't forget that that AT&T pays like a really good dividend. What is it, like a 7% dividend or something like that? Which is not bad, probably.
Right.
Like when times they were paying that dividend when the banks were giving you zero.
Right.
Too, so.
Right. I mean, yeah, I'm just looking at this this tool. It's funny that Tesla obviously
Tesla's a
taking
monster.
off on its evaluations and just flying through the roof, and then splitting, and then flying, and then splitting again. So Tesla has just been an absolute monster, and we all know that. But we need tools like that to kind of realize that image sometimes. Like, wow, this is the actual story of what's going on. The new position alert is going to be TSM. TSM did pop up to the 100-period EMA and started going back down. I waited for the market move to the red side a little bit to punch into the short, but sadly, market's now trying to go back up north again. Here's the S&P 500 chart. We got a nice move coming back towards VWAP for the S&P 500 futures, and same with the NASDAQ futures. So just going to be careful with your short. CCL got the short back into CCL closer to VWAP. Obviously, we were talking about that earlier too. VWAP, I'm typing VWAP. CCL, VWAP should be an indicator as to what's going on with a certain position. So CCL, if there is a prominent seller coming in, and if there's some sort of an algorithm or an intern sitting there punching keys, and their job is to punch keys at VWAP, we're expecting this position to sell off at that price every time. So as we pull back over there, just patiently waiting to see if we can get a nice little winner later on in the day as the market pulls back south. If the market doesn't pull back south, then maybe CCL just range trades for the rest of the day and doesn't really break the bottom over here, but still ends up giving us a decent winner at the bottom of that range for ourselves. QQQ ends up green, says someone in the chat today. I mean, QQQ is apparently down 1 full %, so I'm not sure if we're going to end up green today. We're going to... I'll take that back. We've seen days where market has turned green easily from being down 1%, so it could happen. All it takes is like a random catalyst to come out of the blue. Like yesterday, we had the missile strikes news come out of nowhere, and the markets flushed off of that. Thankfully, we did find out, or at least the news came out that it was just redirection missiles or something. It wasn't an actual strike coming in, so the fear of war kind of still tamed down a little bit, and hence that today I did plan to trade RTX, like Raytheon Technologies, but because of that whole catalyst kind of dying down right away, helped me to stay away from Raytheon and helped me losing money on Raytheon. Yeah,
Biden making comments about that attack yesterday, and they were more candid comments than I thought. I think the market absorbed that quite well. Like, he was asked if the missiles came out of Russia, and then he basically said no, he didn't think that. Usually that's not something that they confirm. Usually they're so ambiguous purposely to kind of leave their enemies in the dark about what they know and what they don't know. But anyway, so he was a bit more candid than I anticipated yesterday about some of the questions he was asked about that strike. But I think some countries are on high alert, so I don't think Bradley is off base to think about all these military defensive type stocks being in the focal point, especially if things start to heat up again. They may not be hot every day, but keep them on your watch list, keep them close by, because anything could light up and you never know. All of a sudden you start seeing green candles to the high side. What are we looking at here? I see Amazon's like awfully strong. I mean, like it's like the leader of the pack at the moment. Like, look at this, Bradley. Meta is below VWAP, and Amazon's flying above VWAP.
Not even 100, bro.
I know, but relative on the day, we made, what did we make there? 95.54 low. We're at 98.22.
This is the short eyes right here.
This is a short, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. You heard it here first. Bradley's taking the short.
Look at the buying. That's not as short. There's
he covers right away.
I'm jumping out. There's 1,000 share orders coming in on the
I just
long
look
side.
at his chart. There's a red triangle, then the green triangle came in right away. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not shorting it at this level, but you know, hey, if you want to go for it, all the power to you. By the way, I got stopped out of my last position here on coin. That's for about 40% of the position. The position was, my stop was at break even. So I took about 60 pennies at its best on that short on coin. I gave it all the way back to break even. But you know, this one's, it looks like it's just got way too much buying coming in at this level, especially having been down almost 15% on the day. I'm sure it showed up on a lot of people's like red scanners looking for relatively weak stocks, and then all of a sudden, you know, you got your short covers, you got your people buying at lows, so precipitates and it goes higher, and that's where I got caught in. Thankfully, I was able to take advantage of this short here, retracement off VWAP down to that 50-period moving average, just playing in that range. But the market bouncing off that 39.66, kind of taking coin with it to the north side. INM now continuing to retrace down. It's decidedly below VWAP at this moment. So now let's see how it acts around that whole dollar level at 4. That also happens to be the 200 EMA on the 1-minute chart. So is this a bounce area? Or are we going to have these random stop levels that don't correspond to earlier price action? Because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for earlier price levels that we can base buy and sell decisions off of. And that's what I'm looking for here. That 4, you see a period of consolidation, that bull flag stopping at around 410, retracing back into 3 3/4, and then kind of breaking through again. So that $4 level is where I'll be looking possibly to take a new long, Brad.
I'm currently adding to my Apple short. I mean, look at the way Apple is just consolidating at VWAP and not able to really trade above VWAP. We're constantly trading under it. Apple, the ringleader of the tech basket, the orchestra leader, the person who plays the whole band. So if Apple is not able to trade above VWAP, I can't see this market trading above VWAP. So the market, I'm expecting a dump to come in soon. I also have an order to take short Amazon on the break of 98 to the downside. So I don't want to fight the buyers and the sellers over here. I'd rather have them their war at 98, sit in the corners, eat my popcorn, watch the battle play out. Once the war is completely finished and it's my turn to come in and just, you know, just wipe out the levels, then I'll take that 98 to the downside break, take that easy fill to the downside, take that easy trade, and just ride the stock to maybe right back to the lower day, or even right back to VWAP if that's a trade being offered to us. Currently, there's a pretty big enough of battle going on. We saw the prints coming in for the green side. We saw the prints coming in for the red side also. So I don't want to fight that battle. Look at the buying coming in for Amazon. We'll stay away from that one. Thankfully, though, Apple, no real battle for the buying side coming in for Apple over here. And giving me a chance to add. We're now short completely at 148.49, so basically 148.50 and 22 pennies in the money on that bad boy. Unity 70 pennies in the money still, and looks like it wants to go right back to the lower day. We'll see if we can get some more size out at that level, or maybe even at a different price point, much more lower than the lower day. If the market pulls back, I think that is a possibility for ourselves. CCL and Baba not doing anything for us at the moment, and TSM in that basket too. Guys, make sure to throw in stocks in the chat that you're looking at that you want us to keep an eye out for. Currently, Netflix, Netflix popping up on the mega cap losers race. Okay, Netflix, I see you. Netflix just broke 304. Come Come on, give me that fill. That's because there's no orders on that level. Okay, there we go. We got that fill. Where do we get filled? We have to cross down a little bit. So we have to literally punch the bid on that. And the spread is already 17 to 20 cents away from us. And Netflix recently breaking that low a day, breaking that 304 area. We're going to have to give it a little bit more wiggle room, probably around 50 cents per share loser on this trade if we were to lose on it. I'm not going to give that wiggle room. Ooh, we're already seeing some buying coming in, trying to see if this market pulling back to the south side can actually take Netflix down too. We didn't break the low a day to retrace back up there, did we? So I see some size over there, 40 lots, not too much size, 40 lots on 304.45. That's where my stop is going to be.
INM, I got back in at 405. So we're 405? 406, sorry. I'm looking to take profit here. I didn't get a good fill. I got a poopy fill. I was looking to get more in at 402, 401. I ended up getting in at 406. So I'm not pleased at all with the fill. So I got to de-risk a little bit. So I'm taking out some at 413. Then the next level would be 418. And then I'll hold a little bit through that break of the top there at 430. What's going on, Sean? Amazon. Report Sean is going to the high side. I told you that was probably not a really good idea, right? But you did?
Yeah, thank God I stayed away from that short.
Yeah, Amazon flying, guys, to the high side at the moment. It had a little bit of a period of consolidation. You know, this is the 1 minute chart on it. You had a nice little just movement here sideways, a little bit in a range, and then you had the big 1 minute candle come in there on huge volume. Look at that. Over 400,000 shares of volume on the last 1 minute candle, propelling it to the high side.
300 lots on 98.50.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's 300 lots on 98.50, 332 lots, so 332. 332, add 2 zeros times 98.50. That's $3.2 million, $3.27 million on the ask on Amazon at 98.50 as the QQQ pulls towards VWAP and the S&P 500 actually pierces VWAP and is now playing with the 50-period EMA to the north side. So let's see if Amazon can actually break that level. Looks like I actually got flipped long on Apple. I didn't know I had a stop L at my previous entry, so that's not what I wanted to do. We're going to actually leave this one alone at the moment and go towards AMZN. Go towards Amazon because I want to see how the stock trades at that 98.50 level. If we're going to actually have enough buyers, $3,500 worth of buyers coming in and punching that level, or are we not going to have that? Looks like I somehow got triggered into the short on Amazon at 98. I see the position on my board. Thankfully, we're only 27 cents out of the money, so we could take that quick little loser. Amazon might have actually broken 98 to the downside slightly and triggered. Yeah, look at that. It did trigger me into a short, and then it ripped up. And I'm sitting over here saying, thank God I'm not short while I was short. What a joke. Come on, Brad. You got to be a little bit more focused on that side. But no, Amazon over here did pull up to 98.50. We rejected 98.50. And now look at the selling coming in on Amazon. Wowza. Big blue tape coming in. That tape's not even red. It's straight up blue.
What does blue mean again?
Blue. So... Hey, even Sean's singing, I'm blue. So blue is basically below bid, which is a more aggressive fill to the short side.
Really, below bid?
Below the bid.
Huh. Interesting.
That's how I have it set up.
I got to set that up. That's brilliant. I don't have that. So how do you do that? I'll ask you later.
Just right click on your box. This is good for anyone who's using pre-pro.
Come to my
cut
screen.
To a screen, boys? So right click on his box right there. Custom dialogue. Okay. And then you see on the right side below bid and above ask. You can change that to whatever colors you want. And then the in-between color for me is white because above ask for me is yellow.
Above ask is yellow, right? Okay.
So in between is white for me because of that.
I'm going to put above ask to be orange. There we go. Oh, this is really cool. Okay, apply. Okay. Ooh, look, you learn something new every day. Yeah, I should be playing around with these options, but you kind of get into your little routine there where you just open up your computer, you have your layout, you don't mess with it. And by not messing with it, you're not seeing the options that are available. And I try to remind myself that. Thank you for that, Bradley. INM, it's retraced on us a little bit. We're like 3 pennies in the money on it. We haven't got any of the fills that we've put out yet to the high side. So I'm going to be patient on this one. I've got my stop through the break of 4. So if this one's a loser, it's going to be a 5 penny loser at the most. No biggie. Looking back at coins, since I've been watching this one all day, it looks like we really are staying below that VWAP range, but we're kind of holding that 50 period quite nicely, at least for the moment. Look at this, holding the 50 period here, then bouncing off VWAP here, moving back down to the 50 period, again the bounce off VWAP, and now holding the 50 period again, but it looks like we're breaking a little bit below it. Have we seen the last of the move here, on Amazon? I think that Amazon may... Yeah, it is, and market's going lower at the same time as well, so let's see what this one does. Bouncing up, exact bounce off VWAP. Look at this, guys. I mean, the futures have been really on point today. This level I have here, that 39.66 level, that's from a previous day. I didn't put that in today, by the way. And so, look, we bounce off that level exactly, and then we get to VWAP, and we bounce off VWAP exactly. So the future is really giving you, like, clear indicators today of which to play. Let's move up to Brendo at the big desk with Happening Now.
Into lunch hour we go, guys. Still a bit of a mix board to show you here at 12 o'clock. We are dealing with some negativity still, 0.5% for the S&P, the Dow holding on to positive territory, but only just 0.1 right now. The last one here really outside of here in Toronto, the TSX. 1.6, I want to mention Russell 2000. Notably weak on the day, even more so than the NASDAQ at this point. 1.25 there for the composite, 1.2 the NASDAQ 100. We were talking all about Target today. We were talking about retail in general. We'll get more after market tonight as far as the earnings in the retail group. Peloton, I'll show you in a sec. Give it all back and then some on that UK news. Apple as well. Interesting story about Arizona. They're going to shift some of their chip needs to a plant in Arizona over the next couple of years. There it is now, down 5.6. That was the plop on that initial news about the UK. Now down 5.6, bouncing off 11 for Peloton, guys.
Yes, sir. Not much going on. Still holding a few pennies in the money on INM. I'm trying to be patient on this one. But while we're being patient, let's shout out Nicole Harris. She sends a $2 super chat. She says, FSRD, also watching XPEV, DWAC, and GameStop. She's watching a lot of these big names that we've become very familiar with over the last few years. The one I'm not familiar with, though, is FSRD. Is that NASDAQ? Yes, it is. Okay, so FSRD is a penny stock. It's like a 20-cent stock. So, Nicole, I know you're probably likely a new viewer of the show, but... No, she's not. Nope. She's well known.
She's older than me, man.
Okay.
Like she's been here longer than I've been on the show.
Damn, well, my bad, Nicole. Anyway, that's not something that I trade or Pradley trades. We kind of try to keep it above $1. In fact, I actually have my scanner set to filter out anything less than $1. But let's have a look at XPEV, because I know that one was making big boy moves to the downside this morning. Flip to XPEV, a New York stock. Where are we at on XPEV? Yeah, we're still printing to the downside on XPEV now, almost down 12% on the day. We're close to day lows. I think day low is 791. We're at 794, so plenty of room to the downside here. Decidedly below VWAP to 821. I hope you're short, Nicole, because if you're short XPEV, you're printing on that. Proudly.
Yeah, Amazon now going to the downside, so looks like a little bit of profits, finally able to recover on that short that our first short was planned and we took a loss on it. The second short was planned, but I didn't know I had the entry, so that was a little painful. We took a loss on that trade, but we saw the selling coming in at 98.50. We know there's $3 million sitting there on the bid, so there's a $3 million seller waiting for his fill coming in at 98.50. So until that level breaks, I think I'm going to keep trying that short trade over here, which is currently 34 cents in the money. Unity, thankfully, right back to the lower day, so $1 in the money one more time on Unity. I did say I want to take more size off the board on this position just to be safe. Yes, I don't want to be stuck with this trade and then take that loss on it. And look at TSM, baby.
Printing.
We said we wanted to short TSM around 80, and we waited for that trade. So we waited for the trade. We waited for TSM to go all the way to the 100 period EMA. Just in case it wanted to go above the 100 period EMA, I didn't want to short it. So we waited for the market to show us some sort of a weakness around VWAP. TSM showed us weakness. It started going down. We got our first fill. We got our second fill on the break of the $80. And now to the downside goes TSM. So taking profits for TSM at VWAP a little bit, which is 40 cents in the money on that one. Apple, we had a stop out that I didn't know that I had one out. I forgot that I had the stop out. Lots of memory losses today for some reason. I guess it's the lack of sleep. I slept very late. I even was complaining about it on Twitter. My insomnia got to me yesterday. I slept at 2:30, and I had an alarm to wake up at 6:30. Otherwise, I wasn't gonna make it to work for 9 o'clock. Right?
My goodness.
I woke up 8:30. So past my alarms, completely startled.
You were tired, eh? Yeah.
Like I was just so
that
stressed
happens when
out.
you're tired.
So stressed out I had to do the garbage, so I had to do garbage, and there was snow, so I had to shovel snow, and I doing all that, just getting ready, getting into work. So part of me was like, maybe I take it easy on trading today, but we're getting opportunities like these. You gotta throw away that mindset and still keep trading and look for opportunities to smash on the market. Now even Baba paying us a little bit. Baba is a negative stock for us, sadly. We are down on the day still, but with the help of Unity, TSM, and even Apple at the moment, we can cut our losses on the day by half. So let's go, baby. The shorts are coming back into play a little bit.
We're spending that money, baby, on INM. Yes, there we go. We get that fill at 406, and we're scalping all the way into the high 20s on that one. So that was a nice little dip trade, and I got a poopy fill too. I was trying to get 402 and change, so that could have been almost almost a 30 penny winner. We're out of a little bit more than 50% of our position on that, so we're looking possibly here for a break through the 430s and maybe even a VWAP retracement. VWAP currently is at 436. So let's look out for that. I think that we have a good opportunity to at least test VWAP again. Up 52% on the day. It's a lunchtime hour, a slow hour. Yeah. These small caps, they don't care how you feel. These small caps are coming anytime, anywhere. You know how these ones work. Now we're printing in the high 20s again. Let's see if we can break through that 30 and I can scalp a little bit out. Let's in fact have a resting order at the moment for a 31 break, Proudly. How do you feel about that one? Is that too aggressive, or should we maybe lower it a little bit?
What was that?
Is my 31 out on INM too aggressive? I know I'm kind of just putting you on the spot. You don't care about small caps, nor have you been watching this one. So a bit of a rhetorical question, to be honest.
Yeah, I have no clue how to give you a suggestion.
I got you. It's all good. Yeah, INM, that's the one I'm looking at, guys. You know
is
how
orange or above the bid?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so orange is above the bid. The blue.
Make sure you save that, because it looks like you only have that saved on one time of sales and not across the board.
Good call on that. So I go customize and then go save as default, apply, and then I go to other ones and open it up. So I go back to this one, I go customize, and then I go load, default, apply, and then you go, guys, right on the screen there in living color. You know what's printing nicely right now? That coin short.
Oh yeah, I don't even want to look at it. I don't even want to look at it.
Why?
Because I know
money.
I was supposed to trade. I mean, I'm not in it.
Oh, you got out of it.
I had to take that stop because it was going so violently to the north side. I don't want to lose too much money on it. I mean, I am down on it, and it's my second worst stock on the day today. But boy, was that a good short at the $50 area.
Right.
When the market wasn't even pulling down, coin absolutely got destroyed. So congratulations to Sharif to jumping back into it. Sometimes, not sometimes. A lot of the times I trade the same entry 5 to 6 times. But over here for Coinbase, something about it just did not allow myself to trade that position more than once. So I just let that trade go. You gotta be okay with walking away with trades like that.
I gotta interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, you can't catch them all the time.
I gotta spend the money again, baby. We got that 32 fill actually to the high side there on INM. So this one over a 30 penny winner now. We've got exactly 25% of the position left on this one. I'm gonna wait to a VWAP break, so I'm gonna put my out at 36 on this one, Proudly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're good. Gives me more time to chew on my gum there. Pretty good gum. We got these Excel soft chews, chat, for anyone who's wondering. Why is this camera so doo-doo, bro? Why is this camera so doo-doo?
Hold it back a little bit. There you go.
Yeah, fix the zoom in, bud. Come on, doo-doo camera going on over here. These production guys don't know what they're doing, man. I'm telling you. I know. I'm just ragging on them.
Calling them out. But Bradley, I think we got a really interesting super chat.
what's
It's
up?
about tape reading. I don't know if you want to have a look at it. It's from James K. $4.99 super chat. He says, "Is the $3 million Amazon buy order at 98.50 enough to influence the market? $3 million seems low for a large cap. Thoughts?"
3 million is nothing. 3 million is nothing. 3 million is nothing. But the fact that there is a $3 million seller at that 98.50 level is significant enough to look at that level, right? $3 million is nothing. But also compare $3 million of a level to any other levels. For example, if we were to filter, what is 500 shares at 97? So 500 times 97, or let's just do 98 because we're at 98. That's $50,000, right? So even if we do, I want to see 500 shares on the book or more. See how dead the level 2 is, and see how illiquid it is. So if you wanted to take like 500 shares right now, you pretty much have to cross down to 97.77, whereas the best bid is 97.80. So you're already getting slipped down a bit. Imagine if you're having to take, more than 500 shares. What am I doing over here? Let me do this and go 9. So now you only see 10 or more. If you're trying to take 1,000 shares over here, you really have no liquidity on the book for you to punch anywhere.
Wow.
So imagine you try to trade with actual size. You're trying to take actual liquidity to make real money in the range of pennies as a scalper. Look at the problems over here.
You're going to have to take out multiple levels.
You're going to have to wipe out a level. That's where the below the bid and above the ask thing comes into play, because you see that people are wiping out a level and they're getting filled below the bid, or they're wiping out a level and they're getting filled above the ask.
So it's not just necessarily aggressive people that just want to make sure they're getting the filled, but it's people taking out multiple levels. Therefore, their fill price is above what they...
Above or below.
Got
yeah.
it.
So they're just wiping out levels over there. So that's why these, like that relative to what's going on the day to day. Oh, look at that. Now some size actually came in on the ask for Amazon. Notice how the book was barely dead, and then all of a sudden you saw 30 lots, 40 lots, and then now we're seeing a little bit of a buyers coming in and then sellers coming in. This is like a amazing view right here as to where the liquidity is, where the sellers are, where the buyers are, where are they willing to actually take the fills, and it's things like these that help you. So in relative to this, where the highest number you've seen for the last, how long have I been talking for? 2 minutes, 3 minutes? The highest number we've seen is 37 or 40, and we're not able to get past 98 over here off of that. Imagine when we're at 300, right?
Do you ever
300, it means 300 means 30,000 shares.
Shares, yeah. Do you ever use two level 2 windows to kind of allow you to give like a general picture, and then for the bigger size, you want to be able to filter it so that you only see big size coming in on one level 2, and then the general?
Not necessarily. Like I filtered this the size over here based on how much size I want to take. So if I'm trading with 100 shares on that day, then I'm going to filter it for 1, so I only see 100 or more.
Yeah.
And even on the time of sales, if I'm trading 100 shares, I'll filter it for 99. If I'm trading 200 shares, I'll filter it for 199. That way, anyone who's trading less size than me, you're irrelevant to me. I don't care about you. Sorry for putting it like that, but I don't care about you in this market. If you're trading more size than me, then I want to see where you're punching your trades, where you're going long, where you're going short. I'm always asking questions as to why a trader thinks a long at this price is good. What is their thinking behind it? What is their rational reasoning behind it? And then not only are they trying to punch along here, there's a counterparty to it. Why is a trader going short here at this correct same moment when a trader is going long? What is their thinking behind it? And at the same time, when someone's taking an entry, someone's also taking an exit. So why is that trader taking an exit at this? Are they scared that the stock is not going to go any higher for the day, and they're probably long at the low a day? So are they scared scared that 98, those $3 million are there. Maybe I should take some size away from the market. Are they thinking that? If they're thinking that, then what are the short traders thinking? Are the short traders now scared that that level is not there in case that level is not there?
Yeah.
The short traders are probably scared that that level is not there. Why was it there earlier and why is it not there now? So all these questions, always keep on asking questions, because we got to come into that way of really understanding the counterparties that we're trading against all the time. Obviously, you can't think, you don't know what the algos are thinking. But you can try to come up with an idea of what your counterparty, the other person that you're trading against, is thinking.
Okay. That's a very good explanation there from many different facets, many different angles. Thank you for that, Prad. I'm still looking at INM. I'm looking to take out the final 25% of my position at hopefully the retracement to VWAP. That's currently at 436. I've been seeing 30s print here on the ask, as well as 29s and 28. We've been kind of stagnating sideways in a period of consolidation for the better part of 8 or 9 minutes. May not seem like a lot, but in small cap world, these stocks tend to move quite erratically. So, you're always a little bit on edge, waiting for this one to make its move. So I have my profit taker out. So it's just a matter of waiting for that to fill or waiting to get stopped out. Stop out here is going to be at my break-even point. My break-even point is 406, and my profit taker again at 436. So that'll be a 30-penny winner. Let's flip back to coin. That would have been a nice little short through the break of the neckline there. That would have profited us about 60 pennies, a little bit maybe less in the money. And it's been a decent descent down since the break of that neckline. A little bit of a double top, Bradley, on this one off VWAP. So that would have been a nice little, but I got burned on it a couple of times, and then I made my money back. And then I said, I made my money back. I'm going to stay away from this one. That really should not be a consideration, but I am a human being. So sometimes it just filters into my mindset. Let's have a look at the scanner. We haven't talked about that in a while. Oh, I see a stock halted, GLBL. What's going on with that one? Let me just pull that up real quick. For all my small capper halt trading traders, here we go. GLBL looks like that halted already for 5 minutes initially. From 11:15 to about 11:20, it halted. There was another period here where it halted for 10 minutes and then another 10-minute halt, and now we're in a even more prolonged halt. I think we're about 20 minutes. I don't want to count these out, but let's see what this one says, if there's any news about the halt type. No, nothing really that I'm seeing here. IBK are not living up to expectations with breaking news on that one. Let's see below that QRTEB. We were talking about that one earlier. What's that one up to? Is it retracing? Let me bring down my scanner so you guys can follow along. There you go. By next week, I'll be using an entirely new scanner, so you guys will have to get used to that one. QRTEB, that's retracing to below VWAP. That's no longer of interest to me. INM, you guys already know I'm in that trade. Peggy showing up here. Peggy was a mover yesterday. Okay, so Peggy, back above VWAP. I like this stock. It's above VWAP. It's trending higher. 337 is that high of day. We're printing 333, so we're near high. This one, I'd like to play it off a dip trade for a key level here, either whether VWAP at that 316 or maybe that 320. There seemed to have been a lot of buying and selling going on at that 320 level. I'm definitely not inclined to take the breakout unless it starts going parabolic. My idea here is to look for a key level to the sell side, take that dip trade because it is above VWAP, so you know that the trend is pointing to the high side. It's not, I don't want to say it's not a risky trade, but it's less risky than taking a long below VWAP. That's the way I see it. Oh, by the way, coin continuing to print.
I don't want to look at it.
Sorry.
I don't want to look at it. That's a sad trade for me. Someone in the chat said, now I see why they call him Pradstein, like Einstein or Pradstein.
Oh, Pradstein. Okay,
but
okay.
See the way I said it, Pradstein? Like, it has me thinking like Harvey Weinstein or Jeffrey Epstein or something. So no, I don't like that name at all. I don't want to hear that one ever again. But I appreciate.
Let me tell you something real quick.
Yeah.
There is like there's systems in place apparently for you to get recourse to get your money. Like I'm talking specifically about FTX, people who had deposits and can't get their money back. At the moment, there's a whole bunch of uncertainty. Apparently, there's a system in place for a stock Ponzi scheme where they would like have a certain framework with which to work within to reclaim your money. But apparently, because they're unsure about the jurisdiction of where this crypto scheme falls under, they don't know if that system can be used for people with the FTX deposits to get their money back. So just a little update there on the whole FTX saga. It brought my attention to it.
Yeah, just a weird thing of what over there, what's going on. Just gotta let things play out.
Tom Brady should give them a call, Tycoon.
Tom
That's
Brady
so
should
jokes.
give them a call. Yeah, poor Tom Brady, man. Guy's net worth got cut in half after his wife leaving him, and now another half.
Hold on,
after
he might get
FTX.
money, man. I think she makes more money than him.
Yeah, she does.
So he
Hold
may
up,
be
there's
on the
size
receiving
now on
end.
Amazon at 87. So there's a spoofer, or there's size now on Amazon at 87. So there was those 300 lots at 98.50. Now we have about 200 lots at 97.87. Let's see if we see that size again. I think that was a spoofer. They showed size a couple times and they disappeared. So a spoofer, for ladies and gentlemen, for the new beginner traders who are wondering what a spoofer is, this is an illegal thing to do. You're not supposed to be throwing out an order that you do not intend to actually get filled in the market. If you keep doing that, the SEC could technically come and knock on your door and take you to jail. FBI, open up, right? So you got to be a little careful on that one. Not little, you got to be very careful on that one. You should not spoof the market, because that's a way to basically bully the market in one side or the other. You basically show size, and as the stock pulls towards that price, you pull away your order, basically intending to not take that fill. And this is a way to stuff the market to the downside. Very illegal thing. Don't do quote stuffing. Don't do spoofing and trying to bully the market. Looks like someone tried to do that for a quick second over here on Amazon. We are seeing some selling still coming in. Look at that blue. The tape is so beautiful. I'm blue, baby.
Blue,
we're going down again on the market over here. Amazon printing to the south side for me. Time to take some more size off the board on this Amazon trade. And even BABA, all these shorts are now in the money. Let's go, BABA, breaking the low a day. Awesome fill on BABA at that 78. I don't have to worry about that coin trade anymore, because BABA is paying me all the profits that I want. We're about to turn this day green off of these trades that we have on board. Amazon 34 cents, Apple only 8 cents, nothing to look over there on Apple. BABA 50 cents, Unity 47 cents. Looks like we actually got that fill at the low a day. Let's go. We did get that fill at low a day. I'm going to take a reload on Unity over here at the high of this range for the short side, and see if CCL can start really flushing for me. That way we can take some money on CCL also. Let's go, market paying us for shorts.
Geez, the coin short is just printing. A lot of FOMO as a result of not being in this one, but sucks to be me, to be honest. Not much going on in my world at the moment. I'm watching just coin retrace. I'm waiting for that possible print of 436 on INM. Since retraced back to 420, halfway between my entry and my profit-taking exit. I've since adjusted my stop to break even on INM. So if it breaks below that 406, we may get that print right now. Jeez. Look at that selling to the downside, but that looks like it got bought back up. But that curl is quite aggressive, so I'm going to keep my eye on this one in case my stop gets blown through and it doesn't trigger. I think I gave it like 3 pennies of space, because I didn't really anticipate this one moving as aggressively. It had been more of a slow mover, to be honest with you. Looking for a possible bounce here off coin. There's this level here at that 48.60 level, but the best level obviously is that 48 bottom. If we can retrace back to that 48 bottom, that could be a nice little potential double bottom that we could take a long off on coin. Maybe retraces right back to VWAP, who knows. But that one, that's the levels I'm looking at. I'm looking at that 48 level on coin, but it continues to print to the downside. What else we got going on here? Looking at my scanner, like literally everything is red. Let's bring it down so you guys can follow along. This is separated. This is my scanner over here. These are separated by title. So this is EV and clean energy. This is big tech. I have a battery plays like lithium, BAT, QuantumScape, etc. EV charging like Blink and ChargePoint, EVgo, Volta. Everything is red on the day. Crypto plays are obviously they're double-digit red. FinTech that had some interesting plays today. I know PayPal was relatively weak, and I know Sean and Neil were trading Square as well. My virus plays, BioNTech and Johnson & Johnson, obviously mildly green. Nothing really standing out. Everything is red except solar. Some green names here in solar: ENPH, TAN, FSLR, Sedge, JKS, CSIQ. CSIQ, by the way, shout out to Canadian Solar. It's a Canadian company. The weed plays are decidedly red except Grow Generations. That's green on the day. Let's have a look at that. Why is that green? How many shares has that done? Up 2 million shares. Nothing really to write home about here. So yeah, just having a look through the watch list, see if there's any standout industries. Not really much. Cloud computing, streaming, e-commerce, at-home plays. I switch here. This becomes my energy trades. Energy is only mildly red today, to be honest with you. Some of these energy trades are more aggressive than others. The consumer defensive is what's really strong. That's standing out to me. Funny enough, because Target had very poopy earnings this morning. But look at this: Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Walmart, what's it called? Colgate, Dollar General, Kraft Heinz. They're all green on the day. Target and Costco. Costco's barely red. So just looking over the market here, I've got like a few minutes left on the show. Then Ian is going to grace you with his presence. He's going to be on for the other hour and a half. So he trades a completely different style than me. So hope you enjoyed that. Yeah, he does. Coin bouncing a little bit here, Bradley.
I don't know about that. I think he just sits there. What is he doing right now?
Stop trolling him, man.
Yeah. What I mean, he's my boy. I get to, that's my job. Okay, it's like in the contract when you sign up for the floor, Prad's got to troll you at least 17 million times throughout the day. Microsoft popping. Microsoft apparently going to the north side, says the chat. AMC apparently popping too. Prad market NASDAQ 100. Are you saying that my market is a tech basket? My market is whatever pays me money, pretty much. So it's not like the NASDAQ or the SPY. It's whatever pays me money. That's my market.
Hand cream?
What's that? You want cream?
Yeah.
No.
Pass some
That's
cream,
my
bro.
cream, bro.
Just give me like
Yo,
a couple of pumps.
you want a couple of pumps? Whoa, take it easy. What are you asking me for? Yo,
This
what?
guy.
Yo,
Why do you always have to sexualize it on TV?
Now you're not getting anything.
I'm going to come over there after the show and take it.
What the?
Thank you.
All right, there. You can have a couple of pumps over there. Have fun with that one. But no, we're going to have some fun with the market at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking for the market to pull down. Sadly, it's not doing that. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both moving back up north. Why are you laughing?
Because the chat's like, remember wet?
Oh, yeah.
You laugh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Only Prad wearing those weird shirts. Come on, man. My shirt's nice. It's a nice shirt. It's my dad's shirt, too,
one.
anyway.
It's got a coconut smell to it. I like it.
Yeah, it's cocoa. It's a nice cocoa. I love these Vaselines, the cocos and the almond ones are so nice.
Really
They're
good.
so good. They smell nice. That's why I like them. Shout out to my ex who put me onto these. These are amazing. Sadly, I was gonna say it still reminds me of her when I smell it, but no, it doesn't. It smells like me now.
This
This is
guy's
my
dropping
smell,
emotional
baby.
lines live on television. Man.
Emotional lies, take it easy. No, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back into the market. What is moving around? Looks like all of a sudden oil stocks are popping up on my negative scanners. I got Oxy, CVX, a bunch of other oil stocks. Well, I'm guessing it's oil stocks because the logo looks pretty oily. Is EOG a oil stock?
What?
EOG Resources?
I have no idea. You're going to have to Google that.
EOG Resources. Yeah, oil and gas extraction. What is COP? Is that an oil stock? It's also an oil and gas. EQT, I'm pretty sure that one's an oil and gas. Yeah, so it looks like oil is actually dropping at the moment. Let's quickly head over to XLE. XLE to see if energy ETF is showing some weakness in it. Maybe a big down day on XLE to begin with. 1.76 and just recently breaking that low a day with some volume behind it. So it makes sense why all of these positions are popping up. Let's go quickly right back to Oxy, Occidental Petroleum. Another stock that Papa Buffett recently pumped up with his buying and so on. TSM being the latest one, Occidental the one before that. Look at that big volume candle coming in and breaking the low at day for Oxy. So a little bit of a weakness coming in for the crude oil stocks, I guess. I wish Brenda was here. Maybe. Oh yeah, Wednesday 10:30 numbers drop, right? Well, we're way past 10:30, so I'm not sure why.
Numbers.
What's that?
We already got the number. Remember at 8:30.
No, the oil numbers come out at 10:30, right? Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday is oil or Wednesday is oil? I know Thursday is one commodity and Wednesday is another commodity. Like one day is natural gas, I think, and the next day is oil or something like that. Maybe someone in the chat could tell us.
Know. Come on.
Chat could probably tell us. Yeah, I don't really trade them to know them exactly what date they come out, but I do know they come out around 10:30 weekly on one of those days. Sharif, you have about 40 seconds before I take you off. So
I just want to mention the $4.99 super chat sent by James K. He said, "Can you guys teach us what stop hunting is? Who does it? How do they benefit? How can we avoid getting hunted?" So here's what I mean by a stop hunter. Like, okay, I'm about to get filled on INM, so maybe I'll just talk about that, and then you can take that question after. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flatten out here on INM because I got to get off the show. But there we go. We get almost the highest fill that we got on that one. That ends up being a very profitable trade. We'll drop some cash for that one. I love trading these small cappers. I get them, they get me, and it's kind of like a love relationship. So it's been great seeing you guys. I'll be on for the 3 hours tomorrow, and until then, peace out.
Writing down the timestamp over here for that hilarious Vaseline conversation. Gonna have to go back and clip that conversation because that was hilarious. But we coming over here, that question, what was the question? Could you repeat that before you jump off? It's a super chat question, so let me actually go to my private messages with Bears versus Bull, because it should be in there.
Stop hunting. Just explain stop hunting. Yeah.
Okay. Let me find that question over here. Can you guys teach us what stop hunting is? Who does it? How do they benefit? How can we avoid getting hunted? So stop hunting is basically the idea of market makers moving the stock to a certain price where a lot of people might have their stop at. For example, let's pull up a position which is pretty obvious for TSM, for example. The long side for TSM over here at the lower day around 79. I was talking about wanting to go long at 79. Now, I'm not the only genius in the world. There are other geniuses in the world. I am one of them, but there are other geniuses in the world who might be thinking the same way. They might be looking for a long at 79. So notice how the stock kind of dips below 79 a couple times, goes as low as 78.91. Sometimes over here, pulls back to 79 and then breaks 79 by a couple pennies. So the idea is market makers, where would you have your stop if you go long 79? Basically at the lower day and then a couple pennies under the lower day. But the market makers, they bully the position a little bit to the south side. They hunt those stops. When those stops get triggered, basically when you lose on their position, someone else is winning on that position, right? So them hunting that stop is beneficial for them because they have your shares now, and then when the stock goes up, basically you're not the one making money, they're making money. So they quickly trap people over here and they push it up. So basically, how could you avoid that stop? Sometimes you just get stopped. You can't avoid it 100% of the time. Sometimes you have to give the stock a little bit of a more wiggle room than you wanted to. So maybe you go long at 79. Perfectly 79 is your fill. And you have your stop at the break of 78.85. So 15 cents below 79. Take the appropriate size to only lose the set amount of money that you're willing to lose when the stock goes 15 cents to the downside, and then add slippage to it. The second way to not lose on stops is to not have stops thrown out in the first place, because the second you have a stop thrown out, the market can see that order depending on what type of order you're throwing out. So that's the second way. The third way is to use script orders, which is an order that the market doesn't see, and that way you kind of escape that whole the market sees my orders, they're coming for my orders thing. Check out if your brokerage has a script order capability on their software. And the fourth way would be kind of what Greg taught me. have a mental line in sand where you don't want to hold the trade against anymore. So for example, once again, going long in 79 for TSM, you have maybe, let's say, a 10-second timer. Within 10 seconds, if this stock doesn't get back above 79, I'm getting out of the trade. I'm jumping out of the trade. You have your trigger on the finger ready to jump out of the position. But in those 10 seconds, if the stock jumps back above 79, then you're able to hold that trade for yourself, and then the long ends up being $1 per share winner as TSM goes right back to $80. So things like that will help you create a structure. Some trades you might just have to throw a stop out there because they slip too much at times, but some trades just having the finger on the trigger, being ready to punch out, having a mental line in the sand, having a mental stop will help you not getting stopped out all the time.
Yeah, good. That's a good explanation, Prad. Yeah, did you mention like don't put your stop at like obvious places? I think you're like kind of touching on all of that, but yeah, some good advice there from Pradley. Yeah, today, guys, it's been pretty much flat for me. I'll be honest, not really getting anywhere today, but that's fine. Some days are like that, and today's pretty much an inside day, like the whole week it's kind of been. So it is what it is. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls. Excited to be here. I see a couple people calling some stocks out right now. So let's get on it. Someone said Apple was looking good. I'm not sure if you're thinking long or short. Apple's right around this VWAP area. Hasn't really been able to do anything with that 150 area as well. Just looking at the daily, it's been basically chopping around this 150 level. The past pretty much 4 trading days, right? So. With that, with no real catalyst with Apple, like I'm probably going to stay away from it. Although there is like some buying coming in now, so maybe just me talking about it is, urging some people to get into it. Tesla, let's take a quick look at Tesla. I saw some people mention that in chat just now. I'm thinking long Tesla actually. I want to closer to this 187 if we're going to range around today. Tesla's kind of made a base for itself around this 187, 187.50 area. Just looking at the daily too, like it's been here before. Like it's obviously had that huge move like off of like FOMC and whatnot. But that 180 was that bottom that day, right? So looking for buys closer to that, and it's kind of basing out today at 187. So I'm keeping an eye on that one. For the afternoon here, I am short Amazon as well. Basically. Off of this 98.50, like I was thinking about getting short on it before, and then this whole thing just kind of broke out. 98 broke out. The front runs on it haven't been great at all in the past few days, so kind of staying away from that. And then now I'm kind of short. Just like weakness around 98, it's been giving like little pullbacks here and there. I'm trying to finally get involved on that one. I want to talk about CCL as well. CCL. Obviously, they had that little private offering last night, and it's gapping down large today. It's bouncing off VWAP, like it's holding below VWAP very, very nicely. If it comes up to 970 again, like I'm just going to offer out and try to get there. Let me just make sure I put my offers out there. I'm going to layer them sort of, and get offers closer to this, the 70 area. Again, guys, obviously, CCL it's a cheaper stock. It's not going to move much, right? So it's going to be size dependent. If these aren't the plays that you're kind of looking for that don't really match your account size, then keep looking for something else, right? But you got to size accordingly on that one. Netflix dollar side. Let's take a quick look at that. It was on my watch yesterday, I believe, but it kind of just got away from me there. Netflix is down 1.5% today. Above this 300 area, it's holding above this 300 area quite nicely. I guess it held its resistance there, and now it's kind of like reclaiming the level here, but also kind of making a base for itself. So I'm not sure if you guys are long or short on that one. If you guys, want to call that out in the chat, we could talk a little bit more about the trade. I like this trade here off 305 actually long, and it's not bad because it's making kind of a bounce. If the market starts to bounce and test the upper end of the range, then that could be a good play as well. But for me, just the one short on the board for now on Amazon.
We're going to look a couple more super chats going forward here, quickly covering some of the ones that we missed out in the morning. Cheeky Tax with a $2 super chat saying Tesla going short like a MF. Yeah, I think that was the overall market, right? The whole market was basically selling off, which it's still down on the day. So market's still negative, sadly. Just waiting to see what ends up happening with the rest of the market for the rest of the day. For the market for the rest of the day, and what kind of opportunities we get for ourselves. Cheeky Tax, thank you for that super chat. John Ellis with a $10 super chat. AMD plus Sean's 50-period moving average rule plus Neil's key level advice equals mortgage payment by 10 a.m. Let's go, baby. That's what I like to see, John. Looks like John ended up making a nice little playbook for himself over here with a couple key things that Sean and Neil talk about all the time. Able to apply those that methodology on AMD for himself and able to make a pretty good decent. So congratulations once again, John. Love seeing those type of messages from our viewers. Love seeing our viewers win. A brand new member to the Trader TV Live family, James K. Want to welcome you. If you're a brand new viewer itself, then I want to urge you to hit that subscribe button. If you can do us a favor, we would appreciate that a lot for that. Where's the next one? Nicole Harris. Who called out monkey COVID stocks? ISIG is moving. Not sure who called it out, but thank you for the $2 super chat. Didn't know that monkeypox stocks are back in play, so ISIG will have to take a look at that. And James K did ask us that question that we just previously answered about stop hunting and so on. The market moving back up north at the moment slightly, right back into the previous range high. Still under VWAP for both S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. I'm talking about the futures, but for the S&P 500 ETF, look like we're exactly at VWAP, and same with the QQQ ETF. $80 coming back into play for TSM, Taiwan Semiconductors. We did get about a 40-cent scalp short on it earlier on, but with the rest of the market moving back up north, TSM moved back up with it. Our shorts that were previously in the money deep are now basically doing nothing. Look at this position. We're almost right back to where our previous short was, around 34. So I'm going to add more size to Unity. Let's go take a look at what CCL is doing. CCL apparently doing nothing for us. Baba also doing absolutely zilch for me, but moving back into that range of $78. Let's add a little bit more size to that trade. And Apple, we had to add to Apple at $149. Let's see if Apple can pull back to the south side and pay us money again, as shorts did do for the most part of the day.
Short's not paying you. Speak for yourself, Bradley. I'm 30 cents in the money here on Amazon now. The short that I just put on, so quickly covering some in front of this essentially like double bottom on a 3-minute. Like obviously I'm not going to pay too much attention to it, but clearly there's some buyers here, right? So want to cover some here in the 60s, which I did. I'm also short Target. I see a couple people mentioning that one in the chat as well, and I looked at that one. That one's working for me as well. 50 cents in the money on that one, but I'm trying to hold for bigger moves on Target. Let me actually just get an offer out closer to this 157 area, but essentially I want to try to hold a piece for VWAP here for like a VWAP reversion play. Closer 154. There was a lot of buying around this 154 area, more so around this 152 area, but that we're a ways away from that now. But yeah, obviously Target, as Sharif mentioned a little bit earlier, terrible earnings, poor guidance and whatnot. But a lot of covering and also value buying today kind of shot this one up to the sky almost, right? So a rally from 150 all the way to 158, and I'm short now just because it's having a lot of trouble with this 158 area. It hasn't spent that much time around these resistance areas if it's going to continue to break out until it got to this 158 area, right? So and clearly some selling here as well. So now short on Target here to see if I can hold that one for a bigger move. On that one, Amazon will rip up in the afternoon towards $100. I mean. Okay, first of all, it's at $98. I don't think it's going to rip to 100, although I've been wrong before, but don't quote me on that one. But that being said, guys, the market isn't really doing much. In our meetings, we're talking about how there's not any significant catalysts, for this market to really make some, pretty extended moves. I'm going to zoom out here on the ES here. I'm looking at 39.60. That's exactly where the bottom bounced yesterday off of that. I guess that news on the missile strike was kind of a bust, right? But it bounced right at that 39.60 area and rallied right back to this 40.20 area. I'm looking at this 40.20 area as the top end of resistance. Obviously, it broke out yesterday and then fell back below, and look what's holding again overnight, right? So we're clearly trading in a range. I was hoping for some excitement after Trump announced that he was going to be running again. I was half expecting DWAC to be up like 50% today, and maybe we can get a replay of Prad's trades from a couple years back, but it just wasn't in the books, right? Like I could bring up DWAC here. It's not really doing anything. It's actually fading the entire move, right? So I saw like it tested into the 30s overnight, and then now it's just kind of fading, right? So I think Sean said it on the morning show today. I guess the only thing people are guaranteed with this one is the SPAC price of $10, right? So there's that side of the part of the deal as well, that the deal hasn't actually gone through per se, right? So we're still kind of waiting on that one, but obviously we're a ways away from Trump actually running. Obviously, the presidency is until 2024. But maybe I thought there was going to be a little bit of a news spike on that one, but there really wasn't. I want to call it a new member here, or a member for 3 months. Poindexter. I'm in PayPal at 85.50. What's your thoughts on PayPal? Let's take a quick look at PayPal. I know Neil mentioned it on the show this morning. To be honest, I haven't really looked at it at all the past few trading weeks there. But you're in at 88.50. I'm assuming that's going to be long. I don't mind that. It seems like PayPal has kind of made a bottom here off of this 75 area. I'm going to zoom out to see that's probably 52-week lows there at 70. Okay, so 70 is basically the base, right? So if you're trying to hold this for a potential swing trade or something like that, that's where you want to risk off of. Obviously 70, that's $15 away. So depending on your size and whatnot, risk accordingly, obviously. But there's huge upside potential here, right? On PayPal, it can obviously test the upper end of this range. That's like up to like 101, 100 area. So right now it's like basically like a 1-to-1 trade. But keep that in mind. If you're in a day trade, it's not really doing too much. Only 4.6 mil volume on the day. Just be careful on that one in case volume starts to come in the wrong way. So. That's my thoughts on PayPal there. Netflix spiking up. Is it? Yeah, I mean, we looked at it just a bit there before, and okay, now it is spiking up. So as soon as I clicked off of it, it's another trade that I missed here. But spiking up to testing 310. So I don't know what's coming into Netflix right now, but there sure is a lot of buying coming in.
Market taking off right now. Market really pushing S&P 500 futures above VWAP and NASDAQ above VWAP. Now only down 0.25% for the S&P 500. NASDAQ, which was down about 1%, only down about 0.6965%, and all of the shorts that were in the money now completely out of the money. And we saw that one coming, didn't we? We kind of said the shorts weren't working, and we saw the move coming in, we saw the buying coming in. But the question is, does the 100-period EMA, which we've seen come into rejection multiple times? Let me zoom out the S&P 500 chart. Multiple times rejection, even intraday setups. We've seen where the day is down on the day to begin with. The market pumps up, rejects the 100-period EMA, and then pulls back down. Also noticing 4K is not too far out for this market to easily be able to go to 4K and then reject to the south side. I'm still holding my shorts at the moment because I don't really have too much size on these trades, so I can give them a little bit of wiggle room. My biggest short, which is out of the money, is Apple, which is 50 cents out of the money. Thankfully, not much size left on that trade, so I can give it that wiggle room. I can also scale in around these levels, so I'm holding it past where I would like to hold, to be honest. So if you guys have too much size on board and you guys can't give it that wiggle room, use appropriate risk management for yourselves without fail. Looking at NDAQ, the NASDAQ stock is actually green on the day when the NASDAQ futures are red. So I took that short. That's not possible for me. In my head, that's illegal for it to be even doing that. So NASDAQ red on the day, but the NASDAQ stock is positive on the day, up 1.23%. Kind of a double top coming if you include this top over here, kind of a triple top coming into play. So let's see if the NASDAQ stock can also pay us for the short side over here, if it can go down. SPX pumped up Bitcoin pretty good too. You're saying Bitcoin moved up, I guess. Let's go take a look at Bitcoin. I guess, yeah, Bitcoin did move up a little bit. We were down almost 2% on Bitcoin and 4% on Ethereum. Now only down 3% on Ethereum and only down 1.7% on BTC. So I'm guessing Coinbase got a nice little pump off that. Look at Coinbase right back to that 50 area. Previously, we were trying to short this level. Let's see if we can get that opportunity to short it again. I would much rather short it closer to 50-50 than anywhere down here. So I'll throw an order out there at 50-40 areas to see if we can catch that fill to the short side. Now the biggest short that was out of the money for us, which was Apple, with 50 cents out of the money, now only out of the money 27 cents. So I'm glad I gave it that little bit of a wiggle room for this market to really pump up to those stops, test those stops, break those stops. Most likely a lot of stops at 3,900 flat, 3,990 flat. So those stops getting taken out. If this market wants to pump up though, it could easily do that. And that's why I said I will take back those words that there's no way this market's gonna turn green. We've seen this day, we've seen market be down 1%, 1.5%, absolutely 360 on us and go right back to the north side. So be very careful if you're holding any shorts, especially on Amazon. We know what our level is on Amazon. If that seller at 98.50 is still there, then I kind of want to hold on to my short and maybe even add some more to my shorts closer to 98.50. But if that seller on 98.50 is not there, and if Amazon, which has previously shown us that it's very strong on the buying side under 98, I don't want to be trapped up on that position. Look at that. We have like 1,000 share orders coming into the long side on Apple on liquid gateways. So people clearly wanting to punch into this position.
Yeah, you know, there's clearly some buying coming in here, but you know, just gonna be patient with that one. And I'm right there with you on Amazon, Brad. I want to address one question here. Someone asked us specifically. Excuse me, Brad, Ian. There was 2,000 lots on VWAP for Meta. Is that a lot for a large cap like this? So this is Meta here. I'm just looking at the size here. So you know, it's always relative to how much we've traded today, right? So 2,000 lots, 200,000 shares. You got to do it like monetarily wise, right? Like honestly, that's not that much for Meta. So if you saw that like got like taken right away kind of thing, don't be surprised. Meta's done 15.6 mil volume on the day, right? So 200,000 shares is only like 1.2%, for the day's volume, right? And we're not obviously, we're only halfway through the day. Right, so kind of keep that in mind. Obviously, it's something to take an interest in, I think, because if we're just looking at the book here on Meta, and I'll do this filter here, and Prad was kind of talking about this earlier. If we filter, so this is 3 lots and more, so I guess 300 shares or more. There's not that much here on the book on Meta, right? So obviously there is some significance to seeing 2,000 lots, at a particular price and whatnot, but don't put as much weight on it as you think. Obviously, when you see it's stacked, right? When you see on a level it's like stacked, it's like 2,000, 3,000, whatever, and then it's all kind of stacked there at the price or preceding prices to the bid or whatnot. Then really start to take an interest on it. But monetarily wise, that's not that much. But that's already a good thing that you're kind of looking for those things. Like I feel like Prad and myself, we always preach like a lot of like level 2 and tape reading there. I did see the size there, Prad, at 98.50. You saw that? So it is still there. There is a seller. There was a size there. Oh, that got taken, eh?
Oh, there's a buyer. The buyer sold.
Yeah, I'm gonna add to that one as the big
I don't know if this
there.
is a good trade anymore.
I don't know. I'm gonna try here. That size is still there at 98.50.
That could have been the 98.50 seller just punching into that buyer because clearly there was a size there that he could punch into.
Could have been, right? I don't know if did you see it was the same gateway or not?
It was not the same gateway, but it was pretty much the same lot size. It was 300 lots.
Yeah,
and instantly got punched. So the basic idea on that is, yeah, there is a seller willing to punch right away as soon as that size shows up, but that could be that very same seller. The only way we know now is if we go back up to 98.50 and if that seller's still there. If that seller's still there, that means that buyer who just showed up who got whacked at 98.30 might have been whacked by a different seller, which stands good for our trade setup.
Yeah, exactly. I add a little bit of size there.
I did too.
Yeah, okay, so there you go. There you go. I added a little bit of size there just to try and better my average a bit. Getting that evidence, I guess, that seller is there. But, beware. Like if that breaks out, you know, I'm pretty sure Prad's on the, you know, same boat with me here. That's how we're structuring this trade, right? Essentially, it's like kind of like a front run, but obviously that's not much size. You know, we were already talking about kind of size there. But we'll see where this one goes now. I'm in that target short as well. I'm also got triggered in short on CCL. That's not really moving
what you know
too
about
much.
that?
Okay, yeah. So there's a little bit of a drop there, right? So you know, quickly take some out on Amazon there. You know, so clearly that seller really pushing it down now. Whoa, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
we're in the right trade. I see people in the chat saying these guys are on the wrong side. Poor guys. I mean, I appreciate you guys looking out or maybe not looking out and just, you know, saying these guys are on the wrong side. Be careful to the chat. And then if you're looking out for the chat, I appreciate that. But as Ian was saying, you know, this is just a setup that we've seen before play out. We're also incorporating level 2 and time of sales. We're not just trading off of charts and off of gut feeling, right? So we got actual indicators that telling us what to do, and we see selling coming in on these levels at 98.50. We're seeing big blues and big red prints come in on my level 2. But at the same time, look at the tape now stall out. The tape is stalling out at the 100 period EMA, and we're seeing buying coming in. So clearly the stock doesn't really want to push too much further down below the 100 period EMA, but it also doesn't want to break that 98.50. But if the buying keeps on showing up the way it is, it could easily take out the 98.50 level, because that's you know, that's not that big of a level over there. Something to note, what did I tell you about the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, right? I wanted to give the market a little bit of a wiggle room above the 100 period EMA just in case we're getting stop hunted over here. So that wiggle room did not get me. Now we're in the money again on Apple and all the other positions that we were a little bit worried about. We're about to start cashing out on them as soon as the market pulls back to the south side. Let's see the market pull back down and then trade somewhere in this range again. We were red to begin with on the day, so turning green would take a lot of buying and a lot of volume, something this market's already lacking.
Yeah. No, this volume, or the market is lacking volume for sure. I made sure to get some out there. As Prad was talking, he kind of nailed it. It was really stalling out there in the 90s there on Amazon. So I made sure to get some out there as it pops up above 98 again. So, you know, for now, it's quite. It was that. I'm feeling it too.
Amber alert.
Amber alert.
It was
okay.
just a test alert, not a real alert.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, it was a test alert.
I don't know if you guys get those Amber Alerts as well. I'm pretty sure you guys do. It's pretty
Does
mainstream.
America have it?
I don't know. Like maybe you guys. So basically, like what we're kind of referring to is like I felt it in my pocket too, like my phone vibrating, and Prad had it too. You know, if there's like a kidnapping or something like that, or like a crime or something, like they send out this Amber Alert to everyone's phone.
They do have it.
They do have it. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I'm not going to explain it. Anyways, we just got one, but apparently it was a test. So we're not gonna really pay attention to that one. But
a lot of those Amber Alerts are just family members.
Oh yeah, for sure. But at the same time, though, man, like look at it like this: like, what if you're in their shoes? Like, you don't know what's happening. Who knows, right? But yeah, I don't really get the people complaining about. It's like, oh, woke me up in the middle of the night. Like, man, like, come on.
I don't complain about it. It actually never wakes me up in the middle. It's during the days that they go off. It never actually goes off in the middle of the night. I've never seen it go off.
Yeah, I don't know.
Has it ever gone off for you in the middle of the night?
Yeah, it's gone off for me. But like, you know, you see those people on social media is like, oh man, it woke me up in the middle of the night. Like, man, what if it was your kid? Right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Obviously, you'd want the whole world looking for your kid, right?
Yeah.
So, just keep that in mind.
I don't know about the whole world, but I want Liam Neeson.
Yeah, maybe Liam Neeson. A select few people with a select few specific skills right?
And talents. Yeah, I don't know about the whole world, but if I get Liam Neeson on board for my taken kid, I for sure I'm good on that one. Unique skill set. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for helping us with the alley-oop over there. Look, coming back to the market, S&P 500 and the NASDAQ slightly below VWAP at the moment. We'll see if the market can continue selling off for us, which is what we needed to do. Look at Amazon now back above 98. Imagine we didn't take that profit on that flush. We'd be kind of upset at the moment, wouldn't we? So we're happy that we did take those profits, but I'm watching the tape constantly over here for Amazon. Baba slightly out of the money at the moment. Baba trying to constantly push back higher towards 78.50. But we have that stop out on the break of 78.40 for BABA, so we'll see if that one does stop us out. If it does, we'll take that loss and move on from that trade. I think it's at like 78.45 or 78.50 on the stop for BABA. Unity, which was one of our best trades of the day, is currently out of the money, sadly. So let's see what's going on over here with Unity. Did I get stopped out? Oh, I did get stopped out of some of my size. I didn't even know I had a stop out over there, to be honest. So we're going to jump right back into that trade and see if we can bully Unity right back to the lower days for ourselves. Nice little reversal coming in for Unity, though.
On Unity, that's the one that's a buyout, right? Or no, they're buying out another company, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's IEA. IEA is the one that they're buying.
Are you sure? Is that the Israeli company?
I'm pretty sure. It's one of those ones. Playmaker with the super chat. Thank you so much. Prad, share your cream. Give Ian a couple pumps. Sharing is caring. You know what? I saw the Vaseline on your desk the other day, and I was like, there was also like a box of like tissues beside it or something. I was like a little suspicious, but I don't know. Like,
yeah, we're on live TV,
I get it. I get it. I'm trying to get more short here on Amazon as it's pumping back up to, no pun intended there, to 98.50 again. It kind of ran away from my offer, but managing that one. A couple of people asking about Target. Yeah, Target's not really doing much. Like, I'm in the short now, off of 158. But it's not really doing much around this 157.50 area, right? Like I'm watching on my side screen, of course, because I'm in the position. But it's really not doing much, right? So I'm just kind of gonna essentially just trail my stop on this one if I start to get some out. I'm bidding in front of 157. That's where this like 50 EMA area is, right? So if you guys are wondering what's on my chart, that's 50 EMA, and then this is VWAP down here. Essentially, I want to hold this for a bigger move, right? At 156 is going to be the next target, and then 154, further way down the road, right? So, maybe if I can hold this one rest of the day, that would be kind of cool. AMC to the moon. I mean, like it's down 5% today, guys. It's had a nice rally off of the weekend. With Wakanda Forever coming out and whatnot. I'm actually seeing that on Saturday. Pretty excited about it. But clearly some buying coming in here on AMC. We still got a ways to go. On what? Oh,
on the market.
I see Amazon like kind of dipping back down to this 90 area. Let me actually bring that up so maybe we could see that that tape action there on Amazon. So we just missed it, but it dipped down below 98, and then that 98 got quickly reclaimed, right? So the longer that this stays above 98, I feel the more I'm gonna have to try to manage this one or worry a little bit more about this trade. But for now, I'm not really too stressed about it. There is some selling though. I'm like Prad said, I'm watching this. I'm watching the market reject essentially this 39.90 area. We couldn't even get back up to 4,000, right? So going to be watching the bottom end of this range. I don't know if anything really causes this market to break down to the downside. We break these bottoms. But for now, it's really starting to pull back off of this VWAP area, right? So next stop 39.75. If that breaks down, then watch out for lower day.
Oh, sorry, I kind of got lost track over there. I was just watching a new short being filmed, so stay tuned for that. I'm just getting them ready for that new Instagram.
I still remember that short. It was like, Sean was in the washroom. Sean was in the washroom, and then Fahad comes, and then I'm in the washroom too, and then we're like, what's going on, right? Yeah, like that was a little strange, but good times, whatever. Whatever, getting creative with that one. Whatever. I'm gonna move off topic.
I just want to say shout out to me for that idea that Neil's been filming these days. I will go up to Lizzie and I'm like, Lizzie, we got to start filming content, like, the top 3 websites for day traders and so on. And Neil's been filming those. That's your boy Pratty Daddy's idea. I've been doing some research, sadly going on TikTok. have a separate laptop just for TikTok. That way they can't take all my data, So I'm very smart with that. So I go onto my private browsing laptop, I go onto TikTok on that one, and then I'm clearly Googling or searching what other traders are posting on their platform in order to like come up with ideas and content. Look at the seller now at 98.15 on Amazon. 150 lots now at 98.15. Obviously, 150 lots, not really that much, but compared to the rest of the book, previously we saw 350 lots at 98.50. Now we're seeing 150 lots at 98.15. On the bid, there were 300 lots at one point that immediately got whacked. So yeah, there's buying, but they're selling too. So let's keep watching what happens to Amazon over here around this key price area. Lots of battle coming in. I think tomorrow this 98 level might come into play one more time, at which we'll be looking for some longs or some shorts to come into play off of that. Losing that focus, Pride, get off TikTok. I don't really even have TikTok installed on my phone, mate. So don't worry. I don't spend too much time on that. Instagram takes a little bit of my time, but that's during the 2 hours that I take to travel to home and work. So nothing better to do. What's that? No, what's going on with DWAC? DWAC's tanking. Uh-oh, DWAC. DWAC getting absolutely whacked right now. New low a day coming in for DWAC at $22, down 12%. Triggering SSR. Short sale restriction now on for DWAC. What a sad move, though. Former President Trump announced his presidency run for 2024, and it goes straight to the downside, to the toilet. Like, what is going on over here? This is crazy. But you know what, though? I did tweet out yesterday. I tweeted out, DWAC, I give you until 2024 election date, until the election date, to break that 175 high. If DWAC can't break that 175 high,
Oh my God.
why are you laughing?
Oh my God.
Why are you laughing?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I'll give you till 2024 election day to break that 175 high. If you don't break that 175 high, then I'm done with DWAC.
Is your edge
I'm
stop
completely done
to take 175 long?
No, I just want to see it go test that high from last time. That's it.
I thought Pratt was gonna say something a little bit more serious, right? Like 175 is a little outlandish.
Go back to 175.
A little outlandish, but you know what though? That trade is gonna live forever in the history books.
Not in the sense that I want to relive my past. I just want to see the high being tested. If the President Trump running is that significant, then you should go test that high again. If you can't test that high, then none of this is significant.
But like we were also saying, like this is obviously a SPAC and whatnot. There is a lot going around with this. Obviously, if this runs, it's essentially like a sympathy kind of play, right? So, kind of keep that in mind. We already talked about it, the morning show. Yeah, exactly. It's like it could get de-SPACed and whatnot, and the deal will fall through, and then exactly, it's only worth $10, right? So, keep that in mind. They were Sean and Neil were talking about it on the morning show today. But we were looking for something special to happen, and it didn't really happen. It was kind of a flop, right? So didn't really trade it.
Maybe it was sell the news type of day today, because everyone knew what the news was, right?
Maybe, right? He didn't look that great.
He didn't look great?
That's what they're saying.
I mean, he's old, man. Like, he can't forget that.
He didn't look great. Let's short it.
I think he's like 76 or something like that, right? So, by 2024, during his presidency, he's going to be like, if he becomes president.
So, Neil and Sean look good.
Yeah, but they're like, come on. That
was a shot of the age.
Yeah, I don't think he heard you. Come on, I don't think he heard you. It looks like Amazon is making a push back up to the 20s here. Starting to struggle still, once more here in the 20s. And, I am offering out to get some more short, but we'll see here on that one. CCL, I've been taking some. Wait, what? No, I was looking at the wrong thing here. There we go. CCL, I have been taking some out here into the low 60s. Again, guys, obviously it's trading like a 10-cent range. Like I'm in the money like 5 cents, but depending on your sizing and whatnot, these are good profit taking because I'm essentially risking off the 970 VWAP area. What I did notice on CCL is that it held this 980 very, very nicely in the morning, so you could have got that short. But again, guys, it's SSR, so it's a little bit hard to short. You have to sit passively on the offer on that one. Amazon tape, man, we've been talking about Amazon enough. Let's leave that one alone for now. DWAC is dead, as is the campaign. I mean, I'm not going to get into politics and whatnot. AMD, let's take a look at AMD. I know it's been kind of strong. I traded AMD yesterday. I was like talking to Luca about it. I got in long AMD, and it was like, it was bouncing nicely or whatever. I'm sitting in the money like 10, 20 cents. I'm chilling. I'm like, okay, here we go. And then it's like zips down, touches my stop, zips back up, 30 cents more back in the money, and I didn't even see it, right? Like within like less than a second, I didn't even see it on the tape, right? And I'm like, okay, there's some funny business going on here on AMD. I'm probably just going to stay away from this one or, trade smaller size on that one. I haven't traded AMD at all today. It's down 4.5%. Testing lower to the 72 area. AMD has obviously been breaking out, but looking at the 72 area, that was it seems like the low from the other day. From what day is that? That's from Monday, right? So keep that in mind that we're kind of making a base now at the 72 area. So potential for a nice move long if the market is going to continue to swing up. But like we've been kind of talking about, there's no real catalyst for this to really start pushing the market in either direction. I just got some profits there on target. So we can spin
700 lots on DWAC ask.
Yeah, I'm watching that too. That was actually been growing. I think it was like 225 earlier, but yeah, that's kind of growing there. I just got some out on target, guys. Finally making a move down. Finally, this 157.50 shelf kind of broke down, and now it's pushing a little bit lower. $1.30 in the money on that one.
I kind of forgot what price that order was now.
It was 22.47.
47. Okay,
Yeah.
So we pushed down a little bit. Okay, got it. 22.47, 700 lots, and now 22.30.
There's stacked offers at 22.30.
Yeah, now 22.30. We got three different gateways, three different gateways, all the same size, kind of like a program splitting the orders up evenly over there. So we'll just have to watch and see what happens eventually with this one for ourselves. Why are you guys so infatuated with it? Because it moves the market, my friend, right? It just moves the market, the election, how Trump moved the market with just tweets. So that was a beautiful time for anyone who traded the market during those periods of time. And anything that moves the market overall, we love it because that's where money is being made. You don't want to have boring days like this in the market where nothing really fun is happening for us. We got a couple positions on board where we are having fun, but overall, it's this whole week has been kind of pretty boring.
Yeah, this whole week has been pretty lackadaisical, I gotta say. Not that exciting. I think if a week like this week, if you're flat, I think that's fine, right? Our good friend Luke always says like flatter forward. Don't lose that much, and don't get shut down and whatnot every day.
So I'm the only one bringing a golden shovel into the office.
Well, just keep losses small.
It's a joke.
Yeah. I know you're joking. Yeah, I'm just that's another thing too is like I think Prad was just trying to get to saying like. We're just looking for something to kind of move the market, or, create some excitement in the market, and we all kind of like messaged in our chat or whatever, like, maybe, this Trump announcement moves the market, kind of thing, and it didn't. It didn't. We're back here trading around VWAP at midday. The market was literally flat when I woke up this morning, and when I see that, it's like. It makes me not as excited for the day, so you get into the day and try to take some easy trades and trade some buys or something like that. Meta bull flag 5 minutes. Let's take a quick look at Meta. Obviously, I can kind of see what you're talking about there. It is breaking out now a little bit off of this 114 area, right? So Meta has been considerably strong. The past, I want to say, like week or so. Well, I guess off of this 90 bottom, but I'm not going to try to go picking bombs and whatnot. But once it's reclaimed this 100 area, it's been quite strong, and we all know that Meta has these gaps to fill to the upside. I believe that the gap is like up to like 123 or 124. Just obviously ignore this, but there is like a gap on the daily to the 123 area, right? So we still got a ways to go to kind of fill that gap. So I'm liking these breakouts to the upside on Meta. It's really been bouncing nice off supports and whatnot. You just have to kind of manage your risk accordingly. But I've been trading Meta here and there this week and been doing okay on it. So today not so much. It's down 2%. I wasn't really on my radar. To keep trading market moves, so to speak, since the market has kind of been, just trading in the same range.
Market going back up a little bit, so it looks like we have been making the higher low and higher high pattern so far on both the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ. and now taking some of our shorts back into the north side territory for ourselves. Thankfully, Amazon not breaking that 98.50 yet, so I've been watching it on my second screen the whole time. That's the trade that we're just going to have to keep watching, because if this market actually manages to go back above VWAP and then manages to go back above the 100-period EMA, do the buyers step into Amazon and wipe out that seller level at 98.50 and really start climbing to the north side? And then do we see the 100 level coming into play for Amazon today? That was the level that we were playing off of yesterday. Sadly, the candle over here is a little bit morphed, so you can't really see the proper daily chart for you guys. I think that's the same problem on the Trade Ideas chart also. Oh no, good. Trade Ideas chart actually fixed on. See, that's the same problem on the Trade Ideas chart also. For some reason, that candle shows up on the 5-minute and the 30-minute chart. But yeah, yesterday we were trading. You see that crazy candle? You're laughing at something.
No,
so we got the move all the way to the high of 103 and the low of 99.78, I think, yesterday. Let me just zoom in and then hover on that candle. Come on, let me see that box. Low of 97.34. So today, what did Amazon do? It went as low as 95.50, and around that same level of 97.34 where the pre-market lows are, we keep bouncing off of those levels, keep going back up north and trying to scare the shorts who are short 98.
I want to address one question here. Someone was asking, is there a trade in Tesla today? I talked about it earlier when I got on, maybe around this 187. It's been holding that base, pretty nicely all day. 187.50, probably can start bidding. But here's the thing, guys, like 36.5 mil volume on the day. That's pretty low, I think. I've seen Tesla very recently, been doing, there's 167 lots on the bid there on Tesla. I've been seeing Tesla do like 90 mil volume. 80 mil volume, upwards to 100 mil volume, right? So that's where you really want to see it to know that people are involved, right? Otherwise, if you look at the book, and I'll quickly kind of do this for you. Look in the book, you're trading with no one. You're literally trading with no one, right? So, when it's like that, something like Tesla, I kind of want to stay away. Trade Tesla when it's in play, when there's a catalyst. When it's come to very, very key levels, when it's doing volume, right? So, probably just going to stay away from this one now that I've really noticed the volume. That size went away. I don't know if it got filled or not, but it's no longer there on the book, right? So, there it is, actually. It was 188.60. 188.60. There's 176 lots on the book there, but, obviously that's probably going to get taken not too very, very easily. Moderna shorts. Let's take a look at Moderna on that one. It's trading up at 185. Wow. Okay, so it's pretty much flat on the day. Man, look at this move. For Moderna off these lows. Maybe this should have been the big dip buy. It's testing, I guess, like these highs from earlier this year, 190. Is that the high? Let me actually just make this a bit bigger for you guys. It looks like 190 has been the high, this year, and it's testing right back those highs again. So, maybe you're swinging this short. I don't mind that at all. That's like basically like a triple top here, 1, 2, and then, potentially the third top here off of this 190 and potentially making a lower high. But, I mean, it's been a lot of momentum to the upside, so you're trying to, basically stop a train. So just kind of be careful on that one. Have a clear out. Obviously, if this 195, 200 area starts to break out, then you probably should get out of that one if you are trying to go for like a swing short or something like that. I'll leave that one to Prad. Prad, can we look at Snap? I'll leave that one for you. I've seen the VIX moving higher with the market FOMO many times. Yeah, the VIX has been kind of, obviously, I'm looking at the UVIXC, but the VIX has been kind of like in and about that like 25 area range. When it gets up to like 30, 35, 40, that's when, there's going to be a lot of volatility and almost like fear in the market. But when it's like down here, it's not that exciting. And then obviously, I always kind of plug this, always have like some sort of like a barometer up. So, UVIXC always up for me to see, where the market is really kind of going and, try to have more confluence to my trades. Today, not really helping too much for my shorts, but, still working, right? So I'm going to look at Target here before I send back to Prad. Target now kind of really breaking down a bit more, but, struggling with this 156.50 area. That's where some buyers were there. So, waiting for it to break down a little bit further, but, can't be mad at being $1.20 in the money on that one.
So someone in the chat said, can we take a look at Snapchat? So here's a Snapchat chart just drawing out some levels, some ranges. So we have this range right here between 12, let's say $13 and a low of $9, right? Snapchat did manage to go as low as $7.44 off the earnings report, and then thankfully got back into that same range over here that we're trading in. If Snapchat rejects 13, I will not be surprised. But if it manages to break 13, then we have the next range over here that it's been trading between $13 and about $16.50. And then if $16.50 breaks, then we have that move towards that gap close that Ian just mentioned. You know how Meta has that gap? There's a hidden rule in the market that when a gap is created, at some point later, eventually at some point in life, that gap has to be filled. Not all the times that has to be true. You know, sometimes when the stock is at absolute peaks and they crash to the downside, they create some real gaps to the downside, but they don't get retraced all the time. And sometimes those stocks get delisted or they're fraudulent or whatever happens. So not all the time does that rule have to stand in play, but there's a rule out there that a lot of traders learn about when they're beginning, and if a lot of traders are thinking about it, then the chances of it playing out are also true, because that's how people are positioning themselves in the market. So Snapchat has beautiful ranges for us to look at it. We got that $13 area, possible short off of the 13 once it does move towards that area, or a possible break off of 13 into the next range or the previous range of 13 to 16.50, and then a short off of 16.50 maybe, and if 16.50 breaks, a possible move all the way up to $21, which would be the successful fill of the gap.
And you know, it's good for trade ideas too, right? If it's approaching that gap, you know, maybe potentially taking the breakout sort of thing, like, you know, that's what we're kind of talking about. I got that ad here on Amazon finally, so, you know, more short on that one. As, you know, kind of sellers kind of push this one down, but it's still really not doing anything around, you know, above 98, right? So there's some more sellers come in, but I really want to get back down to these 90s, and then I'm going to start, you know, looking to take profits on that one. But, you know, me adding to this, my average is getting a little bit better and better on that trade. Someone asked me a question here. Oh, how long have I been trading? So I've been trading on the floor since I started in March, was when I started live trading. And then graduated in June, so I've been, you know, full-time trader since then. But, you know, before that, I was trading at home, just like you guys. I was trading at home for about a year before that, and, you know, obviously watching the show a lot, almost every day, and, you know, learned a lot from these guys, you know, to my left and my right. So I mentioned at the graduation, I'm very grateful for that, and, you know, it's been a good journey. It's been fun.
That was a cute graduation speech. You almost teared up.
No,
we saw a tear forming up in that left eye a little bit. It's a nice little bubble forming up. What's that? A glazed eyes. Yeah.
No, you know, it's just about, you know, saying thank you to the people that helped me.
Crying now, bro?
No, I'm not crying. Shut up. Get the camera up.
Oh my God.
That was a good speech. We enjoyed that speech a lot. That was a cute speech. Also from Max. One thing I did not appreciate is the fact that you guys had a script already.
Okay.
Like, come on,
so
man.
I wanted to clear the air about that one. No one told me that it was supposed to be off the top of my head.
That's Greg's fault.
No one told me that.
You know what? Not Greg's fault. It's Branko's fault, because he's the one who was handling you guys over there for a little bit.
No one.
It's Branko's fault for not telling you guys. Next time, make sure that the graduation speech is off the dome, Branko.
Had I known that, obviously I wouldn't have, you know, prepared a speech and whatnot. But, you know, seeing last time, you know, Spencer and Branko's do their speeches and whatnot, I kind of just wanted to make sure mine was like decent, you know. So that's why I prepared for it.
Right.
But, you know, I didn't know that it was supposed to be, you know, off the dome kind of thing. But man, what a fun grad party. I think it was a great weekend. Do better next time. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's Branko's his thing. You know, quickly talk about what else happened on the weekend. You know, the race, Mercedes.
Oh yeah, baby.
1-2, finally coming through. You know, obviously, if you know, Lewis didn't get punted off by Max, he probably would have, you know, contested a little bit better for the win. But It was an exciting race, man. Like Brazil always
Maybe he
offers
wins the last race
great
of the year,
races.
and then we got a repetition of last year where we actually win this year.
How crazy would that be, right? If
that would be
Lewis
something.
actually wins in Abu Dhabi
That would
this
be
year,
something.
that would be something for sure. Going to be watching that one. To finish off this boring season. Hopefully, a couple exciting races at the end of it.
The car does look good for next season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe this is a good sign of things to come. For next season, maybe Red Bull should watch out a bit.
But something that you mentioned, and I'll talk about this in a second, but this one over here, F1 standings, if you go to F1 standings and just type it on Google, maybe Brendo can give us 2 cents on this one too. This coming up race, Mercedes is only off by a few points over here on the constructor board to get rank 2. Obviously rank 1 too far out of reach with only 1 race left. If Mercedes is able to take rank 2, I would appreciate that because obviously rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, rank 2 is better. But something that Ian mentioned to me, I would much rather have rank 3 because that means more wind tunnel time. So what is Brendo's opinion on that? Rank 2 for Mercedes or rank 3? Do you want more wind time or do you want more money?
They will do whatever they can to surpass Ferrari. I think Ferrari will probably trip over themselves as they've been doing. To see that happen. But guys, this track is a high-speed track. Keep that in mind. They haven't done well on high-speed tracks this year, so it's probably going to be a Red Bull race.
Red Bull race. I don't want to hear those words. Come on. I want to hear Merc race. I want to hear Merc winning this race, and that would make me happy. But yeah, can't wait to watch the last race of the year. And obviously, rest in peace to, well, not rest in peace, but technically rest in peace to the Ferrari principal, Benito. Benito getting the boot, the big boot, and we'll see who they're getting replaced by. I'm just looking at the Logos Corner food place, a spot that I can't wait to go visit. Momo's. Not sure if you ever had it. Logos Corner?
No, what kind of
Probably
food is
not.
that?
Momo's. Like dumplings?
Oh, okay.
Like Tibetan dumplings. All right, getting back to Amazon over here, still having struggled to get past that 98.50, but also having struggled to get below 98 and really trade below the 100 period EMA. So buyers and sellers having an absolute battle. Honestly, we could have provided liquidity in this battle so many times and just made so much money instead doing that way, instead of trying to make a big win, a home run short out of this trade. So we could have just joined that party over there, just provided liquidity on either side and just cashed out multiple directions. But obviously, hindsight's 2020. We don't know if that trade would have worked out at that moment. We were trying a front run setup, but we could have easily done the other setup too on there. Let's go take a quick look at Coinbase to see what Coinbase is doing now. Looks like Coinbase did not move up to that 50-50 area to give me my short fill. Instead, rejected off of VWAP, slightly above 50, and then moved back down to $49. But keep in mind, looking at the trend over here, we got this pizza slice. Yesterday, this pizza slice was a little bit to the opposite direction for the overall market, but now this pizza slice over here is in this direction. So I think this means a breakout to the downside for Coinbase.
I have the same wicks on my coin chart.
The same lines?
The
lines of Ian?
The arrows.
The same arrows?
The same arrows. We won't talk about that one. Someone's asking, where is this market heading? You guys tell me. This market is basically in the middle right now. We're dealing around basically just right below VWAP. It's not really doing too much. We're not really picking direction, right? So, that being said, really wait for your levels. Be patient, wait for your levels. Don't just hop into trades off a whim kind of thing. And, be patient today on a day like today. I brought up Apple, and I want to fix this wick, but Apple is right around this VWAP area as well, not really doing too much. I've been showing Amazon a lot already. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla's right around VWAP as well. So a lot of things just kind of in the middle. Let's look at Microsoft. I saw a couple of people mention that one as well earlier. A lot of things just right around Microsoft, the same thing. Microsoft is actually a little bit stronger, trading above VWAP now, but a lot of things just kind of trading around the middle and not really doing too much. NVIDIA is having their earnings after the bell guys. Let me actually bring that up, and I want to take a look and see what time that is, because that's going to happen. That's one of the last big tech names to
like
to
405, I think.
Let's see here. It says 420.
420. I love it.
So that one's going to come out obviously after the bell, and hopefully to give us some new levels to play off of tomorrow. Just looking at the daily, it seems like this 170 area, obviously that's the most recent high. So if we break out above that, it could be interesting. And then obviously if we're going to push back to the downside, watch out for this 140, 130 area. That's where a lot of demand was last time for NVIDIA. So obviously playing these earnings, guys, it is risky to position yourself beforehand. So that's not what I'm telling you to do right now. Like don't jump into a massive position on NVIDIA either way. That's basically going to be gambling because really know what's going to happen with their report, right? So they can come out either or, and you could see a gap up 10+% or gap down 10+%. So just be careful on that one. Wait for the news and then trade it tomorrow if it sets up for you and if you like the setup, right? Be patient on that one.
Well said, my friend. I just scrolling down over here on my second screen to see if that order at Amazon 98.50 is still there. So that's a good thing for myself and for our friend Ian over here. Quickly talking about NVIDIA's earnings. So let's go take a look at what the possible expected move is for NVIDIA. Where is that website? It's right here. Bang. NVIDIA, we already have it open. Awesome. So 6.8% expected move. This is based off of the implied volatility and the way people are positioning themselves with options and so on. Fresh and homemade since I'm Tibetan. Wow, I'm jealous. I'm craving momos right now. You have no clue. Anyway, 7% to the upside or to the downside, which means a possible move to the 150s area or a possible move to the upside of 170s for NVIDIA once that earnings comes out. I think in our watch list, let me open my other browser. In our watch list over here, we got chip stocks and mainly, where is it? I think Debt Suisse coming in and saying NVIDIA shares outperform with a price target of $210. Currently, NVIDIA trading at what, like 160 or something? NVDA 162. So they're expecting 210 for NVIDIA. They're also expecting $90 for AMD to outperform. So price targets boost coming in for the chip sector overall to the north side. And then Intel saying that their Hiroshima, Japan plant getting ready to make some new, getting ready for some chips, I guess, a high capacity, kicked off mass production of its new high capacity, low power, blah, 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 dynamic random access, so RAM chips overall, and it's a Hiroshima, Japan plant. So chip stocks today, even though the catalysts are all to the positive, the market being negative, bringing most of them to the downside. I can't wait to go long chip sector when the market's actually metro booming to the north side, because those are going to be some easy longs, absolute easy longs. I actually drew out a trend line on the market just now. The trend line on the bottom and the trend line on the top side. Looks like we're playing at the bottom of that trend, and according to this pizza slice right here, it's supposed to break down. So we'll see if that setup actually plays out the way that the pattern predicts it.
I like that layout, Prez. That's
Yo,
pretty
don't
nice.
steal my layout.
Yeah, I'm gonna. That's what I've been doing ever since I started. I've just been watching all the other guys who came before me and just kind of, taking what I like from their layouts or taking what I like from their trading style and applying it to my own game. But that's what you should guys do, right? That's what you guys should do as you watch the show. See how we trade and see if you like it and apply it to your own game. Yeah, always be leeching. There's nothing wrong with that in trading, right? I want to also bring up BABA because BABA earnings is tomorrow morning as well, I believe. So watch out for that one in pre-market. I think it was Neil that mentioned just looking at the daily, BABA is actually all over the place with these gaps. This is real. The gaps on BABA are insane, right? But
that's because it's so news driven, right?
Yeah, it's so news driven. Every time every other day it seems they said that they're lessening restrictions in China or worsening them, whatever. So BABA is gapping up and down in the news. That being said, though, with these gaps, it gives you good opportunities, right? So what was working for me recently is that, if BABA gaps up, taking the short breakdown to fill that gap, right? So, just looking for these trade ideas. Obviously 82 has been a recent high for BABA. Down today, I believe, it's down 1.3%, not really doing too much, less volume. So, this one's going to be on watch for me tomorrow morning as well on that one with their earnings, right? So, keep that in mind. I did get more short here on CCL. Just adding in front of, my level here. Ignore that one. I was trying to actually get short there, and I mistakenly, bought a bit there. But, waiting for it to dip back down, it seems like it's pretty weak, holding below VWAP on that one. And then my other trade here, Target, that's not doing much at all now, doing the same kind of thing it was doing up here. So just being patient. With this one and, waiting for it to, break down a little bit more. On that one, Rob telling us to learn sign language in our ear here. That would be interesting. Did you actually see? I saw on Instagram this one woman. She was doing signing for like some court or something, and they hired her, and she actually, yeah, that one's good, right? She actually didn't know any sign language. Like she was just doing random hand gestures and whatnot, and then everyone just kept talking, and she worked the entire day impersonating someone, doing sign language, and it turns out she didn't know anything. It was quite funny.
Let's go.
Oh, Amazon
market.
here now working.
What did I say? I'm looking for this market to break that trend to the downside and pay the shorts, baby. We're about to cash out. I see a big dump in NVIDIA over there. Amazon right now paying us money one more time below 98. That's right, Amazon. Break yourself, as Sean always says it. We want these profits. Ian and I have been waiting for these moves to the south side almost for like 30, 40 minutes now. And with only half an hour left on the show, with profits coming in, I can finally stop being so stressed about these trades and talk about something that we would really like all of you in the chat to do, which is pump that like button, baby. Only 2.4K likes today, nowhere close to 3K. Come on, guys, we got up to 3.3K yesterday or 3.2K yesterday, with 4.5K of you still watching right now. I think we can easily get to 3K. So for everyone who just scroll down real quick, check to see if you clicked that like button or not, and if you did, smash that like for that amazing Amazon trade that Ian and myself put on board for you guys multiple times throughout the day. We kept showing you how we're getting back in it, why we're getting back in it, and how we're taking profits. If you enjoyed all of that, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That 32% of you, for those of you who did not hit that subscribe button yet, you see people in the chat with green names. They are members of the Trader TV Live family. You yourself can become one by hitting that join button. When you do click on that join button, a nice little pop-up box opens up telling you exactly what being a member of Trader TV Live entails. Maybe more features coming in the future. So go get yourself a membership early before the time runs out. I don't think the time's going to run out, but I'm just trying to make it sound cool. So go hit the join button over there and become a member. Today, no one on the floor is actually wearing any Trader TV Live merchandise, but we were yesterday. A couple of us had the Trader TV Live hoodie on, and if you want to wear the same hoodie that you've seen Sean, Luca, myself, and even Ian wear, you can do so by going directly to the store merchandise or a store page on YouTube for our merch, or do !merch in the chat, where Birds vs. Bull already throwing in the link for you. Birds vs. Bull, #1 moderator on YouTube history, baby. You know it. So go get yourself even that beach towel. I might have to buy that beach towel just for the gym, to be honest. Or maybe I don't have to buy it. I could just tell the boss to put it on the company account and send it to me for a Christmas gift, right, boss man? Boss man says correct. Let's go. Free beach towel for me, baby. But sadly, you guys have to buy it. So you guys go check out the merch store. Click on these links over here to see what every one of those items are.
I'm just watching Amazon print here. I'm getting a fair amount of my
40
position
cents
out.
in the money.
Yeah. I'm like 50 cents in the money now on it. I'm just watching it, making sure I get a good chunk of it out. It still hasn't broken below these lows, guys. 97.60. I'm making sure that I'm bidding in front of it. I'm bidding at 68 right now.
I pretty much a low day.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm trying to get out most of it here. And obviously, if the market continues to break down, it's going to pull Amazon down with it. So I'm going to hold a fair amount, a decent piece for a bigger move down to, potentially VWAP. I'm going to zoom out here just to see. It's been basically grinding up. Okay, so there's my fill in the 60s. On that one, so out to a good chunk of my position now, and gonna hold the rest of it for a move. But now this gives us flexibility to essentially like trail my stop. Now obviously I might move my stop a little bit further in the money, as opposed to risking still up to that 98.50 that size there. That being said, like I don't have that many shares on board anymore, but I wanted to see like if turn this into I don't want to let a winner turn to a loser, so to speak. So that's what I'm trying to say. Oh no, Brad's telling me to keep talking there. Yeah, no, this has been a good trade here on Amazon. Target is still, kind of doing not too much. I did take out more here just because it hasn't been really doing anything, right? So I want to make sure that I get off a good, decent amount of my position, being $1 in the money on that one. So I've been holding this one since basically since I came on the show there at 12:36, right? So it's been almost over an hour now on this one. It does look like the SPY is testing towards these lows, not quite breaking it yet.
Nah, it's gonna do it because the NASDAQ has to pull down.
39.66 I'm looking at on the ES, but yeah, it looks like we're going to test it.
Because the NASDAQ needs to pull right back to the lower days. At least that's my idea.
Bring up your chart there, because now because now that trend line that you drew is kind of breaking down.
So the NASDAQ, I think, needs to pull back all the way to the lower day, or it could bounce off of 11,750, which is still quite a move to the downside a little bit. About 9 more points to the south side for the NASDAQ. If NASDAQ goes all the way to the lower day, we know that the NASDAQ is Apple, Amazon, Google, and all that, which is also in the S&P 500. So I think the SPYs could easily break the lower day if the NASDAQ pulls down another 5-6 points, another all the way to the downside to the lower day. But if the NASDAQ bounces off of the area that we are right now, which is the range that it previously kept holding on to, if we bounce off of that, then maybe SPYs actually don't break the low. And also NASDAQ could hold off in that range over there because SPYs are pretty much at the lower day, and SPYs are not looking to break the lower day. So if SPY doesn't break the lower day, I could see NASDAQ holding to this. And if NASDAQ breaks this, then I could see SPY breaking the lower day. So kind of like a mixed idea over there with both of them. Not sure if that works for you guys, but it works for me. So I'm making trades off of that. I'm currently also taking profits on TSM. TSM moving back towards VWAP, giving us 30 cents per share profit. Even Unity, I moved the wrong chart. Now my lines on that charts are going to go away. NQ/Z22CM. They're stuck for once. Let's go. So Unity over here, pulling back to the south side. Unity now 35 cents in the money. Let's take some profits on that bad boy. Looks like the shorts are still paying. Sadly, the only 2 shorts that are not in the money, it's going to be Apple and BABA. Apple did pull down. We're absolutely flat on Apple position right now. So maybe that short on Apple is not going to play out because the market pulled down and Apple didn't. So I'm going to jump out of this trade for a flat trade over here on Apple. Please let me jump out of the trade. There we go. Thank you. So we're going to jump out of that one. We're going to do the same thing with BABA also. Because it didn't really do what we want. What is that line? Oh, no, there is no line there. Because it didn't really push down the way we wanted it to when the market pushed down. If they're offering me a free exit, which is don't really take damage and get out for free, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, and that's also what we kind of want to do. Like if you are holding positions, obviously, guys, we got to be flat by the end of the day. Weed out the ones that aren't really working for you and kind of let go of them and, focus on the ones that are, right? CCL has been working very. It's been working nicely. Like I'm basically like kind of rebaiting it here. This range. It broke down 950. I think it was like around right around 11 o'clock, and it didn't really do much after that, but continues to trade the range, and I'm slowly getting out of this one. I'm probably not going to add to it again on that one. Obviously, I've been showing you targets. That one was kind of holding a shelf around that 158 area and finally just gave way. So I've been, taking profits on that one. Someone asked, was there news or something that came out, to really cause that sell-off? I was looking at here, like this is a 5-minute chart here. So that 5-minute candle is quite large to the downside. You also got one a little bit earlier today, right? So I don't think there was any specific news, but maybe just people just kind of letting go of their positions and whatnot, or, kind of just saying, okay, nothing's really happening with this day. I'm just going to, take off kind of thing. And, I guess the selling just kind of really just came in there, right, all of a sudden, right? So you got to pay attention to that. If you're on the short side, make sure you take advantage of it. You saw me and Prad get a lot of the position out here on Amazon. We've been waiting so long for this trade to kind of come to fruition, right? Like almost an hour and a half. I think Prad was short a little bit longer than I was, right? So, once you finally get the move, don't start to get greedy at that point, right? Like, this is the move that you're expecting. Take profits out, follow your plan. Obviously, we're still holding a piece. Are you still in the Amazon short there? Yeah, we're still holding some, right, in case the market does continue to break down. But, I'm mostly out of this position now and, chalk it up as a win on the day for Amazon now for me.
Yeah, monster trades on Amazon over there. A nice little tape read for ourselves. Hopefully, it helped you guys understand how we are setting up our trade. I know a couple of you in the chat were actually positioned long on Amazon because you saw the buying. And granted, we saw the buying too. So I'm not discrediting you on your trade over there. You saw what you saw. We also saw what you saw. But along with what you saw, we saw something else, and that allowed us to lean on the trade a little bit harder to the short side. So hopefully that helped you in the future, the couple people in the chat, and also I hope you guys were able to profit on that because the longs were also good. The longs were working, the shorts were also working, so both sides are working. Hopefully all of us got out of that trade successfully and profitable on Amazon over here. And look at Amazon, it's still stuck in that exact same range. Still stuck in that exact same range. So we can still go long now if you want to because the market might have bottomed out. The market might have bottomed out. So Amazon's still looking like a good long for those of you who went long last in this range with the buying that came in and so on. So I just want to throw that out there. There's so many ways to make money in this market. There is no one right answer. There is never one right answer. And that's the beauty about it. For someone who gets bored very easily when it comes to for my previous job, for example, it was very boring in my opinion. And when you find something like this where every day is different, every move is different, every price is different, every penny is different. It just makes life so much more exciting. Makes me, I love this job. So, I love having the chance to sit here in front of 4,000 people, 5,000 people, talk to you guys, have trade ideas bounce off of everyone. I love having the friends I do over here. Shout out to Ian for even mentioning my name in his grad speech over there. That brought a tear to my eye. I don't know if you were crying, but I for sure were. And we had a crazy night. I wish these two guys came out because then we could have absolutely raged and I kind of offloaded the bank account onto Trader TV Live's account, but sadly I had to pay for my own bills. No, I'm joking. The company paid.
I will say though, we did stay out of trouble that night. No one got into trouble.
You trade out of stumble. I got wrecked. I got rickety wrecked.
No, I mean, yeah, but we didn't get into trouble. We had fun. It was good fun. I've actually never been to that place. I think we should go there again.
I've actually never been there.
Yeah. The food was.
I want to see the brewing though. I've never seen the brewing.
Yeah, because it's actually a brewery, right? Yeah. So I don't know if they actually make the beer there.
No,
or whatever.
They do. They have tours there, but they're like.
Yeah, they do.
Have tours there.
What side were you guys? You guys were on.
We were on the restaurant side.
Yeah, we were on the restaurant side or whatever.
On the east side, you would have saw all the vats.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that gives us an excuse to go back and check it out. But yeah, definitely want to see that. But yeah, good times always. I think it's just obviously it was my grad party, and a lot of people were saying congrats to me and whatnot. But I graduated so long ago that obviously we have to wait for a second graduate. But I think it's just nice for the whole floor to get out and just celebrate something, celebrate a little bit of success.
Holy moly! What's going on over here with this stock? ZI tanking, presenting at a conference and absolutely getting presented to the downside based off of that conference. 7% to the downside now. We're expecting the SSR number to come into play. So maybe some of you math whizzes in the chat there, you guys know I'm bad with math. That's why I'm asking for help. Some of you math whizzes in the chat there could find out what the closing price of, it doesn't even matter. We're going to trigger SSR in the next 5 minutes over here. But if someone wants to do the math, find out what the closing price of SZI was yesterday and then what the 10% number off that price will be, because that's where SSR will be, and that's where I think I will kind of try a long bounce, SSR bounce on this position. But clearly the catalyst is negative. You want to be very careful with your longs. You don't want to be catching a falling knife. That's when the knife goes through your hand and you're getting absolutely destroyed, right? So be very careful. ZI is Zoom info, and that's not Zoom, it's Zoom info that's getting absolutely destroyed at the moment. And someone in the chat says, Daryl Finch is saying SI is ripping. What is SI? Let's go see what SI is. Crypto, Silvergate. Okay, crypto, Silvergate is actually moving to the north side. Maybe Coinbase is moving a little bit to the north side too off that. I mean, it's kind of bottoming out. We'll see if Coinbase moves up north. But SI is actually really going. Look at it break 30 now, up 2.7% on the day with this move coming in. Nasty bounce off the VWAP, $28, going through 2,900 period EMA, and now through 30. Let's see if ZI is hitting that 10% marker yet. ZI is not hitting that 10% marker just yet.
Guys, the math isn't that hard. The closing price was 31.69.
Yeah, I can't do that, bro.
Times 0.9, guys, and then that you get 28.52. That's going to be the SSR. So it looks like we're just a couple ticks away from triggering that one. But clearly someone hasn't liked this. What they're saying in this press conference. So I have this up on my side screen now to see if a trade comes up. Excuse me, on that one. Did coin move off of that move, Prad?
I didn't see it move really, but it was some buying coming in.
Okay, yeah. So I'm not too interested in coin. I'll be honest. Obviously, it's SSR now. It's been rejecting this 50 all day. So there is size in the bid there though, 49, 45, 100 lots, but that's not going to be that much. But yeah, for coin, not really doing too much on that one. I ended up getting more targets actually. It came back up to this 158 quite quickly, and then I saw some size on the offer. There's a guy offering like 40, or a person offering 40 lots there on that one. So added to the short a little bit of size, not as much as my first one, but I want to keep participating in this one if it continues to work. On that one, and then my Amazon position is not doing too much. I think this one I'm just letting it ride essentially, not really gonna add to it, not really gonna try to cover unless it breaks down further down below this 97.60 area. That's where I want to really see it break down. I think my best out on Amazon, let me scroll down here, was 97.68 or 97.68 on that one, right? So if it breaks down below 60, then look to take some more out for Amazon.
What are these guys saying in their conference? Like, this is absolutely nasty. An order keeps popping up at 28.50 for about 250 lots, and they're not really pulling the. Oh, there you go. Now it's at 28.20. So they're clearly chasing
Someone's
this
really
order. They're chasing this order.
Here.
Let me see if I can catch that fill. I did catch that fill, even though it's SSR. Wow. Okay. Let's see if we can. Oh, now obviously when I punch in, it starts going back up north. What else is new? But we did say we want to try a long at this SSR level. So let's try that. It is now SSR 10% to the downside. We got long 28.28. We're instantly in the money to 10, 15 cents. Let's go. So that SSR bounce play kind of helping us a little bit. Let's take some profits on that. There was some size at 28.50 earlier on. We don't see that size anymore. So maybe that size either got taken out or they got filled. But overall, the SSR bounce play is helping us a little bit to catch some profits on ZI. But clearly, they are not liking what's being said at this conference. Just absolute destruction coming in. The stock went from trading at $30.50 to trading at $28.50 in the span of like 2 minutes, honestly.
So the reason why I jumped in long, and I'm sure the reason why Prad did, because that size got taken at that 28.20 area. I'm going to use 28 as my out. I got a good chunk of it out on that little pop when I was like 15 cents in the money on that one. It does look like it's going to break, and there I got out of that one. So, flat trade, had to try it. I don't mind that trade,
It's going to go back through here now.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm not going to try to get chopped around here at 28. This trade just kind of popped out of nowhere.
Sign me up. I'm joking.
That's what Lucas says all the time. Well, this is going to go no without me. It's not. But essentially, guys, like what I was saying is that offer got taken. So I thought I could really go, and we took that trade, took profits at like 15 cents in the money, and now stopped out. On the trade, I think I lost like 5 cents on it in total. So boohoo, not really gonna care too much about that one. But I wanted to try it because we've seen sometimes these bounce plays bounce up pretty viciously, and sometimes give you big winners, right? But it is what it is. This one didn't really work out, and clearly this one is really starting to sell off to the downside, now testing closer to 27.50, right? So just looking at the daily, actually, this seems like it's going to be new lows here, 27.50 on the daily. Let me zoom out to see if this is like potentially 52-week lows, and it does seem like it is.
Oh, size on bid, 27.50.
Yeah, so this is clearly, 52-week lows, I guess, and then there you go, size on the bid at 27.50 there, 256 lots, about to get taken. I think, it's literally about to get taken.
It's
There's a lot of selling.
It's SSR, so how is it gonna get taken? That means there's got to be a seller to punch that level. A buyer who wants to offload, and they are offloading. Okay, awesome.
Did you try along there?
Yeah.
Okay, and you got stuffed
offload
out?
onto me more. Why not you? Whatever. The long work though.
It
We're
work.
50 cents off of that bottom now. So
Wow.
whatever.
Wow, yeah. So that bounce was the one. I didn't try the long. Prad tried the front run. The front run didn't really work there, but now that position is like 60 cents a money. But here's the thing, I don't really mind that stop out, man. Like if you don't stop out, like where's it gonna go? Who knows?
Yeah,
right?
I'm getting destroyed if I don't stop.
Yeah,
myself
exactly.
there.
And then, like we just said, like it's a
Yeah.
new 52-week low. Like that one can really start to head a little bit lower. So yeah, boo-hoo, you lost like a few cents, and you gave up a 50-cent win. Obviously, our ratio-wise, it sounds great, but risk management, guys, that's top priority.
That's a very, very well put. Risk management, got to make sure you're able to take the next trade. If I got blown up on that trade and I got shut down on it, and look, it's right back to that level. If I got shut down on that trade, then if I didn't take any other trade, now I don't feel that bad at all. If I got shut down on it, I would have not been able to take any other trading opportunities that come in for the rest of the day. So I'm pretty happy with the risk management, obviously. So thank you for that, guys. Quickly going back to the YouTube like count, we're at only 8 minutes left and only 2.6K likes. So let's see if we can get it to 2.8K today. 200 more likes. I'm not asking for a lot here. Just hit that like button. Help us with the YouTube algorithm, because if the algorithm sees that we are successfully hitting 3K for multiple days in a row, and then after that we're going below 3K and not really hitting that number, it kind of slows down its promotion to the new people or new searches who are trying to learn how to trade and so on. And this whole community is we're trying to build a community where people help each other to trade, people grow with each other. We have a free Discord server that all of you can join. A lot of fun conversations in there happening 24/7. After 4 o'clock, there's no real place for you guys to talk with each other, so that Discord is there for you guys. And we're always coming up with new things, better things. You guys heard Sean talk about the Q&A possibly coming up in the near future. We're thinking about how to improve the midday show at all times. So and all we ask, the only one thing we ask, is hitting that like button. So smash that like. Thank you for getting us to 2.7K likes today for the morning and the midday show. We appreciate every single one of you who have done that so far for us. With the show coming to an end, let's quickly head over to see what the futures are doing. The NASDAQ futures, the S&P 500 futures are almost at the lower days once again, only a few points away from that bottom. And NASDAQ slightly above than the higher day, but we are looking to once again sell off, looks like, into the close over here. So let's be a little careful with the longs. And if you're short anything, did I just close my chart? Awesome, I just closed my chart. If you are holding any longs, just be careful on those ones, obviously. Going back to ZI, company currently presenting at the RBC Capital Markets Global TIMT Conference. TIMT?
Yeah, so keep an eye on that one. We showed a couple of trades.
TIMT? Anything? What's TIMT? TIMT Conference.
I don't know.
I'm gonna Google it. You go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, Prad's gonna work on that one. I did get some more out actually on Amazon, just because it's coming back into these 60s and kind of giving a little bit of bounce. There is clearly a few buyers here, so it's taking off a little bit more size on this one. Still holding, and I am gonna bid now in the 40s and see if this one can really start to break down on that one and I can capitalize more. But Amazon quickly turned into my best name on the day, which is not bad. That target trade not really doing too much. I'm basically managing that CCL trade. That one's not doing much at all. I know you guys probably haven't been able to take advantage of this one, but it's just basically just like a range play, and there's a lot of size in the book, and essentially you kind of like rebate this one if you do have access to our system. If you work at Day Trade the World, I saw it here. Prad is crying again. No, Prad's not crying. Long on the bear ETF. Yeah, I mean, maybe if we really start to break down this 39.60 area, that was the low yesterday, right? And it bounced off of there quite harshly. off of that, big sell-off midday, right? So, watch out for that one. Here it is here at that 39.60 area, right? So, watch out for that one to get tested probably later today. It looks like we're kind of heading there by the end of the day.
The TIMT looks like it's a global technology, internet, media, and telecom conference going on, and ZI talking over there, getting absolutely destroyed today. I can't wait to see how bigger move to the south side can that stock go to. Let's quickly. Now my other chart closed. Awesome. That's what's going on here. Oh no, it didn't close. It's right there. But
and ZI is actually getting hammered. Like it's down to 26 now. So that was a good stop, what I'd say. When you're trying to go long at 27.50, even like for me here, like I was trying to go long here around 28, and I guess it always makes it harder when you don't necessarily know the news, or we obviously don't have a live connection to the conference, so we don't know what they're saying. But clearly that's what's happening right now. It just continues to sell off. I would be very, very careful trying to get long this name. Just because we've tried a couple times now, and you see that it just got absolutely slammed. So people just offloading their ZI shares right now.
Yeah, they clearly don't like what's going on in that conference. So just be careful. Thank you for. Wow, this is gonna halt.
I think it is. It was trying to halt there at 50.
This is gonna halt.
51, I believe. I
That's
saw a lot of.
price.
Yeah, it is. Like it won't print 51 now, and it's only printing 52. So it has to be here for, I believe it's like 10
Get
seconds.
me in.
And then.
The stock's going to 20 today. Get me in. Come on. Get me in. Oh, you're right. That's not a good idea to get in when they're presenting. Get me in. Come on, give me a fill.
There we go.
They didn't give me a fill. I had the order out there.
Well, you had to offer, right? And it's obviously a start. It's way harder to get that fill, but yeah, that was pretty cool. So essentially, guys, like when you're watching it on the screen, you'll see the bid and the ask stay the same. So there was like 51, 52, and it wouldn't print 51 on the bid, right? So it has to stay there for 10 seconds, and then it will halt. So that's exactly what happened. It was only printing 52. People were trying to get shorts, and it wouldn't print 51, right? So now it's halted to the downside on that one, right? So we're going to see where this one's going to open up. It's likely volatility halt, so it's going to be opening probably within 5 or 10 minutes.
Sorry. Quickly going here. Checking the all-time. We're at all-time lows on this.
Is it all-time lows? Okay.
All-time lows.
ZI is getting beat down.
The previous all-time low was at $30.48. We're at a new all-time low right now at $25.52. That's where we've halted on this position. I was trying to scroll back my trade ideas chart to see if that was a lie, but looks like that wasn't a lie, and that was the truth over here. So let me just quickly draw a line over here on trade ideas too. That was the previous low, and now we're at a new all-time low coming into play. Wow, monster move for ZI, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare yourself for possible the stock to go down to $20. So I wish I got in on that short because I could have replicated my DWAC today. But sadly, no fill for Pratty Daddy, no money for Pratty Daddy on that trade.
Real quick, guys, before we head off, Amazon $1 in the money now.
Yeah,
so,
buddy.
We can ring it for that one. I took some more profits on target, guys. It's been a good midday show here for me. As always, guys, thank you for having me on. We're gonna send it to the closing show. Sean, Neil, and Brendan, you know how they do it. But guys, thank you so much for smashing that like button. Thank you so much for the support, and we'll see you again tomorrow. See ya.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a pretty exciting day once again as we head back to the downside for a number of individual names. I just saw Silvergate, however, SI back to the upside. Once again, having a pretty good afternoon here, trying to get back into positive territory. In fact, is Silvergate. Unfortunately, not the case for the overall market. However, it is still chopping around in the red this afternoon. I'll show you the board here.